because it is considered as abusing her laws and she will suffer from a small punishment. Lilith clarified. Since she is in the echoing tower, she had no problems with receiving some of those punishments if necessity demanded it. Felix nodded. In other words, it was better to bring them to their own prepared territory than to get found in another book for the sake of a small punishment. Lady Sphinx concluded. I see. Candace started to realize that Felix wasn't the only one capable of abusing his laws to turn things to his advantage. This made her more worried and scared of what was about to come next. Ready yourselves. When Felix understood that sooner or later, Eris letters would go inside his world, he gave a stern gaze at Apollo and Commander Bia. It's the moment of the truth. Apollo cracked his knuckles while pulling out his lyre, understanding that some of them might not make out of here alive. Although they had a plan in place to handle their enemies, it was subpar at best when it came to dealing with upper celestial unigens. But there wasn't much they could do about it. The library offered them with the biggest chance of survival compared to the previous or upcoming floors, and they had to risk it. Found you. Suddenly, Eris' eyes gleamed for a second after she spotted a familiar environment inside one of the books. Without an ounce of hesitation, she recalled the rest of the letters and sent them inside that world. The letters gathered in one place and started stacking among each other until a bright, curvy, stunning female figure emerged. With a sudden flash of light, the figure turned into Eris herself. The chase is over. Come out, and let's end things peacefully, Eris announced indifferently as she pushed her glasses upward her nose. Although her senses hadn't picked up on anyone yet, she was certain that Felix and the rest were hiding here. That's because the librarian could not create multiple worlds using the memories of one person. In other words, if Felix wasn't hiding here and using this environment as a distraction, it would do nothing but delay the inevitable and ruin his advantage. No response? I goose. Before Eris could make another move, a sudden flash of light appeared out of nowhere, targeting her back. It was a spear of light, cutting through the peaceful atmosphere with the speed of light. Eris had sensed the surge of energy at the last possible moment and turned sharply to face the incoming threat. Without an ounce of fear, Eris met the spear with a brilliant flash of light. However, instead of the expected impact, the spear disintegrated upon contact with Eris. The particles of light from which it was formed scattered into harmless, sparkling motes that faded into the air around her. Impressive, Apollo. But you should know better than to believe a mere spear of light can unsettle me, Eris commentated calmly. Then, how about millions of them? Apollo's playful voice resounded in the sky, and before it could reach Eris' ears, she found herself surrounded by millions of blinding spears, coming from every single direction. Unfazed, Eris used the same technique to shut down the barrage of spears. She remained untouched as the spears went through her skin akin to being devoured by a black hole. The analogy wasn't far-fetched when considering that the technique used was called order cancellation, a powerful and unique technique capable of summoning the exact opposite force of the targeted attack to counter it perfectly. In this case, Eris had used it on her skin, which created a pitch-black barrier with a 100% light-absorbing effect. Thus, the rain of spears ended up doing nothing but cast a brilliant glow across the Sky Pearl Island. An utterly useless attempt. At least, this was what appeared to the onlookers. But in reality, whoosh whoosh. Eris raised her eyebrow slightly after Felix and Apollo suddenly emerged from within one of those flashes of light right before her eyes. One came from the front and the other from the back, sandwiching her in the middle. One was holding a spear made out of light while the other was carrying a black lightning bolt, crackling with fierce electric power. Both of their expressions were cold, serious, and mostly murderous. For they understood that they were pushed into a corner, and the only way forward was to go all out. Ares! Apollo thrust his spear of light forward, attempting to pierce through Eris' chest. Simultaneously, Felix, with a matching overwhelming speed, lunged forward, his lightning bolt aimed directly at Eris' back. They believed that Eris might leave a small opening in which she would be forced to either defend her front from the spear of light or her back from Felix's lightning bolt. Alas, Eris was no pushover. As the weapons neared, she invoked an advanced version of the order cancellation technique. This caused both attacks to halt the instant they touched her skin. The only difference this time was Eris' front side turned pitch black, while her back transformed into a gleaming, metallic surface. The powerful electrical voltage was wholly negated by the peculiar metallic material akin to a fire being quenched by water. Damn it! She is untouchable! Felix cursed with an ugly expression as he pulled away from Eris. He was already informed that when Eris decided to take a battle seriously, it was nearly impossible to touch her. All because of this technique. A technique capable of transforming her own body into the best material or energy capable of countering their attacks. The only way around it was to utilize peculiar attacks that could not be countered, which was nearly impossible for either Felix or Apollo without abusing their laws. If Felix still had his 7 sin laws, bypassing this technique would be child's play. Too bad. As she watched them create some distance from her, Eris remained unmoved, her eyes shifting forward to meet Apollo's and Felix's. "Is that the extent of your creativity, gentlemen?" Eris remarked calmly. No matter how powerfully wielded, simple laws cannot breach the defenses of one who commands the very principles of chaos and order. Before Felix or Apollo could react, Eris clapped her hands once, and a part of the letters that made her existence broke apart and merged to create a circular, chaotic gray portal. The moment Felix and Apollo saw the portal, their expressions turned for the worse and they swiftly attempted to break it apart. Alas, the portal was protected with the same technique and their attempts failed again. Damn it, they can't even deal with Eris properly. How can they handle Uranus and Demeter too? Candace nervously watched as Uranus stepped through the portal, widening it with 2 hairy arms. His visage was as cold and merciless as ever. But this time, his eyes were mixed with a hint of sinister pleasure and thrill. "I caught you at last," he uttered one by word, his eyes never leaving Felix and Apollo. They were affixed on them akin to a predator locking on his prey after a week of starvation. As he stepped over, Demeter exited through the portal with her usual stern attitude. The moment her eyes adjusted to the light, she shook her head at Felix and Apollo in disappointment. "You genuinely thought there was a place in this universe where you could escape from the 3 rulers?" She eyed Apollo. "Apollo, I never thought you would be this naive." She didn't mention Felix as she knew that his fate was already sealed to be an eternal enemy of their kingdom and the 3 rulers. But Apollo was different. His betrayal was idiotic and borderline suicidal in her eyes. "First of all, it's not like I wanted to do this," Apollo coughed. "But, I have no control over the wants of my other half. It won't hurt if you tried to show some loyalty." Felix's eyelids twitched, knowing that he was asking for the impossible when it came to Unigens. Luckily, Unigens never took betrayal lightly even when their loyalty could be questioned. "Save it, your other half will be next after we deal with you," Demeter said. "Now, do you want to do this the easy way or the hard way?" Uranus smiled diabolically as he cracked his knuckles. "Of course, you will be tortured either way." Uranus planned on doing his best to fulfill the 3 rulers' request of bringing Felix alive to them. However, only if his anger and hatred were fully quenched. If it wasn't, he had no problem with killing both of them even if it meant going against the 3 rulers' orders. His desires and wants always came first. Felix and Apollo remained silent. Their eyes were narrowed in concentration, anticipating any sudden movement by their enemies. Eris, Uranus, and Demeter also kept their eyes on them without initiating a move even when they had the numbers advantage. They knew that Felix and Apollo were shrewd and would have prepared something to welcome them. Apollo's domain is thousands of kilometers away. Why haven't they turned the entire world into his domain? Demeter frowned. This little island seems like it has no business being here. She could understand Felix wanting to keep the ocean for his water laws, but still it wouldn't be as useful as turning the entire world into Apollo's domain. After all, this would still give Felix control over lightning laws while providing Apollo a real home ground. I don't give a shit. I am making my move. Uranus grew impatient immediately, no longer able to handle the sight of Felix and Apollo being so close to him without trying to put his hands on them. With deep concentration, he began to direct the immense energy of vibration into a focal point within his clenched fist. The air around it buzzed with power, visible ripples emanating from his hand as the energy condensed into a dense, vibrating core. "Let's take this outside," he said with an icy tone, desiring to shatter the entire dimensional world to pieces. Without warning, Uranus momentarily phased out, and when he reappeared before Felix and Apollo, his presence was like a sudden tempest. Apollo gave Felix a trusting glance and took a step back. Meanwhile, Felix stood his ground with an equally aggressive retaliation. Drawing from his control over vibrational energy, Felix readied his fist, mirroring Uranus' technique. Has he gone mad? Demeter's lips parted slightly in shock. The notion of Felix daring enough to proceed fist to fist with Uranus was crazy on its own. Yet, to challenge him with his vibrational laws? It was suicidal. "It seems like I haven't beaten sense into you yet." Uranus sneered in derision at Felix's incoming fist. It was also glowing with vibrational energy. But when compared to his fist, the difference was like the lighting of a candle to a lighthouse. Uranus didn't even bother to cancel out Felix's vibrations, desiring to teach him a grave lesson on his foolish bravery. Unfazed, Felix met him head-on. Before Uranus and the others could respond to his brazen act, a faint smirk emerged on Felix's face as he uttered, "Switch." The Sky Pearl Island spacetime fabric began to warp, causing the frequencies of reality to shift unpredictably. In almost no time, the entire dimensional space turned into the silent library, with Felix's and Uranus' fists locked together near the glass ceiling. "You!" Uranus' eyes widened slightly in astonishment as he gazed deeply into Felix's eyes. He instantly recognized what Felix had done to avoid getting obliterated by his punch. He knew it before anyone else, as he had felt the spacetime's frequency change a nanosecond before his clench could make contact with it. As the spacetime frequency of the environment shifted, so too did the effectiveness of Uranus's vibrational punch, which relied on smashing the spacetime frequency, causing massive destruction in the area. If suddenly changed or failed to land on the frequency, his thrown punch would be the same as any normal punch. Felix, having engineered this moment, didn't fall to the same fate. His original punch was targeting none other than the spacetime frequency of the silent library from the get-go. Thus, under the disbelieving looks of Uranus and Demeter, Felix grunted his teeth and pushed his fist forward, aligned perfectly with the new spacetime frequency. Crack! Boom! While the vibrations themselves pushed into Uranus failed to do anything to him, the impact created a massive shockwave. The shockwave exploded outward, causing the reality to start cracking akin to a glass mirror. But no one's eyes were on this. Everyone gazed with widened pupils at Uranus, who got hit with its unstoppable force, flinging him backward akin to a broken doll. Thud, thud, thud. He crashed into the diverse bookshelves that lined the library, causing books and debris to erupt around him as he smashed through hundreds of shelves. Thud. He finally came to a halt, buried beneath piles of books and splintered wood, stunned and disoriented by the sudden reversal of fortunes. Around them, the library groaned and shuddered under the impact, cracks spreading across the stone floor and up the walls. Dust and paper filled the air, creating a haze that slowly settled over the chaotic scene. Felix stood firm, his chest heaving from exertion, his clench shaking from the aftermath, but his eyes were cold and calculating. Move out now. Not giving time for either his enemies or allies to react, Felix tapped into his librarian control and ordered it to switch the environment to Apollo's domain. This time, he didn't choose any other environment to mix with it, causing the entire world to turn into a massive, sprawling city, with one side bathing in light while the other engulfed in nightmarish darkness. The moment the city came to life, Apollo disappeared into its shadows and brought Felix with him, while at the same casting his territorial pressure on their enemies. Move! 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 Meanwhile, Commander Bia and her squad took off towards the silent library's exit the moment Felix kicked them off the librarian's dimensional stomach. Felix understood that escaping from the Unigens was useless if Eris kept the library's exit on lockdown. Thus, instead of having them as a burden in their battle, he tasked them with finding a way to remove the spatial modifications on the portal. Eris was the first to sense their escape, but she didn't pay any attention to them as Apollo's territorial pressure made her feel like the weight of a galaxy was placed on her shoulders. Use your divinities to cancel it, Eris uttered calmly while creating a thin golden barrier with the stored radiant divinity. While divinities or celestial energy couldn't be linked between the matter universe and the quantum realm, it was possible to utilize the stored version. It was the same as elemental energy, their divine weapons, and other types of energies from the matter universe. Unigens could use whatever they managed to shrink with them, but could not create or have someone send more. Whoosh! After popping his radiant barrier, Uranus jumped into the air and joined his partner's side with a clear irate expression. He even brought out his divine bronze Sikthy, having no interest in receiving another humiliating strike. Just like Apollo's lyre, he was able to shrink his divine Sikthy with him, a somewhat impossible experience with other objects. Divine weapons were considered exceptions, as they were additional limbs of Unigens due to the billions of years spent together. Some projectiles even gain consciousness if they live for a prolonged period while feeding on energies. Unigens had no interest in having a consciousness born from their weapons, thus they brought a stop to it. They were more than satisfied with just having their weapons become part of their existence. Unfortunately for Felix, he didn't share the same experience with Hephaestus' hammer and couldn't shrink it. "Why are you delaying the inevitable?" Uranus uttered with a suppressed tone. His murderous bloodshot eyes were moving side to side, seeking to fish out his prey. However, his senses couldn't pick up anything related to Felix or Apollo. Even when he used his vibrational detection skills, they were like ghosts hiding deep within the sprawling, deserted metropolis. It was understandable as this was Apollo's domain, and with his control over darkness, it was near impossible to fish him out from here unless he wanted it. "Let me." Fully aware of Apollo's dominance within his domain, Eris swiftly took measures to eradicate his home advantage. She sat cross-legged midair and opened her tome on her lap. Then, she touched the front page of her tome with 2 fingers, and the letters began to jump out of the book and dance on its pages akin to obedient little elves. With a single finger snap, the letters froze and merged until they created a small chaotic sphere. When Apollo and Felix saw it from within the darkness, their expressions turned solemn immediately. "Is that it?" "Yes, it's the sphere of absolution. We have to break through her dimensional lockdown on the library before its completion." "I have them under my radar," Felix replied as he switched his focus to a wisp he planted inside Commander Bia's consciousness space. "Tell them to hurry the fuck up," Apollo said with a stern tone while gazing at the sphere of absolution growing bigger and bigger. He understood that Eris might seem omnipotent, but she had some imposed limitations on her abilities. For example, the dimensional reality, where she was considered as its creator and judge, could not go beyond a specific size. It was quite small and could even be seen as a cubic dimension with the naked eye. Still, she could cast it almost instantly, which traded off the negatives. Meanwhile, the sphere of absolution was the advanced version of the ability. It could get as big as Eris wanted it, providing her with a personal reality, where she could play goddess with even Unigens. The only downside was its growing phase required time and left Eris unprotected while she focused everything on making it bigger. Apollo and Felix had no plans of watching Eris finish the creation of their graveyard in peace. Whoosh! 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 A volley of light, dark, and electrical projectiles whistled through the air in her direction, attempting to disturb her concentration, since both order cancellation and sphere of absolution techniques required utmost focus. Uranus swiftly responded and stepped in front of Eris. With a single 360-degree swing of his divine SCYPTH, a powerful negating vibrational wave was released, causing all projectiles to dissipate the instant they were touched by it. You do you, I will fish them out on my own. Uranus left Eris protection to Demeter and headed down to the city, landing on a tall skyscraper that was shimmering with golden light akin to a beacon. You think only Eris can deal with your little shenanigans? Uranus narrowed his eyes coldly at the city of duality as he declared, "This is the quantum realm, my realm." Uranus instantly extended his senses beyond the physical, tapping into the deeper, subtler frequencies of the strings that composed everything within Apollo's domain. Each string vibrated with its unique signature, creating a symphony only Uranus could perceive. This realm, crafted from light and shadows, was no different at its core, just another composition of vibrational strings waiting to be played. The instant Uranus locked on every single unique frequency, he snapped his eyes open, which now glowed with a fierce, golden light. Then, he raised the scythe above his head, and with a resounding voice that boomed like thunder, Uranus issued a single command, "Collapse!" Following his command, he brought the scythe down with a calculated tap against the skyscraper, targeting a random point on the roof that acted as the first piece of a chain of dominoes collapsing. The tap sent an invisible shockwave rippling through the fabric of Apollo's domain, finding every weak point and amplifying the vibrations there, until the bonds that held the domain together began to unravel. The walls, the ground, the buildings, even the air, everything within Apollo's world began to tremble violently. Within moments, the entire domain was consumed by a flood of collapsing energies, which eventually turned into a whirling maelstrom of quantum energy. Once a domain of light and darkness was now just a chaotic soup of invisible quantum energy in a seemingly endless void. Is he dumb? This did nothing but help us out. Candace tilted her head in confusion. Most of the tenants shared their reaction, feeling like Uranus did nothing but show off his control over vibration laws, allowing him to disintegrate any matter created out of quantum energy back to its original form. However, as Candace mentioned, this left a vast pitch-black void for Apollo. In other words, he really didn't do anything to better their situation. Even worse, Felix can return the environment back to Apollo's domain with a single co. Before Thor could finish his sentence, his eyes widened in shock at the sight of Uranus absorbing the massive quantity of quantum energy through his divine scythe. As it kept feeding on it, the bronze scythe turned darker and more ominous. Shit, the librarian can't change the environment anymore. Felix's expression turned for the worse after he ordered the librarian monster, and it did nothing. "It's the quantum energy," Lady Sphinx remarked. "It can't create more of it, and without it, this dimensional space will remain as a void." "No, it can create more, just not fast enough to make a difference." Felix had anticipated many things, but he didn't think that Uranus would utterly demolish his world and seize its quantum energy in less than a second. Alas, the worst had yet to come. Apollo, change of plans. Before he could finish his sentence, his eyes saw two peculiar energies emerging from the scythe. One was white and the other was black. The two energies mixed together in the shape of a circular, resembling the yin-yang symbol without the dots. At first glance, Felix and Apollo realized what those energies were, and it made their hearts sink to the bottom of their stomach. "Antimatter and matter particles." Felix bellowed immediately. "We can't let him carry on. You don't have to tell me twice." Scared shitless, Apollo tapped into his stored resplendent divinity and used it to empower his next attack. He manifested two massive pitch-black eyes, and with a sudden flash of light that illuminated the whole void, the eyes opened up and locked on Uranus' fleeting emergence of his shadow. Shadow possession. Uranus' shadow suddenly turned alive and tried to go through his skin. If successful, Apollo would gain temporary control over Uranus. Just like a PC, it didn't matter if it was the most protected supercomputer in the universe. Once it got corrupted by a reliable Trojan, its control switched to the Trojan's owner. With resplendent divinity used, the potential of the ability was increased by 100-fold. It should have a guaranteed success rate. Unfortunately, Uranus had locked in 100% and no longer planned on falling to their attacks. Shadow possession? He scoffed as he watched the vibrational barrier on his skin convulse his own shadow until it broke into particles. Crap, he has turned on his peak defensive technique. Apollo cursed. Unless you use your 7 sins laws, none of us can land a physical attack on him anymore. All upper celestial unigens possessed peak defensive techniques that put the lower celestial unigens in despair. For Eris, it was the order cancellation technique, and for Uranus it was resonance tuning, a powerful and complicated defensive technique that required immense concentration to keep it working. It forced Uranus to tap into the natural vibrational frequencies of his immediate environment and identify any abnormalities near him. Then, he adjusted the vibrational output to match or harmonize with these frequencies, creating a synergistic effect. The moment this occurred, Uranus was given control over the frequency of those abnormalities, and with a slight modification, its creation fell apart instantly. This whole process happened in less than a nanosecond to the shadow. The failure of Apollo's next barrage of attacks made them realize that Uranus wasn't screwing around. He refused to let anything touch him anymore. Even Felix's water/lightning attacks came back with useless results. He tried to control his internal blood, water, and electrical discharges, desiring to assault him from within. Sadly, his attempts were negated in the same manner as the defensive technique operated also internally. "Nothing can go through," Candace murmured with a hint of despair. "Just sit tight and accept your fate. It will be over before you know it." Uranus noted with a sinister smile as he gazed at the energies of creation and destruction finely balanced within his grasp. With ugly expressions, Felix and Apollo watched as Uranus swung his scythe at the yin-yang symbol, cutting through the mixed matter/antimatter particles in a straight line. The meeting of matter and antimatter triggered an intense reaction, causing a blinding flash of light to emerge and soon followed by a deafening boom. If this was all, the destruction would have been contained within the dimensional world, but Uranus had used his vibrational force to guide the explosion into hitting the space-time frequency. This was what Felix and Apollo feared would occur. "Stay with me," Felix bellowed in agitation as he caught Apollo's arm from within the darkness and ordered the librarian to teleport him to another world. He knew this world was beyond saving. He wasn't overreacting at all. The immense shockwave was on another level compared to Felix's space-time vibrational punch. If compared, it would be 10,000-fold its force. Instead of the usual spatial cracks, the entire dimensional space shattered into the tiniest fragments in an instant and continued rippling outward, tearing through the librarian from within. Felix and Apollo kept escaping from the all-devouring shockwave, but after a couple of jumps, they discovered out that the librarian's responses to Felix's calls became slower and slower. It was for a good reason, as the monster's form buckled and twisted, its wooden and bookish components disintegrating from within under the overwhelming force of the combined particles and vibrational energy. It might be immune to laws, but there was nothing it could do about such a destructive tsunami of pure force. "We have to ditch it quickly," Apollo yelled, his voice cracking from dread. He understood that nothing could protect him from a shockwave that was obliterating even the fabric of spacetime. "I know." Felix also had no plans of getting caught in the explosion, but he thought far ahead and discovered out that the explosion might spread outside and delete the entire library with it. In other words, leaving the dimensional space of the librarian was not enough. Without an ounce of hesitation, Felix came up with a swift countermeasure and made a move on it, having no time to even explain it to Apollo. The moment he got himself and Apollo kicked out of the librarian, Felix rolled forward once and then extended his arm in the direction of the librarian monster in a kneeling position. The librarian's monster had cracks all over its body, each releasing a beam of blinding light, a clear sign that it was about to implode in the next second at best. Felix tapped into his evil energy connection between him and the librarian, creating a visible misty link. "Arg!" Then, Felix growled aggressively as he spun once and hurled the librarian into the nearby library's entrance. Not bothering to watch it go through the portal, Felix immediately shouted, "Apollo!" Although Felix hadn't told him anything, Apollo instantly snapped out of his daze and appeared beside Felix, With no words exchanged between them, he turned into a flash of light and took them away from the entrance at his topmost speed. The moment the librarian went through the portal, its body could no longer contain the overwhelming force. Boom! With a brilliant flash of light that illuminated the eternal staircase floor, the terror of the librarian was no more. However, it did one last favor for Felix and his companions. Its explosion was so devastating, it managed to erase the library's entrance near it. As for Eris, Uranus, and Demeter, they surfaced safely from the explosion due to Eris' sphere of absolution. She tugged them inside before the explosion went off, and even though it affected spacetime, it did nothing to the sphere. Whoosh! The moment the shockwave died out, the Unigens exited the sphere of absolution and gazed at the void before them. Demeter turned to Uranus with an irritated expression. Happy now? Couldn't you just let Eris do her thing? Uranus didn't show an ounce of guilt. He turned to Eris and said, "It's nothing, Eris can bring back the portal again. But it will force her to cancel her sphere of absolution." Demeter handed him a scolding look, not too delighted with him making things harder. "It's okay, Demeter. They won't be able to fix the spatial modification in time." Eris noted calmly as she cancelled her sphere of absolution and walked to the exit's location. "See, stop overreacting. I turned them into rats in a jar." Uranus smiled coldly. Meanwhile, Felix and Apollo had already arrived at the library's exit and joined their party. While they had escaped from their enemies and noticed that the entrance had fallen apart, their expressions weren't too good. "They will be here at any moment. Quickly solve it," Apollo said with a hint of agitation as he gazed at Commander Bia and their squad attempting their best to remove the spatial modification. "Rushing us isn't helpful," Plix retorted, his voice betraying his stressed condition. As a quantum native with a spatial attunement, he could be said to be the key to their escapade. Commander Bia and the others were the ones helping him figure out the solution. "You don't have to remove the modification." Felix gave him an alternative with a stern voice. "Just try to change it to a different destination. It doesn't matter what will be on the other side." "Are you sure?" Plix gulped a mouthful. "If I do this, the exit might lead to the void or to dangerous floors at the very bottom. I would rather take my chances with it than get caught," Felix said coldly while stretching his senses to the entrance area, making him spot the creation of a new portal. While no one could create portals in the tower, Eris was more than capable of recovering a pre-existing one through her laws. The only condition was it had to be done the moment the portal fell apart. Even her previous portal worked only because she created it within the dimensional world of the librarian. "As you wish." Plix got busy immediately and started working on tuning the modification itself, which was much easier than removing it completely. Still, it was going to take him some time, and it seemed like they didn't have it. "They are here." Commander Bia felt chills course down her spine after she picked a powerful vibrational aura released from the other side of the library. Even Felix felt his heart sink a bit. He understood that their situation couldn't get any worse. Eris could easily teleport in front of them and end their dance in the blink of an eye. "We need to buy us some time. But how?" Felix's mind went into overdrive, his eyes roaming all over the place, seemingly digging through his brain for a solution, an idea, or anything that could help them out. Alas, his wits, his intelligence, his problem-solving talents failed him at last after a very long time. No matter how hard he tried to find a solution, his mind came back blank. "We are done for." Before the defeatist energy could seize root within his soul, Apollo's voice resounded in his mind. "I will hold them back. Give up on your plan and get out of the tower as fast as possible. Hide in a random corner and wait until the rift opens up." "Apollo, you?" Felix was left stunned as he watched Apollo disappear in a flash of light. Not in his wildest dreams did he consider that Apollo would step up to protect him. While they spent their journey together and he kept referring to him as his partner, he always knew that Apollo cared mostly about his life. If a way out came up that would ensure him returning to his peaceful life without the interference of his alter ego, he would take it in a heartbeat. Felix was never bothered by this as it was the right thing to do. Don't give me those looks. My idiotic half ordered me to bring you to him at all costs. I can't afford to fail the mission. Apollo smiled wryly as he emerged before Eris, Uranus, and Demeter. At least, this way might help me return again. He mumbled the last part to himself as he readied himself for a battle. He knew for sure he would not survive it. Apollo, is this your final decision? Demeter narrowed her eyes at the sight of Apollo bringing out his divine lyre. Apollo lifted his head slowly and gazed at them with pitch-black eyes covering his entire scara. What choice do I have? With a heavy heart and resolute hands, he grasped the lyre high for a moment, a silent goodbye to a companion of melodies and memories. Then, he snapped it cleanly in the middle. The air around him froze in time as he took the shattered lyre, its strings still humming with saddening residual music. Then, Apollo reconfigured the remaining strings, stretching them from end to end across the broken frame, transforming the instrument into a divine bow. As he grasped the bow in his hand, his body started to glow, the light within him intensifying until it became nearly blinding to behold. The brilliance emanating from him flared into a beacon, a pillar of pure, scorching light that threatened to consume the entire library. It's been a while since I have gone all out. Apollo's cold, regal voice resounded deep within the blinding light. Uranus, Demeter, and Eris all felt their shoulders tense up and activated their strongest defensive techniques, knowing that when a Unijin went all out, he no longer cared about the universe's rules. In other words, they were about to witness Apollo abusing his laws. As the god of light, I hereby strip you out of your light sensories, Apollo demanded coldly while pointing his divine bow at them. Harnessing the fundamental laws of light, Apollo bent the light away from the Unijin's eyes. The effect was not just a dimming but a complete withdrawal of light from their field of vision, making them incapable of perceiving light even when there was plenty of it around them. It was like he canceled the ability of the photoreceptors in their retina to perceive light. Bastard! Apollo! Uranus, Eris, and Demeter were not pleased to have their world turn instantly dark, devoid of any visual input. Although they could rely on other senses to see, it was nowhere as perfect as having a true vision, especially in this scenario when they were against the god of light/darkness. Apollo ignored their woes and pointed 3 arrows made out of dark energy at them. In a blink, he released them at once and they struck the Unijin's shields. However, Apollo's attacks never intended to target their physical bodies, as the moment the arrows touched their shields, they disappeared. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. When they reappeared, they turned into 3 arrows of blinding light visible to no one but the 3 Unijins. Crack, crack. Before they could attempt to block the arrows, they had already landed on their soul barrier and cracked it a little. Impossible. How? Felix, who watched the whole interaction from within Apollo's consciousness space through his eyes, was departed utterly stunned. He always knew that Apollo was more oriented towards mental/soul battles, but he never expected him to have a technique that allowed him to attack the souls of his targets straight away. Unfortunately, he recognized that the cost of such an overpowering technique was the universe's punishment. It would befall Apollo sooner than later. It's not the time to be impressed. Apollo spoke coldly. I am just getting started. Knowing this, Apollo didn't waste a single second and showered his enemies with a barrage of similar dark arrows, trying to shatter their souls from within. With impeccable accuracy, he knocked arrow after arrow, each one designed to pierce through the toughest of spiritual defenses. As he kept releasing one wave after another, he was constantly on the move, causing his figure to turn into a blur. This made it more difficult for the 3 Unijins to predict the direction of the arrows and block them. Reinforce your barriers, Uranus shouted furiously as he entered a defensive mode. He channeled his spiritual pressure and enhanced it with a vibrational-based spiritual barricade, allowing him to create a remarkable shield for his soul barrier. Eris and Demeter had done the same in their own unique ways, providing the best possible defense for their souls. Boom! 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 The salvo of light arrows soared across the library, striking the Unigen's soul's protective barriers with force enough to make them flicker and waver. The impact of each arrow sent ripples across the shields, testing the resilience of the spiritual constructs that each Unijin had summoned for protection. Unfortunately for them, their law-based defensive technique was mostly focused on the physical aspect. If it wasn't for Apollo abusing his laws and overriding their defensive shields, he would never have been able to strip their vision away and allow him access to their minds through the darkness they perceive. You think that's enough? Apollo sneered coldly as he pulled the divine bow's strings until they were about to snap. Then, he turned his form into light mows and became the arrows themselves. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh! Before the Unigins could react, the bow was fired, and the arrows traveled from the reality realm to the dark realm in front of the three Unigins, causing Apollo to manifest within their own minds. This was an invasion on a whole different level, leaving even Felix and the tenants with wide jaws, unable to react. Apollo! Don't you dare! Uranus bellowed hatefully but with a tint of dread in his voice as he gazed at Apollo turning his bow into a blinding sword with the strings merged together to make the sharpest of blades. You pushed me into this. Without an ounce of emotion in his voice, Apollo turned into a bright flash and started attacking the Unigen's soul shields with deep slashes and tears at the speed of light. He was so fast, so precise, so clinical in his attacks, that the powerfully spiritual shield was left with trillions of illuminating wounds in less than a nanosecond. As the setup was completed, Apollo manifested before the soul barrier and called out loud, mercilessly, "Erupt!" The trillions of wounds suddenly exploded into a flurry of light before merging into one massive sun-like explosion. The void around the barrier and the consciousness space inside of it were illuminated fully, showing an infinite space of nothingness. Before the light could die out, Apollo waved his sword to the side as he shouted, "Absorb!" The already brilliant sword went on and sucked in the explosion of light in the blink of an eye, causing it to grow 100 times bigger than Apollo. Then, he lifted it above his head while pointing at the Unigen's soul barrier akin to an executioner. Is he really going to do it? This? Felix, Thor, Lady Sphinx, and the rest of the spectators were all witnessed leaning closer with pupils widened to the limit in this epic scene. A scene none of them would have ever imagined would overlap with the pervert and unreliable Apollo. Let there be light. With one final bellow, Apollo swung his massive brilliant sword down the middle of the three soul barriers simultaneously. Demeter, Uranus, and even Eris' expressions were turned for the worse, understanding that if this strike landed on their souls, it would be gone for real. While they wouldn't die due to their cores remaining safe, this was not good news in the slightest when a core-devouring monster was nearby. Thus, there was only one option left. Apollo, you will pay for this. Absolutely livid, Uranus tapped into the depth of his vibration laws and called upon an ability that would cost him an arm and a leg. Matter execution, drawing deeply on his connection to the fundamental vibrations that underpin all matter. Uranus unleashed a highly dangerous ability, matter execution. This ability was not just an adjustment of vibrational frequencies to cause destruction, it was a tool to utterly erase existence at the vibrational level. The moment Uranus locked onto the frequency of Apollo, the matter execution ability was in full action, causing the strings that held Apollo together to get agitated beyond their breaking point. This made them break apart and start disintegrating at the lowest possible level. This ability could literally be used on anyone, anything, as long as they were made out of vibrational strings. Unfortunately, the foundation of reality was made out of these tiny strings. In other words, Uranus had the power of the Grim Reaper in his hands. Of course, such an unbalanced power came at a grave cost, and the universe would never allow Uranus to use it without a fitting punishment. He abused his laws too, huh? Apollo smiled bitterly after he started to feel like his existence was fading into nothingness. His form became unstable, blurring like a mirage. This caused the sword in his hand to dim and start to flicker on its path to the soul barriers. Knowing deep down that his attack, even if it landed, wouldn't cause substantial damage, Apollo murmured to Felix's wisp, "I hope this buys you a moment or two, partner." "What do yo?" Before Felix could finish his sentence, Apollo went for his last, desperate strike. Gathering his remaining strength, Apollo's form began to glow with celestial radiance. Then he released his final melody, the Starry Night Soul Explosion. This was not just a mere self-implosion. It was a sacrificial technique that would meld his soul with the cosmic energies of light and darkness. Starry Night, unleash your boundless depths, Apollo intoned, his voice echoing softly within Felix's consciousness space. As he was about to unleash the attack, Eris, ever watchful and cunning, had anticipated Apollo's desperate act. She acted swiftly, abusing her laws as well to kick Apollo outside of their consciousness void once and for all. Shift, Eris commanded calmly. With her command, she displaced Apollo's soul's incoming explosion from within the Unigens, redirecting its trajectory back to the library. As Apollo's soul exploded in the open air of the library, instead of the destructive shockwave expected, a unique transformation occurred. The library was enveloped in an otherworldly darkness, shadows deepening and stretching beyond their natural form. The explosion didn't just release energy. It imbued the very atmosphere with a dense, dark curse. This curse, born from the depths of Apollo's sacrificed soul, spread rapidly across the library, touching books, shelves, walls, and any person exposed without protection. Each object and person it touched was shrouded in darkness, rendering them invisible, indistinguishable to the eyes of others as if they ceased to exist in any conventional sense. Once a bastion of knowledge, the library now became a realm of shadows and whispers. Anyone afflicted with the curse found themselves cut off from visual contact with their allies and enemies alike, isolated in a personal void of perception. Apollo, that cunning bastard, Uranus cursed hatefully. He knew one of us would have abused our laws to keep him away from our souls during the explosion. Indeed, Apollo might look unreliable, playful, and a bit dumb most of the time. But his intelligence came to light when it was time to lock in. Now, with the curse marking everything and everyone, Eris would not be able to teleport them next to the exit since she had no vision of anything. Felix understood this too, which made his emotions conflicted, as it never crossed his mind to see Apollo go this far for him. Apollo, he really took himself out. Don't get too emotional. He did this because he had to. Lilith interrupted his emotional train of thoughts. His alter ego holds his core, which means he controls his life. If he allows you to get captured, his life will be gone. But if he sacrificed himself and helped you reach his alter ego, he might have a chance to get revived by him. This was the reason Apollo could never go against his alter ego. His entire existence shouldn't have happened since the real Apollo was his alter ego. I am not dumb, I know all of this. But it still doesn't change that he has gone for it, Felix said. Whether Apollo had done this for selfish reasons or not, it wouldn't lower its value in Felix's eyes at all. At the end of the day, Apollo gave it his all for his freedom throughout their entire journey, and Felix was forever indebted to him. If I survive this, I am going to make sure that he returns. Felix narrowed his eyes coldly. Even if it meant going against his alter ego, that's a promise. As the darkness engulfed the library, Uranus stood between his partners, his face twisted with rage. The frustration of one failure after another had taken a toll on his pride, causing his patience to reach a tipping point. Fuck this. I'll tear this place apart. Uranus growled furiously as he prepared to unleash a catastrophic wave of vibrational energy that would reduce the ancient library to nothing but quivering particles. Of course, everyone on it would go through the same fate. He refused to go this far before to avoid suffering from getting crippled by the universe like Felix, but most importantly to catch Felix and Apollo alive, desiring to put them through the worst time of their lives for everything they had done to him. But now, he no longer cared about bringing Felix alive to the three rulers or torturing him. He just wanted him dead regardless of the price. However, just as he was about to release matter execution, the darkness was suddenly pierced with a golden light. This light was magically perceivable by the Unigens even while affected by the curse. It was for a good reason. Cling, cling, cling. From nowhere, three celestial golden chains materialized and lunged towards Uranus. wrapping around his wrists and waist with unbreakable strength. Their sudden appearance and the binding force of the chains interrupted his decision to obliterate everything before him. "Damn you! Not you too!" Uranus roared, his blood boiling in rage as he struggled against the chains that held him. The more he fought, the tighter they constricted against his flesh and soul. Nearby, Eris found herself similarly ensnared by two chains that had appeared around her as well, binding her arms tightly against her sides. Two chains? Not too horrible. Unlike Uranus, her expression remained stoic, seemingly anticipating this much to happen. Both of them had abused their laws to deal with unigens, and the universe quickly delivered its punishment. "Demeter, try to stop them until we adjust to the seal," Eris said calmly, still having no intentions of letting go of Felix. "With this kind of darkness, it will be annoying, but I got it." Demeter nodded with a stern tone. Without an ounce of hesitation, she melted into the floor and traveled underneath it akin to a mole, heading rapidly towards the exit point. Fuck. 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 Easy there, big guy. Eris gave Uranus a side glance, noticing that his outburst was getting out of control. She wouldn't care about it at other times, but now that they were being chained up by the universe, any ounce of resistance or agitation would do nothing but tighten the chains. Cling. Cling. As expected, the chains got Uranus so tightened up that he was on the verge of getting curled up on the ground. You have gone through this many times. Whether it's a single chain or 100, do not resist, do not fight back, and most definitely, do not use your powers. Eris advised calmly, watching her peer wiggle on the ground. His eyes red to the point, they appeared demonized amidst the darkness. Telling Uranus to calm down was the same as telling an ocean to turn serene under a thunderstorm. Still, her words managed to help Uranus see the bigger picture and understand that if he let his rage take control over him, he would allow Felix to escape yet again. That was something he refused to even acknowledge. Thus, he calmed down his emotions and stopped trying to break the shackles apart. As he was calming down, the chains started to relax their grip. "We have to wait until the chains disappear before we can use our powers again," Eris said as she sent her senses towards the exit, making her spot Felix and his party still working hard to break past her modifications. Uranus remained silent, but his fiery eyes affixed on the exit's direction told a different story. Although they had less than 3 chains holding them, the moment they decided to use their laws, the chains would retighten on them, causing them to feel an unholy level of agony. While the shackles had reduced their strength a decent amount compared to Felix's 99% weakening, it still affected their peak heavily. Both of them would rather wait until the shackles go away before making one last attempt against Felix instead of fighting through the torment as Lord Hades had done versus Hephaestus. "Let's hope Demeter halts their attempt," Eris remarked with a deep gaze. "What do you mean? Didn't you say it's impossible to break past your modifications?" Uranus gave her an icy glare. "It's impossible, but they might be dumb or brave enough to mess with the modifications." "What does that mean?" "The end aim will be completely random." Uranus felt his blood tension rise up again, his veins popping on his forehead. But he contained those emotions, not wanting to ruin his efforts in dealing with the chains. Based on their dimness, it was clear that they would be gone in less than a couple of seconds. A couple of seconds. That's all Felix had before he faced off against a very pissed-off Unijin who no longer cared about his death. On the other side, prepare to fight. Demeter is onto us, Felix disclosed with a solemn tone after he picked on the tremors caused by the fast-approaching Demeter. "Kronos, slow down the time around the portal by 100 meters. Commander Bia ordered swiftly. "Dankin, Sarah, and the rest, help me establish a vibrational repeller." Although it was pitch dark and no one could perceive light whatsoever, no matter how minimal it was, they relied on their other senses to establish a new stronghold against Demeter. Eris and Uranus must be dealing with their chains. Lord Loki commentated, "It will be easier to deal with Demeter alone since she isn't in her environment." Indeed, Demeter was quite struggling in the quantum realm since her rules were non-existent at this level. If it wasn't for Eris helping her obtain temporal control over Earth-based quantum laws, she would be more useless than a native. Still, Felix had no plans to underestimate her, knowing that she was capable of using her divinities and whatever elemental energy she brought with her. Here she comes. Rumble, rumble. Felix didn't even need to announce it as the ground beneath them shook akin to being struck by a catastrophic earthquake. Kronos' time-slowing abilities had worked outside of the portal's zone, slowing down the tremors immensely. However, Plix and the others at the core faced the full force of the tremors, leading Commander Bia and the remaining royal guards to defend against them at all costs. Negate the tremors. Pacify them, Commander Bia ordered while releasing matching vibrational waves on the ground, causing the tremors to die out bit by bit. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, the ground quietened down, and spikes of hardened sand erupted, aiming directly at Felix and his allies in an attempt to scatter them. But the main target was still Plix, whose mind was focused completely on the spatial puzzle left by Eris. Defend him! Felix yelled as he shattered the spikes with a crystallized blood hammer, going through them akin to an unstoppable train. Some were aiming at Plix and some at himself. Unfortunately, each time he broke a spike, the rubble turned into gooey sand tendrils, launching themselves again at their targets. Kronos tried his best to slow them down, but his senses weren't as great as Felix and the Vibernixians. Without his vision, he felt like he was playing whack-a-mole game, having no clue if he would slow down a spike's speed or his allies. The worst part? The Vibernixians could not bend reality through vibration when everything was affected by the curse of darkness. Keep shielding him up, Felix commanded while sparing some of his blood to create a protective barrier on Plix. It managed to block some of the attacks going through their formation as it was nearly impossible to predict Demeter's attacks. A small sandstorm grew into a violent storm of rocks, smashing against barriers. Just when it died out, a sinkhole appeared with a massive outstretched hand coming out of it, attempting to pull down Plix. They also managed to stop it, but these were mere examples of the never-ending barrage of unexpected attacks. Hell, some mercenaries had already perished, leaving behind them agonizing screams, which made the rest more nervous than ever. Who could blame them? They had no idea how they perished. It will be easier without the darkness curse, but if it wasn't for it, Eris and Uranus would have already appeared here. Lord Marduk remarked with a solemn tone as he listened to the ongoing chaos. Shit, 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 I don't want to die, not like this. Shit, come on, I can do it. Meanwhile, Plix had completely given up on his protection and placed it in the hands of his allies, focusing solely on the exit. Plix, what the hell is taking you so long? Dankin cursed impatiently while blasting a vibrational wave at an incoming boulder. Shut up and let me focus. It's not easy. That bitch has somehow made knots out of fucking the spatial fluctuations. It's nuts. Plix cursed back, his hands moving in complex patterns that altered the portal's spatial fluctuations. When a portal tapped into the fabric of spacetime to create a pathway between 2 points, it relied on the stability and consistency of spatial properties to maintain a fixed destination. What Eris had done was alter those fluctuations to a predetermined destination, leading to a different location that aligned with the new spatial configuration influenced by these fluctuations. If this was it, Plix wouldn't have been sweating this hard as he could easily restore the fluctuations to their previous state and solve the problem. Eris was too smart to let her work get easily undone. She used her chaotic laws to make knots out of those fluctuations without jeopardizing the result, which was harder than it sounded. Right now, Plix was trying his best to open up those knots while keeping the portal stable, knowing that a single mistake might result in the portal breaking apart. On the other side of the coin, Demeter gathered her strength for another assault. With a forceful stomp, she caused the very tiles of the floor to break out, transforming into a wave of jagged rocks that rolled toward the group like a miniature landslide. Brace! Commander Bia shouted, reinforcing the vibrational shield as the rocky wave crashed against it. Felix, seeing the strain on their defenses, knew they needed a change of plans. Protect yourselves. Without an ounce of hesitation, He slapped his hand on the ground and released a wave of crimson evil energy around the portal. The evil energy spread across the ground, the destroyed bookshelves, the books, and whatever else was in its vicinity. TSK, what an irritating energy. Demeter frowned in displeasure from the depths of the library after sensing her control over the ground waning bit by bit. Still, she wasn't too fazed. I guess I am left with no other option. With a deep breath, Demeter called upon the elemental energy she brought with her into the realm. Then, she infused it with resplendent energy and released it into the surface as a massive, powerful golden sandstorm. As she unleashed the storm, it roared to life with a sound like 1,000 blades, swirling around Felix and his party. Felix realized the true terror of the sandstorm after sensing its origin to be elemental energy, making him shout again, "Defend yourselves!" Everyone used their strongest shields, but the empowered sand grains sliced through their defenses like countless tiny swords, each grain cutting with the force of a well-aimed strike. The team faltered under the onslaught. Some had their clothes and skin scored with countless cuts, while some were barely affected. They were Kronos and Felix. Kronos used his temporal abilities on himself, while Felix tapped at last into the reserve of his celestial flames. He covered himself and Plix in white flames while making sure that it wouldn't touch him. As for Commander Bia, she was able to take care of herself. Alas, the sandstorm was a mere distraction. Whoosh! While everyone was fighting for their lives against the divine sandstorm in pitch darkness, Demeter manifested from the sand particles right behind Plix, bypassing everyone's senses. Everyone but one. Demeter! Felix swiftly manifested a sword out of his celestial white flames and slashed it at Demeter's back. Demeter felt the incoming danger, but she was already prepared against such retaliation, protecting herself with a barrier of radiant divinity. While she knew that it wouldn't be able to protect her fully from the celestial flames, she didn't care, understanding that she wouldn't die from it. At this moment, it was enough. Your time has come. Without bothering to glance in Felix's direction, Demeter punched a hole through Plix's back with a fist infused with every ounce of divinity she brought with her. The white flame shield was powerful, but Felix didn't invest much in it, desiring to save up the bits of celestial energy within him for later. On one side, we have someone who went all in, and on the other, we have Felix deciding to be stingy with his celestial energy at such a key moment. The results were clear. Gazing at the divine fist piercing through his chest, Plix's brain short-circuited momentarily. His unbreakable focus on solving the spatial puzzle shattered in an instant at the realization that his life was over. Slowly, he turned his head to gaze at his assailant, just to witness Demeter getting smashed in the back by a blinding white sword in this infinite pool of darkness. Yet he ignored them. When his unfocused eyes landed on Kronos, the only one surviving in his mercenary squad, a tint of regret registered in his eyes. Why have I joined this mission? Before his regret could settle in his mind, his eyes landed on Commander Bia, who was trying her best to survive the sandstorm. It's her fault. If she didn't hide the truth from us, we wouldn't have joined this suicidal mission. A maddening fury was ignited in Plix's eyes as memories of his squad surfaced in his mind, showing him all the good times they had, all the adventures they went through for millions of years, if not more. All of that was stolen by Commander Bia. It's her fault. With the last bit of life he had in him, Plix swung his hand through the spatial fluctuation, which had half of them still knotted up. His hand cut through them akin to a blade in one wave. If I die, no one deserves to live after this. This was the last thought that coursed through his mind as he watched the spatial variations within the portal get agitated from the touch region and disperse out across the entire portal. Before anyone could react or comprehend what happened, the gateway suddenly devoured Plix, Felix, and Demeter in the blink of an eye. Whoosh! Then, it exploded into a gaping spatial hole with the sucking power of a black hole, dragging within it everything and anything in sight. New! Dankin screamed with a mortified expression as his entire body got snatched by the portal before he could use his phasing ability. The same fate happened to Commander Bia and Sarah. Merging with the chaos of books, rubble, and wood, until only their dreadful eyes were seen. Whoosh! Whoosh! Ah! New! What the hell is this? Meanwhile, Tempest Vey, Virona, and the other squads spread out in the library weren't spared either. The portal's sucking power was immense to the point the library's walls and glass ceilings started coming off and rushing to join the massive queue of rubble. However, some of those squads had enough time to use their abilities and save themselves. While they could see absolutely nothing, none of them wanted to meet what was pulling them. The chronowalkers froze themselves in time. The Corkling's existence was correspondent to the light source. Thus, the moment they were hit with the darkness curse, their entire existence ceased to exist. The nanite swarm ended up breaking into their wasp-like forms due to the pressure and got caught by the flying mess. Their parasitic leader was the only one who survived the pulling force. He was still operating the plankton's body, giving him spatial powers. Unfortunately, he couldn't save his people. As for Chaosians, they had already ditched the library and were still running for their lives, wanting to avoid Eris at all costs. Speaking about Eris, her chains disappeared the moment the portal went rogue. While the others avoided the pulling force, Eris blinked above it and extended her arm in its direction. Then, she commanded calmly, "Order restoration." The moment the words left her mouth, the same celestial chains emerged and tightened their grip on her waist until her curves showed. Uncaring about the hellish pain assaulting her mind and body, Eris watched the broken portal regain its equilibrium. The all-consuming pulling force disappeared in the blink of an eye, causing everything and everyone to escape from its monstrous gravitational pull. Thud! 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 The rubble fell down to the ground with a heavy noise, creating a massive dust cloud across the library. "It's over. We are saved. I want to go home." Sob, sob. "I didn't sign for any of this." The rescued squads kept looking right and left after landing on the ground, their eyes failing to see anything around them. One thing was for certain though, everyone was absolutely scared shitless. They were just searching for treasures before a fighting noise broke out and was followed by eternal darkness. Just when they thought that was it, they almost got snatched into the back room. It was even more saddening to realize that despite having a map, their journey across the tower was still not safe. In fact, it was more dangerous than their last attempts. Uranus ignored the cries of the trapped natives and grouped up with Eris near the portal. When he saw her form tangled in chains again, he couldn't help but check on her first. "You good?" He knew that if she hadn't done it, the portal would have been destroyed with the floor. They would have needed to wait days to months again until everything got restored to normal by the tower. "It's manageable," Eris replied calmly, but the little wrinkle between her eyebrows told a different story. "Now, can you fucking tell me how did this happen?" Uranus returned to his pissed-off persona in an instant. "Didn't you see?" Eris responded. "The little plankton has decided to kill everyone with him by destroying the spatial fluctuation, making the portal extremely unstable. How the hell can you be so calm?" Uranus smashed a nearby boulder into smithereens. "Going through an unstable portal in the tower is nothing short but a death sentence." While Uranus wanted Felix dead and couldn't really care much about Demeter's well-being, this news still enraged him. His reaction was understandable when considering that Felix possessed Asna's core with a bunch of other Unijin cores. He wanted him dead, but also to complete the main mission and retrieve Asna's core. After all, without Asna's core, he could forget about his freedom. "I have managed to restore order to the portal amidst their journey," Eris remarked calmly. "It might have helped them get thrown to other floors." Upon hearing this, Uranus' anger was pacified a bit. He thought that Eris rushed in to save the floor from a reset, but in reality, she sought to save Felix and Demeter from getting thrown into the void. In this case, the void mentioned was in the tower instead of the known void in the quantum realm. There wasn't just one void. There were many of them spread out across the entire tower, each possessing their own floor. Some had theorized that those voids were utilized to have thriving unique floors too, but they were erased by the tower for some reason. Whatever it was, there were no exits or even entrances to it. The moment someone entered it, They were proclaimed dead since portal creation was impossible under the tower's authority. Not even Felix or Demeter could escape it easily since they would not be able to enlarge themselves and return to the matter universe. There is only one way to find out if I succeeded or not. Eris gave a slight head nod at Uranus, and he understood what she meant. Without further ado, he reached out to the dormant wisp of consciousness in Demeter's mind and activated it. Eris had done the same, allowing them to manifest in Demeter's consciousness space. The moment they gazed above their heads, their expressions turned for the worse at the sight of Demeter and Felix at a standoff in an infinite expanse of nothingness. It turned out, Eris' attempt to help them stay on the light side of the tower possessed failed. They were thrown both to the same void. How did this happen? Uranus murmured, not feeling too good about this. If it was him against Felix, he would have rejoiced. But it was Demeter. She barely had 10% of her true powers in the quantum realm. She had even wasted most of her divinities to break past Felix's white shield on Plix. While Felix's strength was no better, he possessed something that every Unijin dreaded, the devouring monster of Asna's core. He must have attached himself to her during their spatial journey, Eris replied. This was exactly what happened as the moment Felix sensed his soul being snatched by the portal. He utilized the celestial white flames of his sword to remain attached to Demeter. In simpler terms, he didn't pull out his sword from her back. Guys, I need you to get me out of here, Demeter beseeched. Her usual composure and sternness was nowhere to be seen. No one could blame her. Felix was gazing at her akin to a free meal while holding onto a blood hammer in one hand and a blood axe in the other. This wasn't all. His old appearance possessed returned. His hair shifted from vibrant luminous green to a wavy crimson, flowing like liquid blood around his shoulders and down his back. His eyes, once a pupil-less green, now burned a deep, fiery red, their gaze intense and demonic. But it was his chest that drew immediate attention as it was adorned with intricate tattoos representing the 7 deadly sins, each mark pulsing with intense evil energy. Come out. With one cold command, the 7 deadly dragonic tails emerged out of the tattoos with resounding roars, seemingly rejoicing in their freedom at last. The moment they were done, their piercing bestial eyes locked onto Demeter, adding another wave of apprehension to her heart. To be trapped with a Unijin was one thing. To be trapped with the Paragon of Sins was another. But to be trapped with the Paragon who possessed the capability to devour cores and extinguish a Unijin's life once and for all? How could Demeter's heart not be restless? How could she not feel like she was trapped with the Grim Reaper? How could she not beg for help? Eris, don't forsake me. I implore you. Demeter pleaded again as she steeled her emotions and entered a battle stance, planning to put everything on the line for her life. She knew that if there was one person capable of rescuing her from the void, it was Eris. Alas, Felix was also planning to do the same for a simple reason. You are my ticket out of here, he uttered emotionlessly as he placed his axe on his shoulder. Start praying, because you ain't surviving this. Let's see how the earth fares in void. Felix snarled, his red eyes blazing. Without an ounce of hesitation, he lunged towards Demeter with both weapons pulled behind him. Demeter knew that she could no longer hold anything back as she sensed Felix's murderous intent, making her understand that he sought after her core. As he closed the distance, she extended her hand, finally summoning her divine weapon. From within, a breathtaking massive lance appeared. Its slender, silver form gleamed with an ethereal light in this infinite darkness. It had intricate engravings running along its long length. Unfazed, Felix swung his blood axe down in a powerful arc, aiming to cleave Demeter in two. Simultaneously, he raised the blood hammer, preparing to strike with overwhelming force. But Demeter was no pushover. She tightened her grasp on her divine lance, and in one motion, she thrust it forward at Felix's chest, ignoring his attacks. The moment Felix's weapons were able to slash at her, she bellowed, "Release!" The lance opened up into an umbrella and released a powerful, forceful shockwave around it. which landed on Felix and his weapons. Boom boom. The shockwave shattered Felix's weapons into crimson droplets in an instant while his momentum faltered at once. Before he could react, Demeter closed its lance and redirected its tip towards his forehead, going for the insta-kill. Whoosh! Unfazed, Felix phased out of existence after the lance was a mere inch from his forehead, causing it to go through him unhindered. Then, he swiftly moved his head to the side and turned back his body's vibrations to the same plane, making it seem like he blinked back to existence. "You thought I haven't done my research on you?" Felix uttered coldly as he caught the lance from the middle. Felix was already informed about many details related to Demeter, from her strengths, weaknesses, divine weapon, fighting style, and more. In the case of her divine weapon, it was a unique piece of equipment in its own right. While Apollo's lyre/bow specialized in mental battles, Hephaestus' divine hammer in destruction, Demeter's lance was an all-rounder weapon. It could open up and be used as a shield or remain closed and serve its original purpose. Yet, its most unique aspect was its ability to absorb force through its tip and release it as a shockwave or whatever Demeter decided. However, one of its weaknesses was its superconductivity to electricity. Thus, just as Demeter was about to pull it away, Felix's hand shimmered with electrical discharges, causing his hand to remain affixed to the metallic surface of the weapon. This wasn't all. As the electricity coursed through the weapon into Demeter's body, it forced her to keep her hands on it. The moment Felix got linked directly to Demeter's electrical signals, he sent a system shutdown command, desiring to turn off her brain. While he could only utilize the electrical discharges his body manifested naturally, he was forced to improvise and come up with ways to make use of them. Unfortunately, Demeter was always prepared for Felix's lightning-based laws the moment she found out about them. Thus, before the electrical command could take hold of her, she doubled down on her control over her mind, seemingly taking manual control. This made her negate the command easily by overriding it manually. Normal humans could not imagine such a thing, as it was impossible for them to control the tasks of a single organ. TSK. Felix wasn't too disappointed by his failure, as he was already anticipating it. Instead, he geared for the next assault. Roar! 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 The 7 dragonic heads moved in an instant with jaws wide open at Demeter, attempting to bite massive chunks off her hardened skin. Demeter's eyes turned solemn as she transformed her skin into the hardest known surface in the universe. She might not be able to control quantum energy, and her elemental energy was limited. After shrinking it with her, she could still control her own body. Cling! 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 Upon impact, the dragonic head's sharp teeth failed to leave a single trace of her flesh, biting her with everything they had, but to no avail. It was like they were biting into an unbreakable piece of material. Just as Felix wanted to double down on his offense, Demeter broke past the electrical discharge forcefully and let go of her weapon. Then, with a cold gaze, she ordered, "Mountain's Wrath." The divine lance opened up slightly to make a mountain's peak, causing Felix to let go quickly. However, he was still a tad bit late. Whoosh! Whoosh! The lance spun on its axis and released thousands of shaped blades in every possible direction. If Felix tried to phase out again, he knew that his entry point would get him hurt beyond measure. Unlike Uranus or other veteran vibration controllers, he wasn't able to maintain his phasing for more than an instant. Dragonic armor! The 7 dragonic tails attached themselves to Felix, causing his body to be wrapped by vibrant and colorful scales, each embedded with a dragonic eye. This was the same armor he used against the 3rd ruler, Ammonius Ra, providing him with unparalleled protection and a sensory network that extended beyond the physical. Cling, cling, cling. It might not be as great as the last time he used it due to the massive difference in strength, but still, the emergence of the dragonic armor helped Felix block and avoid the rain of divine blades. As he was under its assault, Demeter took a step back and extended her arm at him. Her eyes never left Felix's face. "I just need to keep you away until Eris finds me. Then, it's a game over for you." The moment the words left her lips, her extended arm turned into a pitch-black lance manifested out of sand grains. She empowered it with the bits of resplendent divinity in her possession. Without hesitation, she threw the lance in Felix's direction, knowing that it would be extremely difficult for him to avoid it in his current condition. "That's it, Demeter, you have him." Uranus' eyes lit up at the sight of Demeter pressuring Felix. Alas, before his confidence in Demeter's chances to defeat Felix could rise, Felix shattered it with a single move. Celestial Blood Wall. An illuminating dark red shield manifested in front of the flying dark lance and blocked its advances in an instant. The overbearing spear blew into fragments even when it was enhanced by resplendent divinity. Shit. He is using his celestial energy to enhance his abilities. Demeter's expression turned slightly for the worse. How much does he still have? What terrified her the most was Felix's pool of celestial energy, as she had no clue how much he brought with him. While she understood that the same amount he had on the surface didn't represent what he brought with him. Still, in this kind of battle, where both parties were heavily limited, some celestial energy was enough to turn the table around. "Eris, don't take too long." Demeter sought reassurance but got nothing besides silence. Eris kept spectating their battle without much of an expression. Demeter was a bit scared by her silence, but all she could do was focus on blocking Felix's attempts to get a hold of her. "Be honest. Can you get to her?" Uranus narrowed his eyes at Eris. He refrained from saying anything before since he expected Eris to have a plan in mind as always. But her peculiar silence gave birth to some doubts. "I can't see it." Eris paused. "I can't see a way out for her." "Are you messing with me?" Uranus' expression turned cold instantly. "How can you not find a way to enter their void? Isn't your job to turn the impossible into possible?" "Not when my powers are sealed." Eris shook her head. "The only way to rescue her is to analyze the whole data of the portal's previous exits. Since we don't see the other members of the Paragon squad in the void, it means that they got thrown somewhere random too. This will add more locations to search. If I had my complete strength and no chains to bother with, I could find out the locations and modify the portal to take us to them one by one. Given there is a relay point on the other side. But now, the pain will affect my focus for such an intricate process. Just like Plix, Eris had to be careful when dealing with spatial fluctuation since one mistake might cause the portal to collapse. While she had no issues pulling it off before, the celestial chains would make it nearly impossible to use any ability that required intense focus. "What do you mean? Tell it to me straight." Uranus knitted his eyebrows. Eris blinked once, and without an ounce of emotions in her tone, she uttered, "We are spectating Demeter's death." Uranus knew that it turned coming, but it yet didn't feel good. It wasn't like he cared about Demeter's well-being. He merely understood that if Demeter died, Felix would obtain her core and they would forfeit their track completely. He had no further patience for additional chase. "Demeter, no one is coming to save you," Uranus uttered coldly. "You better put your heart and soul into this fight." Upon hearing this, Demeter felt her heart sink to the bottom of her stomach, almost messing with her defenses. Cling! With another close confrontation, she pulled away from Felix and yelled in her mind, "Eris, what does he mean? The only way to save you is for us to reach the clockwork tower and get rid of our chains. Then, return to the library and modify the portal to the destination registered and connected to it." Eris replied honestly, "All of this will take a decent amount of time. Time, I don't think you have since you need to stay alive, so I can use my wisp as a connection point to open up the portal." If Demeter was thrown on a different floor with a single portal in it, Eris would need only the location's details and she could modify any portal to reach her. But, in a void where not a single ounce of spatial disturbance appeared, it was way more complicated. Even if she knew about the void's location and had a portal near her, if there was nothing inside the void that could link up with the portal, it wouldn't work. That's why she needed her wisp to remain alive, as with her chaos laws, she could turn it into a portal, bypassing the tower's rules. After all, she was turning herself into a spatial portal instead of opening one. It was the same as teleportation and phasing abilities being allowed in the tower, but no portaling abilities. It can't be. When Demeter came to this realization, All she could do was bite her lips hard, knowing that Eris had no reason to wish for her death. Thus, if she uttered this was the only way, she truly meant it. This made Demeter understand that she could no longer put her faith in Eris and Uranus to save her. I need to save myself. Demeter's gaze got colder. I am the mighty goddess of earth, the unyielding ruler of mountains. The existence of all life depends on me. How can I succumb in this unknown piece of void? I refuse it. With one desperate bellow and eyes ablaze with determination, Demeter doubled down on her attacks, throwing everything in her possession at Felix. What the hell? Felix was caught slightly off guard by Demeter's sudden change in attitude. Just earlier, she was seeking to slow down the fight and buy time for herself. In the blink of an eye, she became a glorious goddess wielding her divine lance to its absolute limitation, giving Felix a hellish time, avoiding and blocking her attacks. Thud! 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 Has she gone mad? Thor commentated with widened eyes in confusion. I also don't know. Fenrir frowned. She might be putting Felix into a difficult time, but he can survive it. In the end, she will waste everything she has and give him the chance to devour her core quite easily. The rest agreed with his assessment as they watched Demeter go absolutely barbaric on Felix, trading blow after another, creating a rare epic and impactful battle scene between two Unigens. Something changed, Felix remarked while ducking his head to avoid Demeter's arm that turned into a green sand chain. For her to act like this, it's clear that her partners have given up on her and made her understand it. Felix narrowed his eyes. In other words, they failed to find a way to enter the void. Shit, this means she will. Before Felix finished his thought, Demeter's voice rang out, resonating through the void. By the laws of earth and stone, I command you to petrify. Damn it! Felix's expression turned for the worse after noticing his dragonic armored feet starting to petrify into stone. He swiftly released his evil energy on it, desiring to corrupt and slow down the petrification. Alas, his evil energy was way too inefficient, making him understand that he would be turned into a statue entirely if he didn't change his approach. Celestial black flames. Devour it! The tattoos on his chest glowed fiercely, igniting with black celestial flames before bursting forth and covering his entire body. The flames surged forth, dancing across his body, fighting back against the creeping stone. Arg! Meanwhile, Demeter felt a sudden surge of pain ripple through her extended arm. Glancing down, she saw a celestial golden chain appear out of nowhere and coil around her wrist, its links biting into her flesh. Gritting her teeth, she turned her attention back to Felix, focusing her willpower on the petrification command. But more chains appeared, slithering from the darkness like serpents, wrapping around Demeter's arms, legs, and torso. Erherf, I ain't letting go. Each link dug into her skin, sparks of pain shooting through her body, but she refused to relent. She wasn't too surprised by the chain's quick emergence, as her attack was geared to petrify a Unigen's existence into a stone. This was her final and most powerful attack that could take down any Unigen if they weren't equipped with enough celestial energy to block it. Since she was literally abusing her laws to get rid of a peer, the universe would not stay silent. Meanwhile, Felix was still struggling to stop the petrification with his black flames. While it proved useful opposing it, it merely slowed it down. Demeter's command was an order to the laws of the universe, an order that could be stopped by only the universe or those sharing equal authority with it. In this case, it was Demeter herself as the goddess of earth and stone. Even when her body was racked with pain, her energy waning rapidly, her breath coming in as ragged grasps due to the chains tightening around her, she still refused to stop the petrification. I will not let you prevail. I will be saved. If I fell in slumber, I will be saved, she growled, her voice tinged with desperation. The only thing keeping her sane was the sight of Felix's body, continuing to get encased in stone, even with his celestial black flames roaring furiously to consume it. She knew that if she fell into slumber while Felix was petrified, Eris Wisp would remain alive and she could carry with her help regardless of how much time it needed. It was her last desperate Hail Mary. Right now, Felix's vision was narrowing as his head was half encased. Leaving behind only his right eye and the upper top, Felix gave up on the rest of his body and summoned whatever he had of celestial black flames on the upper side, making it burn the edges of the stoning process around it furiously. As he gazed murderously and with a bit of dread at Demeter, who was shackled by more than 18 chains now, he couldn't help but roar telepathically, "Demeter!" Demeter's consciousness was already on the verge of slipping away. His scream sounded akin to a faint sea wave over the distance. "I can do it. Cling, cling, cling." More chains were added. Some even pierced right through her, seemingly telling her that the universe was getting angrier at her resistance. Cough. "I can do it. Cling, cling. PSSS, PSSS." As more chains kept piercing through her body, her grip on the petrification command slipped, and she felt the weight of exhaustion pulling her down. With the divine light of the chains around her, she managed to see Felix's condition even with a blurry vision. What came into her vision was Felix's unyielding bloodshot eye, burning with a pillar of black flames, reaching hundreds of meters above him. It was the last thing not encased in stone. PSSSS. With a final chain piercing through her chest, Demeter's body went limp, the chains pulling her down and tightening their grasp. Her eyes fluttered shut, her consciousness slumping into the darkness as the universe's will forced her into a deep slumber. She wasn't fighting opposing Felix's will but against the will of the universe. Meanwhile, Felix was still encased in stone. His burning eye was the only thing keeping him alive. As he gazed at Demeter's floating chained-up body, he couldn't help but feel dread and a bit of awe at the number of chains shackling her. 28 celestial chains. How can someone have such a strong will to fight off opposing the pain of this many chains? Candace murmured in awe, not forgetting how Felix almost got ended by 12 chains. While both situations were vastly different, she still took double the number while awake. "That is the indomitable will of a mountain," Lilith remarked calmly. "Gaze at it, revere it, for none of you can fathom what she has just gone through." "The indomitable will of a mountain," Felix murmured as he floated slowly towards Demeter. He was still petrified in stone, but he no longer needed to keep wasting his black flames on his eye after the process ended. Understanding that Uranus and Eris must have left wisps within Demeter's mind made him prioritize getting rid of them. When he reached Demeter's chained-up body, he gave her one last look and immediately commanded Asna's core to start the devouring process. "Paragon, hold it right there," Uranus shouted telepathically with a heated tone. To see one of his companions get devoured right before his eyes was a reflection of his own failure. It didn't sit well with him at all. Alas, Felix had no reason to care about his emotions. "Make me!" Felix mocked him with a faint snicker as he watched Asna's core merge with Demeter's core. Before Uranus or Eris could say anything, the process was instantly finalized. Without a Unigin to resist Asna's core, Unigin's cores seemed more welcoming to the consideration of becoming one with it. After the process finished, Felix was given the authority to shut down her consciousness for eternity. Instead, he brought his eye closer to Demeter's face until it was the only thing shown in her consciousness space's sky. Just like an ominous blood moon cast above their heads, Eris and Uranus bathed under the crimson light of Felix's eye. "Don't leave the tower," Felix declared with an emotionless tone. "You're next in line." His threatening deep voice resounded once in the Demeter's consciousness space before everything came crashing down on Eris and Uranus. The consciousness ocean went rogue while the soul barrier cracked and started falling apart above their heads. Yet, none of them moved an inch. They kept staring at Felix's retreating massive crimson eye, each having multiple thoughts coursing their minds. "Time and time again, you prove that I have made the right decision." Meanwhile, Eris cracked a faint smile for a moment before her expression turned carefree again. Maybe You are the one to find the truth out of the university. Before she could finish her sentence, the soul barrier collapsed at once, causing the consciousness ocean to wash them away. Demeter had died for the first and the last time. 1 month later, the echoing tower was engulfed in a sea of serenity at last after the last surviving squad had made out in one piece. It was none other than the squad of chronowalkers. The Chaosians managed to escape as none of them were caught up in the Unijin drama, which allowed them to jump inside the first exit point in sight. The chronowalkers' leader Tempest Vey turned his head to glance at the tower one last time. Map or no map, I am never stepping here again. Never. He gulped a mouthful and flew into the distance with his squad behind him, seemingly running from the worst possible experience in their lives. Luckily for them, the curse of darkness wasn't permanent. Otherwise, they would have been turned blind for eternity, as there was no one capable of removing it besides its owner. Meanwhile, the rest of the squads either ended up perishing on a lower floor or got caught by Eris and Uranus. Thus, they kidnapped 2 natives with them and used them as a sacrifice to pass the 70th floor. The clock on the tower had peculiar hands. Usually, there was an hour hand, a minute hand, and a second hand for a standard clock. But here, there were 9 hands. Eris expressed intrigue as she roamed inside the clockwork tower. There was nothing in it but cogs, and small rooms with miniature clocks on the doors. It's too risky. Don't forget about the clockwork's engineer. Eris shook her head. We can't get caught inside the rooms at the same time. Otherwise, he will disrupt with the chosen period and we will have no idea about it. The clockwork tower wasn't without any dangers. On this floor, everyone could enter and leave the clockwork tower without limitations or conditions. They were also allowed to manipulate time to their advantage in one of those rooms. There was no need to explain why that would suck for them. Even if one of us stayed behind, we can't do anything to stop him. Uranus responded calmly. He isn't just immune to all laws. He is also moving through the fabric of time alone, making it near impossible to catch him. With law's immunity and movement through the fabric of time, even Eris would be hopeless against him. Especially now that her powers were sealed. Still, I prefer if one of us guarded the door, Eris replied. We can alert each other and leave before we get caught in a temporal whirlpool. I guess that works. Uranus wasn't in the mood for needless arguments and agreed at once. Ever since their failure to capture Felix on the silent library floor, his mood was always in the gutter. While they had eliminated Apollo and had his ex-wife thrown into the unknown, he didn't feel victorious at all. He already knew that Light Apollo had no core in him, which was the reason that pushed him to abuse his laws in the first place. If he had his core and was genuinely gunning to kill him through matter execution, the universe wouldn't have been too lenient with its punishment. He would have gotten 20 chains plus, just like Demeter. As for his ex-wife, she was nothing but a bug that needed to be crushed to teach her a lesson for standing up against him. Felix, only Felix mattered in his eyes, and his failure to catch him multiple times would never set well in his heart. After you regain your power, is there any way to catch him in the void? Uranus inquired with a sinister tone. In his current form, he will be akin to a lamb to the slaughter. Unfortunately, no. Eris shook her head before gazing through a glass window. The only way for him to leave the void is to wait patiently for 12 million years until his chains are cut off. He will go insane before he gets freed from his chains. If he was commanding just one law, his personality would be more in tune with one emotion or two at most, which was easily controllable like Artemis or Demeter. But when a bunch of laws were mixed in, that's when hell broke loose. Apollo and Lilith were another example. Apollo separated his light-hearted personality and pessimistic dark personality into 2 characters. Lilith had separated her personality into 7 characters, switching between them wherever she liked. Even she couldn't maintain a balance between such conflicting personalities related to the sin laws. Felix's situation was worse than theirs. He will figure it out, he always does, Eris remarked calmly. Huh, you have quite a bit of faith in him. Uranus sneered. It's not faith, it's absolute confidence. Eris responded without bothering to turn her head. You should start thinking in the same frequency as me. You have lost twice to him already. It's best not to act smug unless you defeat him. Uranus got irritated but refrained from talking back. He knew that it wasn't befitting to talk shit anymore about Felix unless he delivered. Also, it's not guaranteed that he will stay in the tower. Eris noted casually. If he broke the chains, there is a good chance he will use a wish to leave the tower by sacrificing Demeter's core. So, that's why he said she was his ticket out of the void? Will he dare? Uranus raised an eyebrow in surprise. He believed Felix would ascend with Demeter's core instead of wasting it on another option. It was simply unimaginable to use a Unigen's core as a price for a wish. It's the only viable alternative to secure his escape. With his intelligence, he will easily figure out that we will put our eyes across the entire tower. Eris clarified. In other words, if he decided to abuse his laws and wished to teleport to any floor, he wouldn't make it far with the new punishment. Indeed, he could wish to teleport to the 20th floor and use its advantages to get rid of the new chains easily. Uranus frowned. But he will know we are camping on the 20th floor. If he has chosen another floor, he has more or less signed his death. This analysis made Uranus understand that there was a high chance of Felix fooling them about remaining in the tower to waste their time. While in reality, he wouldn't hesitate to sacrifice Demeter's core and leave the tower's premises. With no more chains to hold him back, he could go meet up with Apollo's dark side or ditch him completely and hide within his void domain. They were already struggling to catch him. He didn't dare to imagine what would happen to them if they dared to step inside his domain with his peak strength. Then aren't we fucked? Uranus clenched his fist in anger, his emotions turning chaotic again. In his eyes, if he was in Felix's place, he wouldn't hesitate to ditch Apollo and return to the matter universe. It's not conclusive yet. Eris grinned as she turned the door's clock hands clockwise. What do you mean? Knowing his ambitious goal, his story in the echoing tower is far from over. Without any clarifications given, Eris stepped inside the dark room, leaving behind one last remark. Knock on the door when the engineer arrives. Meanwhile, in the empty stretch of the void, Felix's petrified form drifted peacefully. His body was still encased in thick, stone-like layers, his limbs and torso rendered immobile. However, a crimson mist hovered around his statue-like figure, seemingly chipping away at the damage done by the petrification slowly, but surely. Felix had his soul unpetrified eye closed, putting his body into a deep slumber while he was hanging around with the tenants inside his consciousness space. He had already gotten accustomed to the idea of spending 12 million years in the void weeks ago, though it was quite easy to accept it when he had a town of people inside his mind. Felix was actually experiencing the first moment of peace ever since he had entered the quantum realm, knowing that in this void, he was unreachable, untouchable, and completely safe, though he was still indecisive about his next move. Right now, he was seated at the central table with the majority of the tenants. Even cows decided to come out of his hiding and join the discussion. While they were giving their own input on the current situation, they were playing a game of poker to pass the time. I suggest you leave at the first opportunity, Elder Kraken said as he folded his cards. You can always return to the quantum realm and meet with Apollo. Plus, you still have his wisp dormant. You can wake him up and come up with a better meeting point. Most of the tenants nodded in approval. You have no more reason to entertain the Unigen's chase and should return to the void realm. Thor added. Also, you have to check on Asna quickly before she wakes up. Indeed, spending 12 million years in this void might have a decent time difference, but it is still better to carry on with your original plan as fast as possible. Jormungandr nodded in agreement. Asna. Felix's expression softened a bit after their conversation returned to the love of his life. He never forgot his original goal of saving Asna, and he had yet to complete what he started. At the moment, he was certain that barely an hour or even half of it had passed in the matter universe ever since he stepped into the quantum realm. Although many life-changing experiences happened to him in the span of one person seated in the toilet with his phone, he was still worried that Asna might wake up at any instant. If she did, his entire plan and efforts would go down the gutter. Asna won't be waking up anytime soon. She suffered from a heavy backlash. Lady Sphinx mentioned, unless the three rulers woke her up, but they have no benefits in doing so. Even so, it's better to leave the tower. Agreed. With this much time in Eris and Uranus' hands, it will be near impossible to escape from the tower without using a wish. Plus, Demeter's core has been sealed by 28 chains. This means if you decide to risk it and ascend with it, you will be inheriting her punishment. Thor noted with a solemn tone. 28 chains was equal to 28 million years. Felix had barely accepted the notion of spending 12 million years in solitude. He refused to think about Demeter's punishment. If Asna's chances of waking up are slim after you finish your punishment, they will be guaranteed if you decide to add Demeter's punishment. Felix went silent, gazing into his cards absent-mindedly. He was holding into a considerable crappy hand for a while now, and he had yet to fold. The majority are favoring ditching the tower and returning to the matter universe. It's for a good reason. Felix tapped his finger on the table thoughtfully. Everything that was brought out in the conversation had painted the departure option as the most logical one. However, deep down, Felix felt like something was missing. He was uncomfortable making this decision. His guts told him this was one of the unredeemable mistakes. He would never forgive himself if he made it. He knew exactly why. The Stone of Reality, a treasure like no other, a treasure desired by even the three rulers, a treasure that eluded the strongest Unigens. Felix narrowed his eyes. How could I turn my back on such a treasure? How could I defeat the three rulers and save Asna with my current level of improvement? How could I reach that level when I am contemplating running away from two Unigens? To deal with monsters, you have to be a monster too. Felix continued gazing at his shitty hand. Monsters are not born in peaceful times or by making the safest decisions. They are born out of desperation and the pits of despair. Felix's gaze turned colder and more menacing. Only the people who crawl out of those pits have the right to fear none and face all. This void, this punishment, this tower, and this damn chase. Those are my pits, and I will crawl out of them and stand before the three rulers again. This time, I won't yield. Before anyone could react to the sudden shift in Felix's aura, he pushed all of his coins in and uttered with a tint of madness in his tone, I am all in. While most of the tenants were left puzzled, a faint knowing smirk emerged on Lilith's glossy lips. She was sunbathing near the pool, as always, with sunglasses on and a bewitching two-piece suit. I wonder if he can handle the truth, his truth when he makes contact with the Stone of Reality. If he can't, will another sigh. She soon broke into a light chuckle while lowering her sunglasses back. I am getting ahead of myself. He might not even be shown the full picture. I just have to wait for the curtains to fall, I guess. 12 million years later, more or less, in the void of time, where seconds stretched into millennia and the emptiness of space flowed like an unending river, Felix and his tenants rested in a state of deep slumber. Having company was great and all, but still, neither Felix nor the tenants had any plans to stay awake for 12 million years, doing nothing but playing games. While the tenants wouldn't really mind it much, it was fatal for Felix. Spending that much time unfocused on one's goal and in complete leisure would extinguish his hunger for improvement and the flames of revenge in his heart. A deep slumber was a must to act as a reset between now and the future. Plus, he needed it to reduce the effects on his personality by his multiple laws. If there was one thing Felix dreaded from this slumber, was waking up to find himself a completely different person. Alas, he could do nothing but wish for the best. Thus, after Felix spent a couple of decades at most hanging around and planning ahead for his future, he turned off the light. Since the heart of the consciousness space was Felix, the moment he decided to sleep, the majority joined him in his decision. To keep an eye on Lilith while he was asleep, he left his wisp awake, but in a deep meditation which made it impossible to sense the passage of time. After all, he still didn't trust Lilith, even though she fed him all sorts of knowledge she had about the first floor and the Stone of Reality. It's about time. Lilith yawned lazily as she glanced at the sky, noticing the emergence of a golden light in the void. The golden light released from the celestial chains that had bound Felix for 12 million years. The moment it emerged, it tightened around his body, constricting his limbs and torso until the links dug into his flesh, their celestial glow intensifying. This jolt of pressure sent a shockwave through Felix's consciousness, tearing him from his deep sleep. His eyes snapped open, crimson irises blazing in the darkness. His vision was sharp and alert. As the embodiment of sloth sin, he was the one deciding whether to wake up muddled or as sharp as a needle. Wake up! Felix's voice rang out through the consciousness space where his tenants rested. Unlike him, the primogenitors felt like their minds were filled with sludge after waking up. One by one, they gathered in the town's plaza. Some were wearing comfortable pajamas, some were half-nude, and some had chosen to sleep in their bestial appearance. Without needing to ask Felix anything, the golden light cast from the heavens above caught their attention. The chains? They are going away. Candace clapped her hands excitedly while wearing cute kitten pajamas, seemingly retiring from her days of being a sexy succubus. Indeed, the chains began to crack and shatter, their links breaking apart into brightness particles without Felix needing to do anything. At least the universe is punctual. Thor yawned while scratching his ass. I can feel it, the strength, the control over the laws. It's back. As the chains vanished, Felix felt a surge of power flood through him. Because of force being standardized across the realm, he couldn't really feel his peak strength. Still, he lifted his hand, his crimson eyes narrowing as he gazed at his clenched fist, sensing that he could dominate the universe again with a mere fist. It seemed like his 7 dragonic tails agreed with him as the tattoos on his arms and chest glowed vividly, the markings of the 7 deadly animals roaring in ink. Congratulations, little paragon. Lilith chuckled. You have successfully survived your first universal punishment. With all the shit Felix had gone through after his powers were sealed. Shit, calling him a survivor was letting him down gently. Survive, huh? It's a fitting term. Felix's gaze turned more frigid. But, no more. I refuse to label myself as a survivor anymore. Then it's time to reclaim what's yours, Lord Shiva uttered. Shut it. Don't tell me what to do. Felix retorted with an authoritative voice during cracking his stiff neck back and forth. Lord Shiva and the tenants were left stunned by such a disrespectful remark, gazing at Felix's expressionless face with a hint of disbelief. They had seen Felix do many things, but he had never disrespected any of them once, even when he had reached his current godly level. Being overly stronger than them never made Felix treat them like shit or that they were below them. He was still respecting their opinions and teachings, considering them as his masters and elders. That was his character and one of the reasons why he came this far. Yet, he didn't appear to realize what he said. What's the matter? Felix switched to his wisp and gazed at them with a regal aura that demanded respect. Most people remained silent, fearing Felix's harsh response if anyone spoke up. This feeling didn't affect his masters. Felix, how do you feel? Lady Sphinx questioned with a deep frown during walking around him, seemingly studying him. Can you stop? Felix narrowed at her irritatedly. I don't like your gaze. I am not your lab rat. Felix. Jormungandr gave him a stern look. Aren't you hearing yourself? Hearing what? Felix narrowed his eyes in confusion. What's wrong with everyone? You really don't see your character change? Marvelous. Lady Sphinx wasn't bothered by Felix's disrespect. As a veteran researcher, such emotions had no place in her heart. Don't waste your time with him. Lilith appeared suddenly on the plaza, sitting on the fountain's edge with an apple in hand, and a see-through robe, hiding almost nothing out of her swimsuit. Her appearance caused 2 conflicting emotions to rise and overwhelm Felix's emotional state. Lust/wrath. He lusted after her, but at the same time, he couldn't forget what she had done to him. Just the thought of it caused his blood to boil. Easy there, little cutie. Lilith winked at him seductively. We can play later. Can you handle me? Felix's eyes turned pink for a moment before becoming red again. Bitch, what are you performing to me? This time, Felix felt the peculiar changes within him and how it was extremely difficult to control them. Haha, how fun. Seeing someone else go through it. Lilith giggled with an unbothered expression. When she saw that no one was laughing with her and was giving her icy glares, she clicked her tongue in criticism. One can't have fun anymore. She waved her hand, switching her outfit to a modest one, knowing that Felix was in a sensitive state now. If he felt like his lust was taking control over him, this might trigger his wrath and pride, which in turn could result in him attacking Lilith. She had no interest in turning matters physical. If it was possible to see through our behavior and figure out what's wrong with it, most Unigens wouldn't have struggled with our personalities and emotions, Lilith said casually during biting her apple. Lilith waved her finger and a spiritual mirror appeared before Felix, showing how he was behaving now and before to put it in perspective. The moment Felix saw how he treated his master, Lord Shiva, and even Lilith compared to how he was 12 million years ago, a chill coursed down his spine. "That's me. It can't be," he murmured. His pupils widened in shock and dread, feeling like he was watching a skinwalker. Felix already anticipated some changes to his persona after he woke up, but he always believed that he would at least be able to notice the changes. To see himself insulting his master Lady Sphinx after everything they had gone through together was something he never imagined. "Master, I am sore." "You don't have to." Lady Sphinx uninterrupted his apology. "I have heard worse. It's clear that it wasn't you." Thor nodded. "You should prioritize finding a way to contain those changes." Felix's eyes shone gold as he opened his mouth, hinting at putting Thor in his place. However, Felix closed his mouth with great difficulty and started thinking of things that relaxed him. Immediately after, a wave of peacefulness washed over him, making him feel like he was meditating under a waterfall. The golden light in his eyes was replaced with a hazy blue light. "Oh-ho? Did you tap into your water laws to tune down your pride?" Lilith chuckled. "Not bad. You are a quick learner." Hearing her condescending tone made a vein pop in Felix's neck, but he kept thinking of a happy and relaxing place, allowing his water/ice law embodiment to chill him down. A moment later, he opened his eyes again and sighed in relief with a chilling air coming out of his nose and lips. "Luckily, I have water/ice laws to cancel out the outbursts." He referred to them as outbursts since he almost had no control over them. He felt like it didn't matter who stood before him. If he dared to give him advice or tell him what to do, his pride embodiment would lash out instantly. After all, he was one of the strongest Unigens in the universe and the embodiment of pride sin. How could his persona allow him to listen to those below him? "It's useful now, but with more time passes, you won't be able to cancel out the outbursts," Lilith remarked casually. "This is nothing. You are just touching upon the changes. If you lived for billions of years like us, the only way forward is to separate and categorize your personality." The tenants nodded with solemn expressions, feeling like it would get tougher and tougher to live with Felix if nothing was done. After all, he was the paragon of sins, the worst possible kind of feelings one could have for his persona. They weren't referred to as sins for no reason. They do more harm than good for anyone. To be their embodiment, Felix would turn more evil with time until nothing matters in his life but himself. What kind of life was that? "I have 7 dragonic tails. Can I separate those feelings to each one?" Felix wondered with a serious tone. Lilith was able to separate her persona into 7 characters without having the 7 tails. In his eyes, it should be easier for him. He was correct. "You can. But there is a downside," Lilith remarked. "If you want to utilize your 7 sins, you have to do it through your dragonic heads now. Just like when I bring out my perfect clones?" Felix raised an eyebrow. "Exactly. It's not so bad." Felix wasn't too bothered. "It's a fair price to pay for my sanity." While this would force Felix to always have his dragonic tails active on duty since he needed to order them to activate the abilities he desired, he would take it any day over the new chaotic persona. Also, this was a mere temporary solution. This means you will be left with lightning, void, water, and fire-based laws. Candace said, "Fortunately, the void law has no severe emotional change since it represents nothingness." Candace said, "Lightning influences both wrath and pride mildly. So even if you placed your wrath/pride laws on the sidelines, you will still be affected by them. Thor added, though your water/ice laws will cancel out the strong personality effects of fire/magma laws. Lady Sphinx noted, you will at least not turn into Hephaestus. Indeed, if Felix sealed out the disturbance caused by his 7 sins embodiment in his tales, he could handle the rest of the laws. This is nothing but a bandage. Felix frowned. What am I going to do if I added more laws? How am I supposed to behave when my actions will be dominated by the soup of laws within me? While the solution was good, it didn't satisfy Felix fully. He understood that it would be impossible for him to take on the 3 rulers when he could not even control his own actions. There is an easy solution for this, Lilith said with a faded grin. When Felix noticed her grin, he knew he wouldn't like it. What is it? He asked, narrowing his eyes. It's simple, really. Lilith stretched her arms behind her back as she disclosed. All you have to do is ascend with Eris Core. Although he expected an insane answer, he was still left stunned. The rest of the tenants shared the same reaction as him. Interesting, Lord Marduk interjected. With Felix's laws mismatched, it gives birth to chaos within him. If he had the law of order, he could balance the chaos within him quite easily with a thought. Is that true? Candace raised an eyebrow in surprise. Why do you think Eris is always calm and unbothered? Lilith said with a hint of envy in her voice. That 4-eyed witch has always been enjoying her peace unlike us due to her laws. While the tenants nodded in understanding, Felix's eyes flashed with a green light, representing his greed taking hold of him. Eris Core. It's the solution to all my problems. I need it, no, I must have it at all cost. He thought, his eyes reflecting an unhealthy level of greed. Before it could do more damage and force him to make a move at Eris right this instant, Felix swiftly tapped into his water/ice laws again. So annoying. I can't work like this. Felix tightened his fists in irritation, feeling like he was forced to babysit his own mind. Thus, before he could carry on with the discussion, he decided to start the process of separation. It was impossible to come up with a logical plan when he was being pulled around by his emotions. Before he could ask her, Lilith helped him with the method. Just visualize the aspects of your personality affected by your sin laws. Then make a wish to detach from them. She added, don't forget to link them with your 7 dragonic tails. In her case, she had to create 7 wisps and link each one with her law embodiment through a wish. But, since Felix's 7 dragonic tails had their own souls, his situation was more straightforward. Easy enough. Felix nodded. One by one, Felix began to visualize the aspects of his personality related to wrath, pride, envy, greed, lust, gluttony, and sloth until the tenants appeared before him alone. Each law of his psyche manifested as a mist with distinct colors and auras. Then he summoned his dragonic tails. Next, Felix approached the first dragon head, representing wrath. He touched his forehead to the dragon's snout, and with a whispered wish, he transferred the core of wrath into the creature. He repeated this process with each dragonic head until Felix was completely detached from his 7 sins laws. The price wasn't too bad since Felix wasn't asking for anything outrageous. I don't feel much difference, Felix murmured as Felix closed and opened his palm. Obviously, you didn't remove those emotions completely. As I said, you just moved the representation of the laws to your dragonic heads, which meant the tenants are the ones who would feel the full brunt of your actions, Lilith explained. I see. Felix nodded in understanding. With all things considered, this wasn't a bad solution, and if Felix wanted to get rid of it completely, Felix was already given the key. Now, where have we been? Felix narrowed his eyes coldly. Eris, right? Chaos and order laws are extremely powerful, Thor mentioned. Till now, I still believe that Eris hasn't shown her full strength. So, if you are going to aim for her, you need to be prepared like no other time. Felix's initial plan was to aim for the Stone of Reality and leave the tower immediately after obtaining it. However, if he sought after Eris Core, he had to change his plans. There was a huge difference between fighting Unigens and seeking to harvest their cores. Eris alone would go all out, making sure to foil his attempts. With Uranus at her side, it would be harder than ever, especially when his options got limited after Asna's core started the devouring process. Eris is too shrewd, Lady Sphinx added with a solemn tone. If I was in her place, I would have predicted your next move to be gunning after the Stone of Reality. Thus, they will be also prepared for your arrival. If it was someone else, they would have assumed that Felix would use Demeter's core as a price to escape the tower. But Eris wasn't any random person. She would predict Felix using Demeter's core as a price to get himself teleported straight to the first floor. This was exactly what Felix planned on doing initially. He didn't even bother to consider wishing to obtain the Stone of Reality straight away. He was certain it wouldn't work. Lilith had told him that the three rulers planned to sacrifice whatever celestial energy was required as a price to obtain the Stone of Reality. Unfortunately, they were forced to scrap the idea after the universe didn't respond to Lilith's calls. This meant the wish could not be fulfilled regardless of the price, just like wishing for the death of the three rulers, the Unigens, and such far-fetched wishes. Indeed, this changes everything. Felix nodded calmly. I can't focus on the Stone of Reality if I seek Eris' core. I have to deal with them first. How do you suggest doing that? Candace wondered. If you devoured one core, you will be left susceptible to attacks from the other. Will you try to devour both their cores simultaneously like you did with Zeus and Poseidon? It's doubtful if it will work against them. Felix shook his head. Eris and Uranus weren't the same as Zeus and Poseidon, in both strength and intelligence. But, most importantly, Felix wasn't in his dream realm where he could act as a god in it. In fact, he might get caught in her dimensional prisons if he got too close to Eris. This time, she wouldn't allow him to escape no matter what. That's just Eris. How could he bring even Uranus near Asna's core too? And commence the process. This was without mentioning that both Unigens wouldn't hesitate to abuse their laws to the limit the moment they felt an ounce of danger for their lives. All past Unigens slain under Felix were taken down before they could manage to still their will and abuse their laws. If Asna's core had already kicked off its devouring process, then it wouldn't matter anymore. Only Demeter was brave and had the necessary will to abuse her laws to take down Felix. While she failed, she was very close to saving herself. On the other hand, Uranus was done screwing around. He had already planned on using matter execution the instant he faced Felix regardless of the price he had to pay. Felix knew this, so he had to act very, very smart about his next move. The only way forward is to fight them separately. Felix held his chin thoughtfully. But how am I supposed to separate them? You probably don't need to, Lady Sphinx mentioned. I believe they will separate themselves to camp on the first level and the 20th floor. Makes sense. Felix nodded in realization. While Eris was capable of predicting his next move, she wouldn't commit to it 100%. It was foolish to leave the 20th floor unguarded when it was considered a free ticket for the Unigens to abuse their laws. Thus, one of them had to remain there. Will it make any difference? Candace tilted her head in confusion. I believe they will be able to support each other almost instantly with their kind of abilities. While Candace wasn't too knowledgeable about the full range of Eris abilities, she had enough common sense to assume such a possibility. True, they wouldn't separate unless they had countermeasures to assist each other in an instant. Felix said coldly, but I have my powers now. I can come up with something to deal with it. Felix managed to survive a chase from 3 Unigens and even take one down while his strength was sealed by 99%. He pulled it off without using a single Sin Law-based ability. With his unique 7 Sin Laws symbols and Sin symbolic techniques back, anything was possible, especially in the quantum realm. Noticing his confidence, Candace couldn't help but ask with an eager tone, "What do you have in mind?" "Nothing for now, it's yet too fuzzy." Felix coughed. Candace was left speechless at his empty confidence. "There is no need to rush," Lady Sphinx advised. "With your abilities returned, you can create more sin-symbolic techniques fit for your battle." "I was planning to," Felix nodded. My contemplating wisp has come up with some brilliant new symbolic techniques that require Zeus and Poseidon's laws. His wisp was awake for 12 million years, and Felix wasn't stupid to waste this kind of time on mindless meditation. He put him on duty to come up with new symbols and symbolic techniques, knowing that he had barely scratched the surface. With the new laws involved, it opened a new vault of techniques that no one could prepare against. But first, how much time has gone by in the matter universe? Felix asked with a solemn tone. If too much time had passed, he wouldn't feel comfortable with taking his sweet time training. His thought would be consumed with the thought of Asna waking up at any moment. Close to a millennia has gone by in the matter universe. Lady Sphinx answered. A millennia? So, a close ratio of an hour to a year. Felix mumbled. It's not so bad. Asna shouldn't be up. With the heavy backlash Asna went through after breaking her seal, a millennia of recovery was nothing unless the three rulers intervened. Her core being at the furthest possible distance made it even harder to recover faster, especially when she would be locked up in the dimensional pocket next to the universe's heart. Why don't you establish a connection with her right now? Candace wondered in confusion. Your abilities have been restored. I doubt distance is the issue. You think I haven't thought it? Distance isn't an issue, but the tower is. Felix shook his head. I can't even feel my mark inside her dream world, making it impossible to communicate with it. Indeed, it must be it. Lady Sphinx nodded in support. The tower cuts off all sorts of communication with the outside world. It would have been different if I had my wisp in her dream world. But alas. Felix sighed bitterly. Communication between wisps inside and outside the tower was only possible because the person could freely switch focus between their main consciousness and wisp. In this case, Felix had a mark, a brand, in Asna's dream world, and the only way to activate it was by leaving the tower's domain. This meant Felix could reach out to Asna any moment he desired as long as he decided to use Demeter's core to leave the tower. While he missed her dearly and wanted nothing more but to hold her in his embrace again, he knew it wasn't the right time, especially when he knew it wouldn't save Asna completely. After all, the mark was nothing but a mere attempt to establish communication through her dream world. While Felix started experimenting with the new symbols and symbolic techniques theories, the news about the chase had already reached the Eternal Kingdom. Right now, in the heart of Artemis Domain, where a spectrum of ancient forests and rich undergrowth, Artemis was hosting Athena and Aeolus. They were settled around a table within a lush, peaceful jungle. Artemis poured a creamy, amber nectar into carved wooden cups, handing them out. Athena raised her cup in a silent toast, her eyes thoughtful. Both the quantum realm and the Eternal Kingdom have seen upheaval unlike any before. Demeter's fall is a loss that will be felt deeply. Aeolus nodded, stirring the drink in his cup, watching the liquid spin like the winds he commanded. I still can't believe it. Not only did they fail to catch him, but they ended up losing Demeter for good and even gave him the chance to break his celestial chains. It's unsettling. He has regained his full strength, and who knows what his next move will be. Athena leaned forward, her gaze sharp and calculated. It took me by surprise too. I didn't expect this from Eris and Uranus. Such a setback. It's bound to bite them later in the ass. Ah! I feel like we are dropping by like flies. Artemis smiled bitterly. Not even Lilith has put us through this much terror. I also never thought a mortal would make Lilith seem like a nicer paragon. Aeolus gazed at his peers and the infinite sky above them. It's just us left. Feels too eerie. I don't know why, but I am starting to believe that Eris and Uranus will be next to die. Then, it will be us. How could Aeolus not feel a bit anxious about their future? Felix had proved to be unstoppable even while chained up by the universe. He had already cleared up the kingdom of most Unigens, and he felt that when he returned here, he wouldn't show them mercy. Whether they sit this one out or not, if he ever came to attack the Eternal Kingdom, they would be forced to defend it with the three rulers again unless they decided to exile themselves. Honestly, if he managed to deal with Eris and Uranus, I won't wait for him to return. Artemis said softly, I will exile myself and live in isolation somewhere random in the universe until this war ends. "You guys are being too pessimistic," Athena remarked with a serious tone. "There is still Ares, who has yet to make his move. I am sure that the three rulers must have contacted him and told him to be more active." The moment Ares' name was brought up, Artemis and Aeolus' concerns seemed to die out in relief. Their reaction was understandable. If Felix was the boogeyman, then Ares was the hitman sent to kill him. He was that terrifying and powerful. But even if he wanted to join the fun, it's too late now. Aeolus frowned. "They are in the tower and I doubt he can access it. His laws might be too wicked, but the tower's authority is absolute." "True, but still, this is Ares." Athena narrowed her eyes. "If he wanted, I am certain he will find a way." Speaking of Boogeyman's assassin, Ares could be seen still sitting in a meditation posture amidst a colorful nothingness in the realm of infinity and finality. The realm where all matter starts and ends. A realm where life/matter could not fundamentally exist. A realm where even unigens could not step inside without getting disintegrated and joining the colorful mess. The third level and the bottom level of the quantum realm. Yet, Ares was chilling in it like he was in his home. What an interesting little lad. I thought Ares was enough to deal with him in his current weakened state. I guess I have underestimated him plenty. Ares chuckled to himself, his eyes reflecting peculiar scenes occurring within the tower. It was like he was watching a live stream. This was simply impossible on so many levels when considering that the tower was a sealed-shut edifice. So be it, this will make it more worthwhile. Ares closed his eyes again and returned to his isolation. While Athena believed that the three rulers must have contacted Ares and pressured him to make his move, in reality, they left him to his own devices. They knew Ares would never gang up on a target regardless of his power or danger. In other words, he planned to wait until either side won. As for fearing Felix growing stronger than ever after wiping out Eris and Uranus, such a thought never bothered him. In fact, as the god of war, he welcomed it with open arms. Meanwhile, back on the 20th floor, Uranus was sitting at the highest point of the clockwork tower. His hair was fluttering by the wind as he leaned his head against his divine bronze scythe, gazing into the distance with an unconcerned expression. 12 million years should have already passed more or less in the void. He thought, now it's the moment of the truth. Will he appear on the first floor as predicted by Eris, or will he run away? Uranus wasn't too pleased with this development. He was left behind to guard the 20th floor while Eris was sent to camp on the first floor. She was chosen because he refused to come close to the stone of reality ever again after he almost lost his life in their previous attempt. It worked out in their favor too due to the environment on the first floor being more fit for Eris. However, none of this preparation would matter if Felix determined to leave the tower altogether. Since there was no way for them to find out whether Felix determined to stay or leave, all they could do was wait patiently for his next move. This was a horrible plan, but he couldn't complain as they had already lost many great chances to end Felix once and for all. Have some faith, he will show up sooner or later. Eris pacified his irritation through a wisp she planted in his mind. Faith? I hate being in the passive role. Uranus growled. If he decides to leave the tower, I have put one of my clones near the rift location. Eris added, if he shows up for Apollo's sake, we would know. While this wasn't perfect, it did make Uranus feel somewhat relieved. What he feared the most was Felix leaving the tower while they stayed waiting for him forever akin to idiots. If he shows up, just remember, this is it. There won't be any more chances. Eris alerted calmly, either we win or we die. There is no other alternative. Die? The universe's heart will break open alone before I drop dead. Uranus sneered coldly. The moment the fucker appears before me, I will erase him off the face of the universe. We will see about that. Eris closed her eyes and switched her focus back to her main consciousness. The moment she opened her eyes, she glanced above her and murmured, the moment of truth is nigh. As she was closing her eyelids, a fading reflection was caught on her pupil, a reflection of a massive gray stone in the shape of a heart. Kotham, Kotham, Kotham. With each powerful and thunderous heartbeat, cracks appeared on it. releasing a peculiar misty miasma. Eris seemed to distance herself from that miasma at all costs. Why? Only those who stepped into the first floor knew. Many years later, in a void, where the absence of light prevailed, Felix was seen surrounded by close to 100 symbols and symbolic techniques, creating a colorful show in this desolate graveyard. Suddenly, he snapped his eyes open, and the symbols disappeared at once, reflecting at the back of his demonic crimson eyes. "It's time," he declared calmly as he stood up slowly. The tenants all shared solemn expressions as they observed him stretch his limbs. None of them questioned his readiness or doubted his chances to win. They had followed his preparation journey from A to Z and knew that he left no stone unturned. If it was up to them, they would undoubtedly proclaim that the current Felix was at his strongest form if physical strength wasn't taken into consideration due to the quantum realm. "Give them hell." Thor gave him a head nod in approval. "You know it." With a cold smile, Felix summoned out the green dragonic tail with the head of a fox and wished out loud for all to hear. "I wish to be conveyed directly to the 20th floor, the Clockwork Tower." The moment the equal trade symbol was invoked, it manifested before him in all of its glory and terrifying appetite for sacrifices. "I offer the core of Demeter as the price for this passage," he declared. The equal trade symbol flickered, its edges blurring as it processed the gravity of the transaction. The fabric of reality itself seemed to hold its breath as the symbol considered such an insane price. "I can't believe he really went for it. A core. A Unigine core will be sacrificed? Crazy." Lord Loki mumbled in shock, not expecting Felix's lack of hesitation. While Unigines couldn't really be killed since the universe's heart could create new cores after a period, still, it didn't take away from the craziness of the situation. The kid has really come a long way, from being stingy with supremacy coins to sacrificing Unigine's cores. Jormungandr chuckled, reminiscing on the old good times, as he watched the symbol accepting the payment. It glowed brighter, its light intensifying to a blinding radiance as it began to break the core apart and devour its energy. Cling, cling, cling. The 28 celestial chains materialized around the core, rattling noisily, but the fox couldn't care less. It opened its mouth wide and devoured the core with its chains. "There goes an ascension." Felix chuckled in derision. He might not have hesitated, but it didn't mean that the decision hadn't done damage to him. Sacrificing one for two isn't too bad either. He narrowed his eyes as he prepared himself to get teleported and commence his assault. However, just as the universe was about to fulfill his wish, the echoing tower intervened. From the very depths, the stone of reality summoned its own energy, creating a counterforce against Felix's wish, generating a defensive barrier of temporal and spatial distortions designed to deny Felix's departure. It was like the tower refused to accept the universe's intervention in its ironclad rules and authority within its domain. But the universe's word was final and must not be challenged. This created a clash of these two colossal primordial forces, rupturing the stability of the surrounding void. Stunned and a bit scared, Felix kept gazing around him with widened eyes at the emerging cracks in space-time, creating a spiderweb around him. What the fuck? What the fuck? The tower can go against the universe's authority even while it is being active. Felix and the tenants were already having trouble accepting the stone of reality sharing an equal authority to the universe while it was dormant. To see the universe failing to reinforce its authority actively was a different kind of insanity. This was like a hyena being equal in strength to a slumbering lion. Realistically, the moment it woke up, the hyena should have absolutely no chance against it. The scene before them told a different story. Crack, crack, crack. The very core of the void threatened to shatter like glass under the strain of these conflicting cosmic authorities. Felix, caught in the epicenter of this cataclysmic battle, shielded himself with barriers while moving all over the place, attempting to avoid the shards of reality. Holy shit, did I get scammed out of a core? Don't tell me I am going to die like this. Scared shitless, Felix kept moving all over the place, knowing that the moment he got caught in a spatial crack, it would be game over for him. He had no idea where he would get thrown, and he didn't want to find out. Fortunately, it didn't seem like the universe had taken this kind of disrespect lightly. With a deafening roar that echoed through the void, the true universal forces intervened, tipping the balance in favor of the transaction. The equal trade symbol, now fully doused with the power of Demeter's core, outshone the resistance mounted by the echoing tower. Before Felix or the tenants could react, he felt a sudden familiar shift, making him realize that the symbol was about to grant his wish. Thus, although this situation challenged the very concept of the universe being the ultimate authority, Felix threw everything at the back of his mind and focused on his main goal. With a cold, focused gaze, Felix vanished from his original position, conveyed directly into the heart of the 20th floor, the Clockwork Tower. He emerged at the center of the grand entrance, surrounded by walls adorned with intricate gears and swaying pendulums. Without wasting a single nanosecond or bothering to look for his enemies, he brought forth the equal trade symbol and made another wish. I wish for the Clockwork Tower to be locked against any and all forms of spatial teleportation and manipulation. The price used for the wish? It was none other than the void creatures born under the leadership of Nimmo and the Void Nation in the past millennia. As Felix was never alone in his struggles. Right this moment, in the boundless expanse of the Void Realm, Nimmo and the Void Nation had their eyes captured by an unexpected phenomenon. The new army of void creatures started to radiate with an unnatural green light and then broke apart, dissolving into streams of green particles. As the light intensified, it turned into a mirroring equal trade symbol, floating ominously above them. The fox started devouring the void creatures akin to a hungry hippo under everyone's stunned eyes. Instinctively, they dropped to their knees, their faces lifted in awe and reverence. They knew that Nimmo would never use Felix's resources for a wish, which meant this was the doing of their god. Thus, a wave of recognition and devotion swept through the crowd as they started cheering zealously. For the Paragon, our god! For the Paragon, our god! For the Paragon, our god! As the cheers echoed around him, a smile broke on Nimmo's youthful face. He no longer was a child, becoming a fine young adult who was almost identical to his father, if the raccoon ears and the tail weren't taken into consideration. Father, the only news we get is from Aunt Candace, but I can already tell that you are kicking ass down there, he uttered, his heart filled with pride at the notion of aiding his father in his quest to save his mother. Suddenly, Arthur came from nowhere and bowed his head. My prince, it seems like our Lord has restored his powers. This means he will require more and more void creatures. At this pace, we might run out before him. That's unacceptable. Nimmo's tone turned sinister. Make more void creatures. I don't care if you consume galaxies to make it happen. Just do it. That's what I wanted to hear. Arthur took off with a pleased cold look. Unlike Felix, Nimmo had absolutely no connection to the universe or the races living in it. All he cared about was his father's and mother's safety. They were his entire world ever since he was born, and if he had to sacrifice the entire universe to help them achieve their agendas, so be it. As for empathy, mercy, and such good-natured emotions, he had none for the strangers. For he was a miniature version of the paragon of sins. Candace, who was always by Nimmo's side, heard his cold-blooded order and tried to intervene, knowing that it would not sit right with Felix's soul. Nim, Auntie, don't bother. Nimmo replied indifferently. I am just trying to tell you that you should target deserted galaxies, or at least places outside of the Scallions' territory. Candace sighed. I also couldn't care less about their lives. But the Alliance is our Lord's legacy. If we invaded and started slaughtering them, it would undo all the work he has done. Nimmo went silent for a moment, realizing that she was right. While he couldn't understand his father's care for those mortals, he would never do anything to taint his legacy. Fine, tell them to target deserted galaxies. There is plenty to farm in them, he ordered while gazing at the symbol still hard at work. Good call. Candace smiled and went to deliver the new order. Unlike Nimmo, she understood that while Felix's heart could be said to have turned cold and uncaring about mortals, he would still not strike them down just because. It was for a simple reason. He had never forgotten his origins. Back to Clockwork Tower, Felix's wish had worked even though the time difference was too big between the realms. It was normal when considering that the judge was the universe and time would not put a limitation on it. The wish had made the tower to be on total lockdown from any spatial-related abilities or techniques, regardless of their nature. In other words, even if Eris tried to use her chaos voodoo magic to get in here, she would fail hard. It was only logical since Choa's laws tapped on other laws to achieve her agendas instead of creating answers out of thin air. Even in chaos, there was order and logic. Unbeknownst to this, Uranus' face contorted with a mixture of shock and anger the moment Felix had entered the floor. He had waited many years in the same spot after Felix completed the 12 million years of punishment. This made him start to doubt whether Felix would even show up and that he must be somewhere in the quantum realm, laughing at them. Thus, when he appeared, he couldn't help but feel like he was dreaming. However, Felix brought him back to reality after pulling off the spatial lockdown wish, making him understand that he was the real deal. Paragon! Uranus bellowed, his voice reverberating hatefully from the top of the tower. He kept his word to Eris and wasted absolutely no time in his attack. He raised his hand, palm facing toward Felix, and then hissed through his clenched teeth, "Matter execution!" With a forceful thrust of his arm, Uranus directed the invisible vibrational waves towards Felix. The attack moved with brutal speed, a silent deadly force, racing across the distance between them. It was an unforgiving strike, intended to disintegrate Felix instantly, leaving nothing but a void where he once stood. Yet, Felix neither moved nor bothered to conjure up a barrier. He remained standing in his place with one hand resting on his neck, eating the attack directly with a nonchalant expression. Upon contact, the anticipated disintegration at the string-based level hadn't occurred. Instead, a mere wave of wind washed over Felix, fluttering his wavy long crimson hair for a moment before resting back in its place. Under Uranus' stunned expression, Felix remarked indifferently, "I only have 2 seconds of immunities against your laws, but it's more than enough for the likes of you." Before Uranus could react, Felix invoked the wrathful separation symbol and separated himself into 7 entities, each with a different hair and eye color. All of them had the 7 dragonic tails summoned up behind them. He wasn't done. All 7 clones activated a new sin-symbolic technique called Prideful Storm Surge, a technique that encapsulated the essence of gluttony by consuming energy from its surroundings and turning it into electrical quantum-based energy. When it came to energies, gluttony law was at the very top, and not even quantum energy would elude it. Pride by feeding off Felix's self-belief to be the fastest being around, and lastly, the ferocious speed of and striking power of lightning. This technique elevated Felix's speed to unparalleled levels, but also imbued him with an overwhelming sense of superiority and an insatiable desire to outpace all others, literally and metaphorically consuming any competition around him. Without hesitation, all 7 Felixes charged at Uranus, their bodies engulfed in wild electricity. Since each had a different color scheme, the electrical discharges matched it and made them resemble a rainbow arc as they landed right next to Uranus. "It's time to pay your debt," one of the clones uttered coldly as he unleashed another technique called Wrathful Lightning Storm. He summoned a fierce tempest of crimson lightning that crackled violently towards Uranus. Simultaneously, another clone invoked Pride's arcs, generating spectacular golden arcs of electricity that crowned their heads. These arcs lashed out like royal scepters, seeking to not only strike Uranus but also to impose psychological dominance. "Damn it! Damn it! Damn it!" As Uranus countered these assaults with waves of his own vibrational energy, trying to break the attacks back to their quantum energy and create openings for counterstrikes, the 3rd clone employed Gluttony's swallowing whirl. Whoosh! Whoosh! This clone spun at the center of the fray, creating a vortex that attempted to suck in anything nearby. The whirl was ferocious, growing in intensity with each second, drawing in debris, energy, and any stray attacks, using them to fuel its own destructive power. Uranus grunted under the weight of the relentless attacks. He parried a lightning bolt, deflected a golden arc, ate a flaming fist, and narrowly escaped the pull of the swallowing whirl. There was a literal myriad of elemental attacks assaulting like there was no tomorrow, making it extremely difficult to predict their next moves. While the scene was chaotic, he was the only one who realized that Felix's clones had insane coordination, leaving him little room for recovery. Overwhelmed and damaged, Uranus did something he had absolutely not done before in his life before a Unijin. Phase out. He broke into vibrations and escaped from Felix's onslaught. When his form was reconstructed again, he was on the other side of the clock tower, wounded and bleeding from many areas of his body. He gazed at Felix and his clones with rage burning down his chest as he wiped the blood out of his nose, tainting his gray beard. Not bad, but you have merely squandered your resources on those temporary immunities. He sneered. All I have to do is buy time until it expires. 2 seconds? 2 minutes? It doesn't matter to me. You are truly unwise if you assumed that this is the full scope of my preparation. The 7 clones spoke at once, their eyes gleaming with 7 different colors, but they all shared one thing: absolute confidence. The Wrath clone raised his hand calmly and uttered, "Avaricious maelstrom of corruption, reclaim the clock tower." With a sudden, explosive gesture, Felix slammed his palms together, releasing the avaricious maelstrom at the clockwork tower. A massive swirling vortex of crimson energy erupted, spiraling outwards with ferocious speed and intensity, threatening to devour anything in sight. Whoosh! Whoosh! The maelstrom was a terrifying sight to behold, having a center with a deep shade of blood red that seemed to throb with hunger. Meanwhile, the outer edges were tainted with darker hues of evil energy. As the vortex expanded, the symbols of wrath and greed fueled it, causing its corruptive power to intensify with each rotation. This was Felix's first symbolic technique that had evil energy added to the mix. He had created it while he was in the Eternal Kingdom amongst the original 20 techniques. He never found a great time to use it since evil energy was quite useless against Unijins. But, in the quantum realm, it was the ultimate weapon. In mere milliseconds, the maelstrom engulfed the clockwork tower, seeping into its intricate gears and polished metal surfaces, corroding and tainting it. The tower's very structure seemed to groan under the weight of corruption, causing Uranus' expression to turn ugly at the sight. Bastard! He is trying to gain ownership of the tower. The understanding had struck him akin to a chilling dagger piercing his heart. He understood that if Felix succeeded, he would be able to manipulate time in the clockwork tower. This would affect him too, and there wasn't much he could do about it since the tower's authority was absolute. Eris, get in here quickly. Uranus called for support in agitation. I can't, he has locked down the floor. Eris responded calmly. Even if I want to turn my wisp into a portal, it won't work. All you can do is buy time until the temporary spatial lockdown expires. Arg. So fucking useless. Furious, he pulled out his divine scythe, deciding to take matters into his own hands. He released his radiant/resplendent divinities to the limit and phased back into the mayhem. He swung his scythe widely, releasing a powerful vibration wave at the crimson storm. Alas, Felix was prepared to defend it with his life. Absolute zero chill. The 7 clones waved their hands simultaneously, releasing chilling mist from their palms at the invisible vibrations, targeting them solely. The vibrations halted in their place immediately while the crimson mist kept doing its business. What? This sight startled Uranus, making him turn his widened eyes to Felix, seemingly wondering how he pulled it off. His reaction was comprehensible, as not even Poseidon was able to freeze his vibrations in time. I may not be as good as you at controlling vibrations, but my understanding is deep enough to intercept your attacks. Felix and his clones utilized their insane speed to appear right next to him from all directions and start another round of bombardment. At the same time, he was giving him a lecture. As long as I can read your vibrations' frequency, they are nothing but useless, soundless noises. Boom! The moment that sentence resounded in Uranus' ears, one of the clones covered his fist in transferred purified quantum-based void energy and smashed Uranus right in the back. Uranus had used his peak defensive technique this time, which protected him easily by breaking the void energy into its original form. This happened to all of Felix's strikes regardless of their nature, whether he used elemental energy or quantum energy as its source. But Felix didn't care. His goal had been achieved. The clockwork tower had been corrupted successfully, and there was nothing Uranus could do about it anymore. Devour him, Felix ordered coldly as he remained close to Uranus, who was defending himself from the attack of 7 Unigens. At this moment, anyone would wish to go against 7 individual Unigens than 7 perfect clones of Felix. Clones that could use all available symbolic strategies due to the 7 dragonic tails being cloned altogether for each. What's worse, Felix was also capable of commanding vibrations, which allowed him to mess up with Uranus' attempt to escape either through phasing out or breaking into vibrations. Phasing out or such abilities required perfect control over frequencies since it allowed them to hop from one parallel plane to another. Felix constantly disturbed those frequencies, making it impossible for Uranus to match his entire existence into one. Each time his form turned illusionary, it crashed out, and he received another beating from 7 sides. This kept happening while Asna's core was pulling his core out of his body against his will, seeking to feast on it. Shit. 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 Uranus kept getting disturbed and a bit afraid of the current development, feeling like he had absolutely no control over the battle's momentum. Now, even his core was about to get merged with Asna's. He understood that the moment they got merged, his life would be over. Thus, he knew only a drastic countermeasure could save his ass. Since Felix still possessed the temporary immunities, even if he targeted him, nothing would work. Thus, he decided to abuse his laws and leave the floor altogether by destroying and reconstructing his form somewhere else. It was like being born from literal scratch, following the exact compounding frequencies that brought him into existence. It was an ultimatum survival skill, and he didn't want to use it unless nothing else was left. After all, he would be chained up again after his form was reconstructed. But still, it would be better than having his core devoured. Alas, he was a tad too late. Strings call lap. Freeze. With a single order from Felix, the massive clock's 9 hands, which had been ticking for eternity, screeched to a sudden halt. As the hands froze in place, so too did everything within the tower. An eerie stillness shrouded the floor. Uranus was caught mid-motion, becoming a statue of defiance and desperation. His divine weapon engulfed in resplendent divinity froze too. Even his radiant divinity, which was supposed to defend him from any type of law, wasn't spared. This alone was shocking and logic-defying, just like the tower standing up to the universe's order before. Felix and his clones, scattered around Uranus, stopped as if turned to stone, their faces locked with various expressions. Not even he was spared from the freezing effect. Meanwhile, the elemental attacks, techniques, corrupted gears, and even the smallest particles of dust hanging in the air were all caught in the temporal lock that Felix had imposed. Yet, the most shocking part was the tenants fell under the same freezing spell, leaving them gazing at the sky with widened pupils. Not a single thought in their minds. Lilith and Eris were included too. This was enough to showcase that it wasn't a normal time-freezing ability. Any ability that could bypass the absoluteness of divinities or celestial flames was considered at the level of the universe's authority. In other words, this was the stone of reality putting down its foot on this floor's ironclad rules. However, in the heart of this frozen tableau, a single entity remained unaffected. An entity with an authority above celestial energy or divinities. An entity with perfect immunities to all laws and elements. An entity that was believed to be the lost consciousness of the universe. It was none other than Asna's core, with the world around it paused, and everyone's minds halted in place. The core continued its work, unhindered by the temporal freeze. It kept devouring Uranus' exposed frozen core right before his widened lifeless eyes. The process was silent but intense, yet no one was watching it. Their eyes were on it, but it meant nothing. While this strange plan seemed to have worked perfectly, leaving Uranus with zero counter since nothing besides Asna's core could stand against the tower's authority, it posed a good question. How the fuck would Felix unfreeze himself again when his thoughts and actions had been paused too? Many years ago, within the void, Felix was sitting at the central table with the rest of the tenants, discussing their upcoming strategy to take down either Uranus or Eris. Since your first fight will be held on the 20th floor, you have to come up with a plan that utilizes the environment to your advantage. Spatial lockdown isn't enough, Thor said. Indeed, especially when your immunities and spatial lockdown will be temporary. Lady Sphinx nodded. You can't rely on your powers alone. The moment Uranus or Eris will feel an ounce of danger, I have a feeling they will find a way to escape with their sets of laws. Really? Isn't the tower's authority supreme? Cyclope rubbed his chin in puzzlement. How will he be able to escape during the lockdown? Before anyone could respond, Lilith invaded their meeting, manifesting in the center of the table. She sat down with one hand resting on her knee nonchalantly. Everyone's eyelids twitched but remained silent, already used to her unusual entrances. Let me put you on some game. Lilith licked a rainbow lollipop as she shared casually. Both Uranus and Eris possess an ultimate survival ability that can get them out of life-and-death situations for a steep price. In the case of Uranus, he has used it before to escape from the first floor after the Stone of Reality almost snatched his life away. Can you show us? Felix asked with a deep frown. I would rather see your whole journey in the tower with Eris, Uranus, and Ares. He is right, if you are trying to help, you might as well put some real effort into it, Thor said coldly, not pleased with Lilith's withholding information from them. He knew that it was hypocritical to ask for her full cooperation when they had no intentions of forgiving her for what she had done to Felix or them. Still, he wasn't a fan of the way she was helping Felix, sharing with him the bare minimum and always withholding critical intel. Too bad. Lilith wasn't to be pressured or threatened. Nah, I don't feel like it. Lilith yawned. If you are interested in our journey, reach the first floor and you will know. What do? Before Felix could interject, Lilith returned to the main subject. Now, do you want to know their flawless escaping abilities or not? Do tell. Felix dropped the subject at once, not wanting to antagonize Lilith. He knew that she was too fickle and could change her mind quite easily. Let's start with Uranus. When shit hit the fan and he realizes that nothing will get him out, he decides to abuse his laws and use a technique he calls strings colipastoration. I know, it has a tragic name. Lilith chuckled when she saw their weird reactions to the name. But its effect is the real deal. It allows him to collapse his shape at the strings level and restore his form somewhere else he has already picked or marked. Since it is happening in the vibrational strings realm, it allows him to move past dimensions and whatnot. Shit. Does this mean my dimensional lockdown or the tower's authority won't hold him down? Felix frowned. Yep. But how can he move past the tower's authority? Candace raised an eyebrow in surprise. He can because he genuinely destroys his shape and rebuilds it somewhere else. Felix explained it with a serious tone. It's different than using dimensional abilities or such. The tower can do nothing to anyone desiring to kill himself. I see, Candace murmured. She realized that if Uranus managed to pop this technique, there was literally nothing Felix could do to stop it unless he abused his laws too. How about you wish to make him forget such technique, or better yet, make the vibration static against him? Lord Marduk suggested. No, they are way too risky. Felix shook his head. Whether it succeeds or fails, I will be punished heavily. By the time I finish with him, the chains will seal my powers, and this will force me to enter one of the temporary rooms to get rid of the chains. The dimensional lockdown would have expired by then, and I am certain Eris wouldn't miss such a free opportunity to capture me. Felix wanted to stay as far as possible from abusing his laws ever again. While the results were almost always positive, the aftermath was too much to handle. He barely survived the last time after he abused his laws. If it wasn't for Apollo and the goddess of luck holding his hand, he would be chained up in some basement in the three-dimensional pocket. Thus, it was the very, very last option to consider. Then what? If even the stone of reality failed to take down Uranus and you refuse to abuse your laws, how can you ensure his core gets devoured? Lord Loki inquired while leaning against his chair, wondering if it was possible to pull it off in those conditions. Everyone went silent, even Felix. As the silence began to prevail in the central plaza, Lady Yggdrasil glanced right and left. Then, she suggested with a gentle breezy tone, "Is it possible to gain control over the clockwork tower by corrupting it?" Corrupting the tower? I don't think it's possible to do it before the dimensional lockdown dies out. Thor knitted his eyebrows. Even if he does it, how will it work to his advantage? He can freeze the time or something. Won't it affect him too? I don't know. He can use celestial flames or wish for time immunity to combat it. If he can use celestial flames against it, doesn't this mean Uranus divinities will work too? True. Maybe the tower's authority will override the divinity's effects? While the tenants were deep in their discussion about the validity of this strategy, Felix remained affixed in his position the moment he heard the suggestion. It was like it gave him the inspiration he needed to come up with his own strategy. As his mind kept running over thousands of simulations if he went for it, he finally landed on the perfect approach. He brought out the map to the tower and scrolled through the details related to the clockwork tower. Although he remembered it to heart, he still read it again, seemingly seeking confirmation with his eyes. When he reached the line he desired, a sinister smile emerged on his lips and kept widening the more he read it. When the tenants noticed Felix's sudden aura change, they quietened down and gazed at him with intrigued looks. "You got something? If Uranus is the one left to guard the 20th floor, I can confidently say." Felix smiled coldly. "He has signed his death warranty." Without needing them to ask, Felix went forward and gave them the details of his plan. The moment he finished, everyone was left staring at him in astonishment and a bit of dread. To even come up with something like this, his scheming abilities have started to scare me. This was the only thought coursing through the majority of the tenants' minds. Back to the clockwork tower, Asna's core was close to finishing its feast. It took almost no effort since Uranus' core could not resist it while its owner was frozen in time. After the core was devoured, Asna's core returned inside Felix's chest and settled neatly. Meanwhile, Uranus's body remained affixed without much change to it. Frozen time or not, his body would remain the same unless Felix gave an order for its destruction. With Asna's core finishing its devouring process, nothing was left moving on the floor. The moment this happened, a subtle stirring began to manifest itself apart from the suspended chaos. From the shadows of the clockwork tower, a figure emerged. Unlike the frozen beings caught in the temporary halt, this entity moved with purposeful autonomy. He appeared as a humanoid soldier toy, his body articulated with polished brass joints and panels of finely carved wood. The most distinctive feature was a slowly winding key protruding from his back. This was the clockwork tower engineer. Robotically, the clockwork engineer surveyed the scene with his small glass-like eyes. When they landed on Felix and Uranus, both frozen mid-conflict, he paused for a second. Then, he lowered his gaze, showing no interest in the drama between them. He had only one mission: fix any alternation or damages to the clocks. With steady steps, the engineer approached the central mechanism of the tower, the grand clock whose hands had been halted by Felix's command. Reaching the base of the clock, the engineer climbed the stairs with great familiarity, navigating the labyrinth of gears and levers with ease. As he reached the clock's mechanism, he pulled from his belt a set of small, perfectly crafted tools. He started adjusting the gears, tightened springs, and realigned the clock's hands. In almost no time, he brought life back to the clock. As he made the final adjustment, the clock's hands shuddered, then began to move once more. There were 9 hands, each representing a time frame, starting from a second to 1,000,000 years for the biggest hand. With the clock's mechanism restored, the engineer stepped back, his expression as deadpan as always. He dusted his hands, a human-like gesture of completion, and without a glance at Felix and Uranus still frozen in time, he began his descent. After reaching the floor of the tower, the clockwork engineer took a few steps away and his form began to fade into nothingness. Just as the last of his figure disappeared, the tower vibrated gently, and life was brought back to the heart of the floor. Felix, Uranus, and all the elements of the frozen battle rushed into motion at once, leaving everyone disoriented. "We back!" Since Felix had planned for all of this, he was the first to break out of his daze and switch his focus to the interior of Asna's core. The moment he saw a sphere made out of vibrations, gravity, antimatter, and illuminating with colorful radiation, hovering akin to a moon, a wide, cruel grin manifested on his face. He directed it at the stunned Uranus, whose face became as pale as a sheet paper. Uranus lifted his head slowly, his terrified and disbelieving eyes coming into contact with Felix's. "You, how impossible!" Thud. Before he could finish his sentence, the elemental attacks from before landed on him directly, bombarding him from every direction. With his core devoured and control completely stolen by Asna's core, his defensive techniques and powers were stripped instantly. This left him as vulnerable as any mortal. Cough, cough. The assaults left him heavily injured and coughing buckets of blood with bloodshot eyes. If it wasn't for Felix holding back at the last nanosecond, those attacks would have ended him. Just as he was about to fall into the ground, Felix caught him by his grayed-out hair and lifted him until he was face to face. Then, he clicked his tongue with a terrifying sinister smile. "Tis, tis, tis. Easy there. Easy there. I can't have you die on me now." Woo! It actually worked. I can't believe it. In the meantime, Candace exclaimed excitedly the instant she was brought out of her daze and figured out what was going on. "You had doubts." Thor smirked cockily. "There is no way a student of mine drops the ball. He has taken a great risk, but I am glad it worked out." Elder Kraken smiled softly. If his assumption or the map's tips were wrong, no one can tell what would have happened. Ha ha. He really bypassed an upper celestial Unigen's ultimate survival technique. Lord Loki chuckled. Look at Uranus' face. He still couldn't believe it. I will pay anything to read his mind at the moment. Although Uranus was still alive and kicking, the tenants celebrated Felix's victory enthusiastically. It was understandable. With Uranus' core devoured, his fate was sealed to be decided by Felix. Uranus knew this too, which made it impossible for him to accept it. In agonizing pain, his mouth and nose dripping fountains of blood, tainting his beard, he still kept muttering under his breath with great difficulty. How? Cough? How? If he wasn't overwhelmed and in utter disbelief at losing his core, he could have figured out Felix's plan. Alas, he merely kept repeating how, akin to a broken record. But soon, he recalled that he still had Eris in his mind. His eyes lit up with a tinkle of crazed hope as he beseeched, "Eris, help me. Use your chaos laws and bring me back my core. Please, we are allies. Help me." Watching this sight from his consciousness space, Eris remained silent. But a hint of impressiveness was caught at the depth of her pupils as she directed her eyes at Felix's diabolic face. Taking advantage of Asna's social status, which is equal to the stone of reality, and the Clockwork Tower engineer's strict maintenance job, to pull this off is not something I expected, she commentated to herself. She swiftly figured out that Felix had planned all of this from the first move he made. She noticed him giving Uranus a false supposition that he could rely on his phasing abilities to escape any time he felt threatened. If Felix wanted, he could have stopped Uranus from escaping by interfering with the frequencies at the very first assault. But this would have forced Uranus to either utilize String's collapsation or use another extreme measure to push Felix off him. Felix couldn't risk that. Thus, he allowed him to run away. This gave him the chance to kick off the corruption maelstrom and bring the Clockwork Tower under his rule. Of course, Uranus wouldn't stand by and watch him do this. Since he was put under the false assumption he could phase out any time he desired, he didn't hesitate to re-engage to halt the corruption. Felix had predicted this would occur since Uranus would not use his ultimate survival technique unless he was left with no options. So, he relaunched his next assault, and this time, he made sure to interrupt Uranus' phasing abilities while commanding Asna to devour his core, leaving him at last with only one option. Alas, by the time Uranus steeled his heart, Felix already commanded the time to freeze. Knowing that Asna's core wouldn't be affected, and that the clock's engineer was bound to make an appearance and fix the clock. He was certain because he read this in the map's details about the floor. The Clockwork Tower's engineer makes a periodical appearance for checkups and fixes the clocks with their hands altered. If the main clock is altered in any shape or form, he makes an emergency checkup and fixes it. Felix's entire strategy was built on the second sentence. It wasn't like there weren't any risks. The fix hadn't been explored in detail. It could have meant resetting the entire floor back to its original state or reversing the time before he corrupted it. Fortunately, there weren't such complications. The engineer came and unfroze the time, nothing more, nothing else. Eris! Save me, you bitch! Save me! Save me! Meanwhile, Uranus had completely misplaced it and started screaming out loud with a crazed expression, spit and blood flying everywhere. Alas, Eris didn't bother to entertain him, still marveling at Felix's strategic mind and his crazy boldness to freeze himself in time, not knowing for certain if he would ever wake up. Eris? Hee, even the three rulers won't be able to save you now. Felix showed a grim smile as he choked out Uranus with one hand. Remember when you tortured me in the Void Realm? Well, it's your lucky day. From this day onward, I am going to make sure you never forget it. Felix murmured the last sentence near Uranus' ears, sending chills coursing down his spine. Aereus! How annoying! Smack! With one backhanded slap, Uranus went silent, his eyes rolling at the back of his head. Felix placed a palm in front of Uranus' face and extracted his entire soul, throwing him inside his consciousness space. Uranus landed on the hard plaza floor face first. The tenants couldn't care less to soften his landing. Do we wake him up? Candace asked with a wide grin, feeling quite excited to be given a chance to torture a uni-jinn. Her reaction was shared by most tenants as none of them dreamed of such an opportunity before. After the humiliating experience they went through under Lilith's hands, they were never given the chance to vent out. Even ancestral dragon Ymir felt a different kind of emotion as he watched Uranus lying stone-cold on the ground. It's not the time, Felix said calmly as he picked up Uranus' limb body with a finger and crucified him near the central table, leaving him hanging there. As for his physical body, Felix disintegrated it into particles with a wave of a hand. Of course, he picked up his divine bronze scythe and placed it in his dimensional bag, accompanying Demeter's divine lance. Felix didn't bother to use the lance since it wasn't his fighting style, and he would rather fight empty-handed comfortably than use something he never touched before. Fortunately, the divine weapons maintained their shrunken status even after the death of their owners. Otherwise, they would have increased their size until they covered the entire floor and got stuck in it. After all, it was impossible to escape the tower through enlargement. Now, let's deal with the real threat, Felix uttered with a solemn tone as he brought out 2 chairs and placed them in front of Uranus' crucified body. He sat on one and held his hands together, his fingers locked and shut, while his elbows rested on his knees. Not an ounce of joy was seen in his face ever after taking down one of his most hated enemies. His attitude was understandable. Uranus was a difficult monster to handle, however. He was not at his peak strength whatsoever. He could not use gravity, antimatter, or radiation law within the quantum realm without tapping in first to the quantum energy. However, Felix made it impossible for him to use it due to his gluttony-based techniques in play. They sucked in quantum energy faster than he could bother to transfer it. Since the fight took less than 2 seconds, he wasn't given enough time to explore other options before he decided to escape. Felix had him controlled and dominated from the start to the end. This was the benefit of being the first to make a move. But now, it was nearly impossible to replicate those results against Eris, and Felix knew it. Thus, he decided to give Eris one last chance to change her mind and choose his side even if it meant not getting her core. That's how much he dreaded his upcoming battle against her. For his preparations were nowhere near as perfect as against Uranus. Eris, I know you can hear me. He permitted composedly. You can enter my consciousness space. You have my word, nothing bad will befall you. Felix meant it and was going to abide by his word even if Eris rejected his proposal. After all, she had also done the same when she caught his clone in the Celestial City. She might have killed him, but it could have gone much worse if she desired. Suddenly, Eris' consciousness wisp emerged from within Uranus' soul and landed softly on her toe. She gazed at Felix with a faint smile and said, "It seems like you still haven't given up on me. I am flattered. For you, I am willing to try 100 times if I have to." Felix intoned sincerely, "Please have a seat." "No need. I won't be here for long." Eris rejected while her eyes jumped from one tenant to another and the massive peculiar town around her. "I have to say, for a paragon of sins, you have too many friends." She chuckled. "I can't see that slutty vixen with even one loyal partner." "Who are you calling a slut?" "Four-eyed witch." Lilith manifested out of nowhere with an annoyed expression. "At least my glasses are a fashion choice, unlike you." Eris taunted while pushing her glasses up her nose. "Fashion? I doubt a bookworm like you can even understand the word," Lilith said while removing her sunglasses, hitting her with a mocking look. As they kept ridiculing each other, Felix and the rest of the tenants kept glancing at each other in silence. Their appearance prompted questions about whether they were truly unigens or just two mean high school girls. "All right, that's enough. I didn't call you to have you bicker with Lilith." In the end, Felix could no longer listen to them and decided to intervene, having no interest in trusting Eris fully. In his eyes, she might decide to launch her assault the moment the spatial lockdown was removed, which would ruin his plans if she rejected to cooperate. "As you say, hubby." Lilith blew Felix a seductive kiss and sat in the corner, unbothered by Felix's eyelids twitching in annoyance. At least, with her out of the picture, Felix and Eris could focus on the main subject again. However, just as Felix was about to request her to join his side again, believing that after he took out Uranus, she might throw her lot in his box, Eris raised her hand gently and said, "Don't waste your breath, my decision remains unchanged." Felix and the rest of the tenants couldn't help but show deep frowns in displeasure. "You said before you have chosen my side. But how come you are so desperate for a fight? I don't get it. Why are you so hell-bent on fighting me? I have a feeling that you aren't doing it for the three rulers, so why?" Felix asked, his tone laced with confusion and a hint of anger. Eris was always an enigma in his eyes. She acted friendly without aggression, but simultaneously, she refused to join his side. The fact that she was extremely close to Asna in her childhood made him more irritated by her decision to be against him even when she uttered otherwise. "You still haven't figured it out?" Eris smiled faintly. "I am not sure if you are denying the truth or if you genuinely haven't comprehended it yet. Whatever it is, I am awaiting you on the first floor." Without waiting for Felix to respond, Eris destroyed her own consciousness wisp. As she was fading away, she turned one last time and advised, "Take as much time as you need for your preparation. I won't leave the first floor." Those were the last words resounding in the silent expanse of consciousness space. No one said anything, but the look in their eyes spoke volumes about this development. Some had understood what Eris had meant while some were still ignorant or refusing to accept the truth. The truth was simple. She wants to hand me her core, but only if I defeat her and prove to be worthy of it. Felix uttered with a confused look, unable to comprehend how Eris' thought worked. How could a Unijin ever determine to hand his core willingly to another? This was the reason he didn't understand what she meant by "on his side" for a long time. Is this real? Or is it a ploy? Felix wondered as he gazed into the distance, having no idea if he should trust her words or not. The last time he believed a Unijin, he resulted in almost getting enslaved. If she truly meant it, then She won't be using her ultimate survival technique even if her life was at risk. Lady Sphinx remarked with a thoughtful expression. Indeed, this changes everything we have planned. This was the reason Felix wasn't delighted with Eris' implication of being on his side. If he trusted her words and acted on the basis she had no interest in running away from him, then he had to change his approach entirely. After all, it would mean that Eris was going to fight him to death regardless of the final outcome. All I am wondering is, why is she doing this? She is too smart and ambitious to accept the idea of handing her core to another. Elder Kraken knitted his eyebrows in puzzlement. If it was any other Unijin with suicidal tendencies, then maybe they could accept it. But Eris wasn't the one they expected to make such a suggestion. I am sure she will tell you about it on the first floor. Lilith yawned lazily. Eris might be a lot of things, but she isn't one to bullshit. If she says something, she means it. Felix still had doubts, but he understood no one was going to clarify them besides Eris herself. Thus, he threw the matter to the back of his mind and focused on what he could do. For now, we will continue as planned. Felix switched to his main consciousness in the Clockwork Tower and began his preparation to ascend with Uranus core. The first thing he did was wish to renew the temporal spatial lockdown on the floor, hoping that Nimmo and his Void Nation got his back with the resources. Luckily, the wish went through without a hassle, which pleased Felix quite a bit. Seems like little Nimmo is putting out the work. You have no idea. Do you want to see? Candace chuckled. No need. Felix smiled. I will see him when I handle things down here. Felix would rather not get distracted with anything unrelated to Eris at the moment. Since he wished for a temporal lockdown again, he had to take advantage of the short duration and ascend with Uranus core. If it was up to him, he would have abused his laws and wished for a permanent spatial lockdown. Then, he would use the floor to his advantage and remove the chains. However, if he went for this, he would risk having Asna waking up while he was serving the punishment. After all, the time would go as normal outside of the chosen room. As for the ability to experience the hastened time flow without actually affecting reality, Felix realized that it was bogus. Either that or he had no idea how it could work. Still, Felix went inside one of the rooms and placed a clone outside to guard him. Instead of speeding up the time, he slowed it down. This should provide me enough time to ascend with Uranus core and explore his laws, Felix said as he sat in a meditation position inside the dark room. Without further ado, Felix commended the ascension by willing Uranus core to merge with the heart associated with his greed dragonic tail. Roar! Listening to the call, the fox dragonic head emerged while roaring thunderously. As the core touched the heart, it was consumed in a burst of radiant energy and followed by an epic transformation. The dragon's scales, which were once a deep, avaricious green, now beamed with new silvery tones reflecting the intricate laws of vibration and antimatter. Meanwhile, the dragon's eyes lit up with a new kind of light, one that pulsed with the power of gravity manipulation, causing slight bends in the space around it. It roared again, but this time, its breath carried a specific crackle of radiation, leaving trails of glowing particles that decayed slowly in the air. Since Felix was no longer chained up, he watched the process with satisfaction, feeling not an ounce of pain as the previous times. Soon, the ascension process was concluded after the last modification took place on the scales. They used to be smooth green, but now, each one was imbued with the soul of antimatter, threatening to annihilate any matter it came into contact with. As the transformation was completed, the fox dragonic head turned its massive head towards Felix, its eyes showing nothing but acknowledgement and loyalty. Felix reached out a hand, touching the snout of the beast with a gentle smile. Greedy little fella, these powers suit you well, Felix chuckled. The only reason he had chosen the fox dragonic head was to satisfy its insatiable greed, knowing that he wouldn't stop bothering him if he merged the core with another dragonic tail. Congratulations on another successful ascension. 5 down, 2 more to go. Thor celebrated with a pleased smile. It's really difficult to believe that you have 5 Unijin cores under your control, Candace expressed, her eyes displaying a tint of awe. Neither can we. Jormungandr smiled wryly. If you were to tell me that our little boy is going to be as strong as 5 Unigens combined before, I would have laughed at you. He is truly collecting laws like they are different candies. How many does he have now? Lord Loki answered himself. We have wrath, sloth, greed, gluttony, pride, envy, lust, fire, plasma, magma, water, ice, fog, lightning, magnetism, void, radiation, antimatter, vibration, sound, charm, gravity, blood, and some other laws subsidized from the main ones. 5 Unigen cores were enough to provide Felix more than 23 laws/elements. However, he only had 2 more openings since Lilith's core was merged with his human heart. After all, his first ascension was with her core and the rest followed. The most optimal ending is ascending with Eris and Ares cores. Lady Sphinx remarked, those 2 cores possess the most powerful known laws in the universe. They are a must if you plan to face against the 3 rulers. I know, but let's not get caught in the moment. Felix narrowed his eyes. Although Eris showed her desire to join the cause, if I can't take her down, she won't hesitate to bring me to the 3 rulers. Felix understood where Eris was coming from. He was requesting her to join his side without a fight, but if he was in her place, he would have done the same. Why pick his side if he could not even defeat her? It spoke volumes about their fate when they went against the 3 rulers. The only thing he couldn't understand was her willingness to hand over her core. He believed she could still test him and join his side if he defeated her without giving up on her identity. Soon, he shook his head and dropped the matter, not wanting to waste his time on speculations. As Lilith said, he would find out the truth if he entered the first floor. Let's see what kind of symbolic techniques I can create with those new laws. With an eager expression, Felix began brainstorming ideas with the rest of the tenants, understanding that the key to defeating Eris was those new techniques. Fortunately, he had the space and the time to perfect his preparations. Meanwhile, at the ground level of the echoing tower, Eris kept her word and didn't budge an inch. She also didn't place a trap or such. She just kept peacefully reading her book. Not an ounce of nervousness or worry was picked from her visage. With the massive cracked heart above and the ever-changing environment of the first floor in the background, she resembled the ultimate boss of a game, awaiting the adventurer who was coming to slay her. Only this time, no one could predict the outcome. Many years down the line, Felix had completed the final phase of his meticulous preparations. Over what felt like mere moments but spanned much longer outside this specialized realm, Felix had honed his abilities, fused new powers, created new symbolic techniques, and strategized against the final boss of Echoing Tower's saga. If it was up to him, he would have spent more time with his preparation. However, he refused to get caught inside the time chambers after the temporal spatial lockdown expired. Thus, he stepped outside of the room, his boots echoing softly on the wooden floor of the clockwork tower. Without turning back, he approached the portal that led to the 19th floor. It was one of the standardized time chambers within the tower, making it nearly impossible to realize its true identity. Yet, the true difficulty lay in activating the exit. Based on the map details, the key word should be this, Felix murmured as he manipulated the clock hands. He made circles, half circles, and sometimes even double spins. In the end, he affixed the clock hands on very peculiar specific numbers. The moment he was done, he took a step back and watched the clock hands suddenly spin faster and faster until it created a space-time deformity on the door. Whoosh! With one last hefty breeze blowing his hair, the entire clock turned into a chaotic spinning white vortex, consuming the entire door. Damn! Without the map, how can anyone figure out the exit? Candace felt goosebumps. Won't they get trapped on this floor for eternity? Without the map, I doubt anyone will make it to this floor alive. Lady Sphinx said calmly. The more this map's details turn correct, the more it freaks me out. Lord Loki uttered with a deep frown. How can it even exist? If even Unigens can't write it, then who did it? Those questions played in everyone's minds daily as the moment Felix stepped into the tower. They saw more crazy shit than their entire lifespan. From strange, powerful creatures to the universe's authority getting challenged. We are closer than ever to the truth. Felix narrowed his eyes at the portal. I just need to handle the last hurdle. While he called Eris a hurdle, Felix knew she was going to be his biggest challenge besides the three rulers. Thus, Felix's mind raced through the final checks of his strategy and the potential scenarios he might face. Taking a deep breath, Felix buried his doubts deep within and then manifested a blood clone linked with him. He ordered it to enter the portal, believing that Eris must have adjusted the portal's destination to the first floor. Even if it wasn't for him, she needed to do it to facilitate the travel between her and Uranus. As expected, the moment Felix's blood clone went through it, he emerged on the other side of the first floor. Whoa! What is this place? It resembled the End's world. The hell! Just like the map said, the environment is constantly changing. The tenants were left with widened eyes and jaws on the floor, shocked speechless by the surreal and chaotic scenes before them. Their reaction was understandable as the first floor's environment defied all notions of reality and physics, resembling a glitched-out game. They were immediately greeted by the sight of a star sliced cleanly in half, yet still burning fiercely, suspended in the sky like a celestial anomaly. Its radiant heat and mysterious light bathed the landscape in a constant, ominous glow. The flora here was equally bizarre. The trees did not adhere to any known biological principles. Their trunks were traditional, but instead of leaves, entire branches sprouted from their limbs, each branch ending in clusters of leaves like strange, living fractals. This botanical oddity gave the forest an unnatural appearance, as if the trees themselves were creatures from a dreamer's imagination. Is that a sea of liquid fire, or am I just tripping? Thor asked speechlessly as he gazed at a floating sea of liquid fire, defying gravity and reason. This ocean hung mid-air, its waves moving gently, casting flickering reflections and shadows over the land below. Yet, the craziest was saved for last as the sky was filled with celestial oddities. Moons and other celestial bodies in shapes unheard of, ranging from triangles, squares, and other polygons, orbiting in the skies. While the tenants were discussing those abnormalities, Felix's eyes were affixed on one thing and one thing only, the stone of reality high above. Kotham, with each thunderous heartbeat, it was releasing that peculiar miasma from its cracks. Why do I feel some kind of familiarity with it? Felix murmured as he placed a hand over his chest, feeling his heartbeats somehow harmonizing with the beats of the stone of reality. What do you mean? Lady Sphinx and the others broke out of their daze and focused on Felix. I don't know how to explain it. Felix added confusedly. It's like both my human heart and Asna's core are calling for it? This made it more puzzling for the tenants as they kept glancing at each other with weird looks, seemingly trying to make sense of his words. Before Felix could dive deeper into that sensation, Eris' voice suddenly resounded on the floor. Little Paragon, come in. I am waiting on the other side. Also, don't worry, there are no traps. I will be the judge of that. Felix's expression turned serious again. He wasn't an idiot to take her words for granted. He pulled back the blood clone and sent it inside one of his perfect clones this time. He used a wish to check for chaos law abnormalities. When it came back negative, he steeled his heart and entered the first floor. You must be wondering why are you feeling a familiar kind of energy coming from the stone of reality. Eris' voice kept echoing in the distance. Instead of responding, Felix used his new mastery of vibrational laws to track the source of the sound. It took him no time to reach the origin and find out Eris, sitting cross-legged on a white field of roses with a book on her lap. The moment their senses clashed, Eris raised her head and showed a small smile while extending her hand in front. Please join me. Felix could detect the sincerity and lack of malice in her voice. As the paragon of sins, no one could have hidden evil intentions before him. Still, just to be cautious, he sent a clone to meet her, not wanting to jeopardize his cores. After traveling the great expanse of the first floor and seeing all kinds of bizarre anomalies, Felix finally arrived at the white field of roses, fully shielded up. With the first step, a wave of tiny white insects flew out of the roses and went into the distance, leaving their area utterly barren. Fucking hell, this is a field of insects. Be careful. Thor and the rest of the tenants buffed a hint of concern as they watched Felix clear out a trail inside the field of roses until he reached Eris. With no more than 10 meters between them, he sat on the ground and bowed his head politely. Eris, I am truly done with the games. All my life, people kept hiding truths from me or going out of their way to gaslight me into believing in lies. Felix eyed Eris with a solemn but pleading look. Whatever happens between us after, I genuinely hope you can tell me the truth and nothing but the full truth. From the primogenitors to Asna and now Lilith, all of them hid or used to hide truths from him for the sake of his protection. Felix always hated that, as he was not a child who couldn't think for himself. In his mind, no matter how shocking was the truth, he could handle it. He always did and would always do. Thus, if Eris brought him for a discussion, then he expected her to tell him the full truth without holding back. Otherwise, he might as well not waste his time and start their battle. Eris could see his true feelings in his eyes, which made her erase the small smile planted on her face. I also have no interest in lying to you. Never did, never will. But, can you really handle the truth? Eris lifted her head and looked at the beating stone of reality for a moment. Yes. The moment she heard his response, she descended her gaze until it was affixed to Felix's eyes and uttered calmly, I have yet to figure out the full truth, and I doubt if even the 3 rulers know it. But, if there is one thing I am certain about, it is your identity. My identity? Felix knitted his eyebrows in confusion, not expecting her to go this way. Yes, for the next things I am about to say to make sense, you have to know about your true identity. Eris focused her eyes at Felix and declared with a monotone tone, I am 99% certain you are the first and lost consciousness of our universe. Who? As Eris's revelation hung in the air, a tangible silence swallowed the area and Felix's consciousness space. Felix, along with his tenants, stood utterly motionless, their expressions a mix of shock and incredulity. They had expected many things, but not in their wildest dreams did they expect the truth to be this ludicrous. The first and lost consciousness of the universe. Felix, a human of immortal origins? None of them managed to comprehend or accept Eris' insane statement. I know you find it hard to believe my words, Eris clarified calmly, unbothered by Felix's stunned silence. But this is the truth, and there is plenty of evidence to support it. Evidence? How could there be evidence? How could I be the consciousness of the universe? Are you mad? I am of human descent. I have a father, a mother, a grandfather, and a family that can be traced back centuries. Felix fired a series of questions, trying his best to maintain his composure, but a hint of agitation couldn't escape from his tone. He ought to feel this way. This wasn't a gender reveal. To find out that you were the consciousness of the universe implied many horrifying and shocking truths. Felix wasn't ready to face them in the slightest. But he asked for the truth, and Eris had no intentions of letting him backbuttle from it, no matter how hard he struggled to accept it. I never said that your human origin is false, Eris clarified with a soothing voice. I said that you are the lost consciousness of the universe. I don't know how exactly it happened, but I believe that your primal version has embedded its consciousness in Felix Maxwell during your birth or even after a couple of years. I can't tell for sure. Does she mean like possession? Candace covered her mouth in disbelief, having trouble keeping up with such insanity. Yes, Lady Sphinx confirmed with a serious tone. For the consciousness of the universe, the creator and owner of all matter, it should be quite simple to self-reincarnate, choosing any creature he desires. But what about his memories? I doubt he needs to force himself into forgetting his primal identity. Thor frowned. Even if he did, why? He is already the overlord of the universe, the most omnipotent and holy. Why would he bother to erase his memories? Maybe he did it to experience a mortal life? Lord Shiva joined, his voice as solemn as ever. I know for certain that such an omnipotent being would get bored easily with everything being under his feet. Enough! I am not the fucking consciousness of the universe. Hearing their discussion, Felix couldn't but snap in anger. Who could blame him? He felt a surreal detachment sweep over him as if he were suddenly a stranger in his mind, confronted with a piece of his identity that was as monumental as it was mystifying. Isn't the consciousness of the universe already believed to be Asna? Unlike me, she clears all the check marks for an omnipotent being, Felix retorted with narrowed eyes. Her core can rival the three rulers pre-awakening. She can control all laws and elements. Most importantly, she went through hell because everyone was certain her awakening would make her gain control over the universe. Eris showed a wry smile and said, "Little Paragon, I said that you are the first consciousness of the universe. Isn't this enough to imply that another one can emerge? Let's say you are right. How do you explain Asna's soul being perfectly compatible with you? A mere mortal human as you claim?" Felix's lips parted slightly and murmured, Luck. Even while he was saying it, he couldn't believe it himself. This wasn't the first time Felix interrogated this heavenly coincidence. He understood that two souls could match, but it was a 1 in an octillion chance, something on the border of impossibility. Even twins possess a unique soul, shared by no one else. It was like each creature in this universe possessed a unique serial ID or a frequency that belonged to him alone. For two souls to synchronize to such perfection and without any side effects was a miracle in writing. Both Felix and Asna had chunked it to the back of their minds, believing that it was a fated coincidence. Especially when they were reborn in a different timeline, which was just as shocking. Wait! My rebirth! The moment Felix recalled his rebirth with Asna, he didn't hesitate to bring it out and expose the truth. He believed it should kill off her claim. Alas, if only he knew how wrong he was. Yes, I admit that our souls matching up perfectly is too far-fetched to be a coincidence, but it is still a possibility. Felix held his stance strong. I am sure because I died with Asna in my previous life and returned at least 20 years into the past. I can show you if you don't assume me. Felix extended his hand, ready to show her his memories of what happened in the ruins, uncaring about how humiliating it was. No need, I already know, Eris responded calmly. You know? How? It happened in my previous life. Both Felix and the tenants were shocked by her statement as it maintained many shocking implications. Implications involving even them. I thought you knew? Did that vixen tell you anything at all? Eris lifted an eyebrow in surprise. Cough. When Lilith heard her name be brought up, she lowered her sun hat, covering her face, seemingly having no interest in getting involved in this. Tell me what? Felix felt his heart skip a beat, feeling like another sledgehammer was about to smash his rationality. It seems like I have overestimated your knowledge base. Eris pointed a finger at Felix's forehead and manifested a memory orb. This should show you the whole truth of your rebirth, and why I am certain about your true identity being the consciousness of the universe. Felix watched as the white orb floated slowly in his direction, his heartbeats accelerating, his breaths turning shorter. Yet, his slightly shaking finger reached out to the orb. His desire for the truth far surpassed any other emotion. The moment his finger touched the orb, a collection of memories invaded his mind. Many years ago, near the universal heart, the three rulers and Eris sat on their elevated platforms, releasing blinding divine light everywhere. Below them, a massive spiritual screen displayed Felix's squad, consisting of Jaden and Kathy, standing before a gigantic heron amber gate. All of them were gazing at the small hole at the bottom of the gate with hints of excitement. Is it them? The second ruler requested with a gentle feminine voice. The prophecy hasn't given us names or races. Just there will be a pivotal moment happening near Asna's sealing grounds. The first ruler replied calmly, a pivotal moment that would finally kick off our great escape to the other side. I doubt it's them. The third ruler, Ammonius R.A. remarked expressionlessly as he watched Felix and the other two crawl inside the small opening with eager expressions, feeling like they had hit the jackpot. How can those weakling bugs be associated with the prophecy? The previous explorers had a better chance. You can never tell, Eris remarked with a hint of interest as she watched Felix baiting his teammates into rushing first toward the white flame suspended on the platform. Oh, fresh souls to possess? Not bad. The moment Asna's angelic voice resounded in their ears, both Kathy and Jaden turned around and attempted to retreat, having a bad feeling that their ending wouldn't be pleasant if they stuck behind. Phew! Phew! Alas, in an instant 2 colorless flame needles were thrown with the speed of light at their heads. One penetrated Jaden's ear, and the other penetrated Kathy's eye. Ah! Kaya. Before Felix's brain could even comprehend what had just happened, he heard 2 agonizing screams, far surpassing whatever he had heard in his entire life. The 3 rulers and Eris watched as Felix's legs stiffened, not letting him take a single step back. He just kept watching, scared shitless as Kathy used 2 fingers to dig deep within her eyeball, trying to get out that needle. Alas, she dug nothing but her eyeball out with her pale hand covered in blood. Awaya, please, make it stop. Yet she didn't seem to mind, as she only kept screaming and begging for the pain to be over. Sadly, neither her wish was fulfilled, nor anyone came to her rescue. She only left 2 last whimpers before going silent once and for all. TSK. She couldn't even handle the first stage of possession. Asna stated coldly, "You better not disappoint me as well." Without a second delay, Felix turned around and lay on the floor, trying to crawl back inside the hole and leave this damned place. Ah, bad move. Eris covered her eyes, feeling sympathetic for what was about to happen next. As expected, do you think the ones before you didn't use the same strategy as yours? Asna laughed like a deranged midwoman. I may not succeed in syncing our souls together, but at least I will add another but whole virginity to my collection. Thank you for that, she said sincerely. You crazy bitch. Scared out of his wits by what he just heard, Felix reflexively tried to turn around and protect his ass. Yet, the hole was too tight to let him make such a large movement. Hold on a second. Let's talk things through, he requested with a cracking voice, hoping to buy a couple of seconds to pass through the other side. Unfortunately, the moment his torso was inside the hole, leaving his lower body outside in the open, he heard Asna say in satisfaction, "Perfection, as all things should be." "Nu!" he screamed subconsciously, as he felt that his ass was being targeted by a rapist. Phew! The needle flew straight to his anus, resembling a dart hitting the bullseye. My ass is on fire. My butthole is burning. Fuck. Make it stop, please. I am sorry for ruining your sleep. Please let me go. Felix screamed like there was no tomorrow, tears and snot flowing down his face, as he rolled himself out of the cold from the hellish agony of having his ass pierced. Unbeknownst to him, all of this was being spectated by the strongest beings in the universe. As I said, weakling bugs? Just as the 3rd ruler was about to close the spiritual mirror, his expressionless face finally displayed some emotions at the sight of Asna's soul synchronizing to perfection with Felix's. Impossible! Eris was the first to exclaim in shock. How uncanny! The 1st ruler lifted an eyebrow in surprise. Even he was startled by this development. Is this the pivotal moment? It must be. But how? How can a mere mortal have a perfect synchronization with a celestial? The 2nd ruler lost some of her composure. This is more impossible than the universe heat opening on its own. Having no clue that their soul synchronization had caused the most knowledgeable beings to lose their poise, Felix and Asna kept fighting over the ownership of the soul. Wait. How come Asna is struggling? Eris' eyes continued widening. It's a mere human soul. The fact that Asna couldn't overpower Felix's control over his soul and possess him instantly made them more befuddled. They understood that even while Asna was weakened immensely, she should have no problem possessing the soul of a weakling mortal no different than a commoner. His fate should have been just like Jaden's, Kathy's, or the millions of much more powerful souls than his? Before they could dive deeper into this discussion, Felix decided to blow his soul. "This is for my but whole virginity," he shouted while his soul barrier began to collapse over the sea of consciousness. The shocking part was Asna's decision to merge with Felix's soul mid-collapse, knowing that even if she succeeded, she would end up erased with it. "Do we intervene?" the third ruler asked with a solemn tone. While the whole situation was confounding and made no sense to them, Ammonius-Ra didn't want to watch Asna blow her soul up. She believed that it would give her the eternal peacefulness of death, but in reality, her core would be recreated by the universe's heart again after billions of years. This process would consume so much celestial energy that it would dry up their entire kingdom for billions of years to come. "No, the prophecy has emphasized that we keep our hands to ourselves." The first ruler rejected his suggestion. "But the moment we decided to place our full faith in the prophecy, it meant following its instructions to the letter regardless of the outcome." The first ruler doubled down as he glanced at the massive invisible tablet above them. There weren't any other instructions or predictions of what was going to happen besides trusting the pivotal moment regarding Asna's seal. However, the outcome, the pitch-black gate at the very top of the tablet, remained unchanged, which made them understand that they were on the right path. Thus, even when they were betting the entire future of the kingdom, the three rulers remained motionless and observed the next scene. An explosion that had the same power as a nuclear bomb went off in the hall, destroying nothing but Jaden's bones and Kathy's corpse. The moment this happened, the three rulers picked up on the awakening of a powerful force at the depth of the same galaxy. When they changed their senses to it, they witnessed Kronos pulling a fragment of what was left off Asna, and Felix's souls merged into one. "Kronos? What is he doing?" the second ruler murmured in confusion. "Still, no instructions. I guess landing in his hands is a part of the pro. What the hell is he doing?" Before the third could finish his sentence, his eyes widened in shock as he observed him throw the wisp into his humongous pitch-black eye. "Ruumble!" The instant the wisp went inside his eye, a thunderous clap echoed across the entire universe, resembling the sound of cosmic gears grinding to a halt. Then, a visible shockwave emanated from Kronos, spreading outwards at an unimaginable speed, reaching every corner of the universe. As it passed, every star, planet, and creature froze in place. The entire universe was cast into a suspended temporal state, a still frame captured by none other than the guardian of space and time. Above this frozen tableau, the three rulers observed the universe pause under Kronos's command with a mixture of emotions. This bastard. He dared to abuse his laws and sent Asna into a different frozen timeline. The three rulers didn't seem shocked by the sight of the frozen universe, but more by Kronos' decision to make such a command. They knew that there were infinite frozen timelines in the matter universe, with each one affixed at a very specific moment in time, either in the past, present, or the far future. The only one with control to switch between those timelines was Uranus and the consciousness of the universe. As for the reason they weren't affected, they existed in one of the universe's natural dimensional realms, and also due to their social status. Eternal Kingdom, Void Realm, Quantum Realm, and the Spirit Realm. Everything in these realms was unaffected by any temporal changes occurring in the matter universe. Thus, the moment Kronos sent Felix and Asna 20 years into the past, he sent them into a frozen timeline, which was activated from its static state the moment they entered it. This made it the present universe for everyone, while the previous one was sealed shut instead. Since this was tampering with the universe's balance, even the ones with time immunity in the matter universe had no clue what happened and continued living their lives as normal, not knowing that a parallel version of themselves was frozen in the future in a different timeline. In simpler terms, everything in the universe was under temporal manipulation besides the unigens and the natural realms, making them the only constant nails in its eternal existence. Speaking about them, such a drastic change couldn't escape the eyes of the other unigens, making them all converge in the council hall. Why did Kronos switch the timelines? Did something happen? Artemis inquired with a serious tone. "Motherfucker, I just found a new superstar in the SG platform. Now, I have to wait 20 years until he joins. Apollo cried out loud in frustration. Don't tell me Kronos has erased his memories again and did this by mistake. Poseidon frowned. Even Lilith and Lord Hades picked up on the change in the timeline while it felt like nothing happened. While Lord Hades was clueless and couldn't care less, focusing purely on guarding his spirit realm. A sinister smile broke on Lilith's face as she hid in the darkness of the void. The beginning of the end has finally arrived, she murmured, her eyes displaying a terrifying level of foresight. While each had their own thoughts about this development, their senses were affixed on Kronos, the source of this upheaval. When they saw his slumbering body get assaulted by more than 10,000 celestial chains, chills coursed down their spine. A fitting punishment for such a monumental abuse of laws. Why the hell did he do it? This thought roamed across their minds, but no one besides Kronos could answer it. Time passed and life in the matter universe and its neighboring realms continued on without much of a change. The only ones who knew about the change in the timeline were told the whole story about Felix and Asna. Many of them became interested in their newly merged soul and their mortal journey, including Artemis, Apollo, and Eris. Especially when they found out that Felix someone had full control over his body and soul instead of Asna. This revelation had given birth to a whole new discussion. A decision about Felix's true identity, as none of them were dumb enough to believe he was a mere mortal. After so many theories were debunked, we are left with only one that can explain this insanity. Athena uttered with a solemn tone within the confines of the Celestial Council. The three rulers and many other unigens were seen sitting in their respectful chairs, giving their full attention to Athena. He must be the lost consciousness of the universe. Nothing else can explain this many coincidences. The lost consciousness? Let's not get ahead of ourselves and start putting labels. Poseidon shook his head. Just like there are many details that allude to the mortal being the lost consciousness of the universe, there are also many other points negating it. He is right, Aeolus added with a big yawn. How can the consciousness of the universe associate itself with one of the weakest life forms in the universe? Humans die by the tens of millions each day for various reasons. Indeed, if it wasn't for Kronos' interference, he would have died right there and then. Hephaestus scoffed. I refuse to believe that the almighty consciousness of the universe will make such a poor choice and embed itself with a human. Knowingly, he will lose his memories and omnipotence. A dragon would have made more sense, to be honest. Many unigens found it tough to accept Felix being the consciousness of the universe even when they knew that the universe could possess his body. In their eyes, it made no sense. It was like choosing an ant as a host instead of a lion and then hoping to survive the brutal life of the jungle. I get it. There are too many points that make no sense. Athena defended her dispute strongly. But how do you explain all of this? A random human from a race that breeds like insects stumble upon ruins where Asna is sealed. Instead of dying instantly, his soul synchronizes with Asna to perfection, and when they get sent to a parallel version of himself in the past, he is the one in full control of the body. This is Asna we are talking about. Her core was still with her for God's sake. I doubt even we can put her on the bench if our souls were to match. She paused after seeing everyone having deep frowns in confusion, seemingly trying their best to make sense of this, but to no avail. Admit it, no matter how much you try to avoid it, you always come back to one explanation. Athena uttered, her eyes narrowing in focus. His consciousness must be a higher grade than Asna's. In this universe, Asna's consciousness was on equal terms with the three rulers' reawakening, which meant only the universe's consciousness could override her authority. I am not saying this explanation isn't the most fitting in this narrative, but we have already scanned his consciousness and soul. They turned out to be plain mortal ones. Zeus addressed with a regal voice. How do you explain that? This was one of the points that killed off Athena's theory. It was very easy to check a soul's grade and identity for beings like them. They had already done their due diligence while Felix was busy building his hotel in the Sky Pearl Island, having no clue about any of this. Besides Asna's overbearing, weakened consciousness, there wasn't anything unique about it. Come on, this is the universe's consciousness we are talking about. I doubt he will have difficulty mimicking a mortal's consciousness to perfection. Athena expressed, "You are reaching." Poseidon shook his head again. Based on the same concept, the universe's consciousness shouldn't bother to go through this much length for anything. He already has omnipotence to do as he pleases. Why leave the universe without a consciousness to guide it? If he seeks to relieve his boredom, he can keep his main consciousness to rule the universe while sending out wisps to experience mortal life and whatnot. Indeed, if I had his omnipotence, I would never let go of it, Hephaestus uttered with a fierce desire. I don't know, but I still. You guys are missing a very important key point. Apollo suddenly interrupted Athena while causally playing with the lyre in his lap. Apollo, say what you have. Athena gave him an irritated look, but she didn't rebuke him for the disrespectful interruption. All of us assume that the universe used to have a consciousness since we were born out of the universe's heart, and have gained consciousness and personalities based on our origins. He gazed at them like he was staring at idiots and said, "But you should never forget that we have no evidence about its existence in the first place. So, all of this bickering and arguments are for naught." While his presentation was punchable, no one managed to collect a retort. His point was valid as no one really had any concrete evidence for the universe possessing a consciousness. They theorized its existence due to its unique birth and the loopholes left in the universe's balancing system, which made it seem like it was following the orders of someone or something. Plus, it made a ton of sense for the universe to have consciousness when considering that the Unigens and even the three rulers could get punished if they abused their powers. If the three rulers were the apex and supreme entities in the universe, there shouldn't be an instant punishment if they dared to step inside the matter universe. But still, all of these were mere assumptions based on logical reasoning instead of trusting valid evidence. Thus, it was indeed foolish to argue about Felix's identity when they never had proof that the universe used to possess consciousness before their birth. To me, Asna makes the most sense in being the consciousness of the universe. Apollo shrugged his shoulders at their silence. Doesn't this prove that the mortal has a connection to the universe one way or another? Otherwise, how can anything explain what we witnessed? Athena sighed hopelessly, feeling like they were running in circles. Again, I tell you it's impo. That's enough. Before Poseidon could attack her point, the first ruler intervened at last. Everyone lifted their heads and gave him their full attention. We are clearly lacking some vital information, or we are missing something in plain sight. The first ruler said calmly, "Whatever it is, there is no benefit in discussing this anymore." "Then what do you suggest?" Hephaestus frowned. "Do we just ignore them and proceed living our lives?" "Exactly." The first ruler added, "The prophecy tablet's new instructions made it clear we need to keep our distance from them. I faith that the truth will come out on its own." "Trusting that wicked tablet again?" Poseidon warned with a deep gaze. "I tell you, that tablet is going to be the death of us. I don't know why, but it feels too eerie to follow its instructions." "Death? Heh, coward much." Hephaestus sneered. "No one and nothing can kill a Unijin when our rebirth is linked to the universe's heart." "I don't know about the death part, but I am also with Poseidon on this one," Artemis said softly. "After these latest developments, it does kind of feel creepy following its instructions blindly. What if the universe's consciousness created the tablet and used it to help him resurrect himself? Aren't we aiding our slave master Reborn? It's a calculated risk." The first ruler brushed it off like it was never an issue. The three rulers were not foolish to miss such a hypothesis. They knew from the beginning that the prophecy tablet could be a trap placed by the universe's consciousness to help him emerge again. The fact that they couldn't gaze into the future in matters related to the prophecy was another note backing this assumption. After all, the universe could create a prophecy tablet, but it shouldn't be possible to block peeking into their future. Such a decision took intelligence, and the universe had none at the moment or when the prophecy tablet first appeared. A calculated risk, huh? Poseidon shook his head. He knew that nothing they said could change the three rulers' attitude. In their eyes, the prophecy tablet was the only way out of their prison. They had already tried every other method to no avail. This left them with only two choices: either trust the prophecy tablet or accept their eternal imprisonment. TSK, your concerns have no merit. Uranus scoffed coldly as he gazed at the screen showing Felix watching alien movies with his grandfather Robert. He was using his idiotic plan to prepare him for the upcoming Alexander Kingdom invasion and avoid having a heart attack. Look at him. Look, if this is the universe's consciousness attempt to reborn itself, then it will fall flat-face without us doing anything. I give him a year, and we will find his corpse thrown in some ditch. The Unigen's eyelids twitched, not able to find a retort. Young Felix wasn't making it any easier to place faith in him with his decision-making skills. Also, if we considered the rebirth theory as real, this poses a much more serious question. Demeter interjected with a stern tone. If the universe's consciousness went this far to ensure its rebirth, then doesn't this mean that its death wasn't voluntary? When this notion was brought up, many Unigens raised their eyebrows in surprise. You mean he was killed? By who? Who is strong enough to kill the most omnipotent being in the universe? The creator of all life and harbinger of death. Maybe someone from the other side? Zeus narrowed his eyes at the universe's heart. For all we know, our universe isn't alone. There might be infinite universes, and our creator fought against their invasion and died protecting our universe. He locked us up for our safety while he tried to revive himself and claim his throne again. If this theory is correct, then maybe the stone of reality is the real universe's heart. Eris joined in the discussion with a deep response. We might have failed to bring back the stone of reality, but I have run some studies on it, and those cracks on its surface resemble wounds. Considering that the universe's authority can be somehow matched by it, then it does seem like a valid theory. Athena held her chin thoughtfully as she gazed at the tiny white. Though, if we considered that the stone of reality is the universe's heart, then what makes this one? The Unigens were left pondering in silence, feeling somewhat lost with all of those theories thrown in their faces that somehow made sense, but at the same time didn't. First, Felix was the consciousness of the universe. Second, the universe's consciousness might be using the tablet to lure them into reviving him. Third, the stone of reality was the true heart of the universe and was wounded after a battle with the outer gods. Every theory had its logical merits, but at the same time, some facts denied its validity. As I said, don't brew your minds over this. The first ruler said calmly, the truth will come out when the time is right. Dismissed. Back to the present. Felix and the tenants were left staring at each other in stunned stupor. The memories orb had ended with the meeting being dismissed. Most of them felt relieved about it as their minds and hearts couldn't handle everything that was shown. Especially Felix. Seeing Felix's unfocused deadpan look, Eris asked calmly, what do you think? Felix broke out of his daze after hearing her voice. He lifted his head and requested with a husky soft voice, give me a moment to recollect my thoughts. Eris refocused on her book and kept reading it in silence, giving him all the time he needed. She knew that he received multiple shocks from the memories. Even if Felix had a strong will and could handle many things, it wasn't easy to overlook those truths. He always assumed that his meeting with Asna was a chance and their rebirth was an unexplainable blessing. Yet, to find out that he was saved by Kronos and that the three rulers had allowed it to happen for the sake of following a peculiar tablet's instructions didn't sit well with him. It made him feel like his entire life was a lie, and the only reason he was still alive was due to a piece of rock he never knew existed. The worst part, he knew the memories were real. If they were tampered with, he would have figured it out instantly. Felix! Candace reached out with her hand, wanting to comfort him. While the tenants were also shocked by the information, none of them were hit as hard as Felix. Don't, I am good. Felix halted her attempts with a hand while using the other to massage his right temple, relying on his water and ice laws to chill his emotions, countering the rising fierceness of fire laws. If he hadn't detached himself from the 7 sins, he would have already gone berserker. Are you sure? Lady Yggdrasil checked on him with a gentle voice. I have gone through worse. Felix nodded with a forced smile. Felix! Sigh. When the tenants saw his forced smile, some of them felt their hearts ripping apart in anguish and empathy. How could they not empathize with him? He had yet to recover from being manipulated by Lilith. While it turned out to his benefit, he never forgave her and would never do so. Now, he found out that his entire journey was being watched by the three rulers from his previous life and manipulated by a prophecy. The sense of having a free choice was no longer there. Felix lifted his head and asked Eris, "I wonder, did the three rulers send me to the spirit realm because of that tablet too?" "You already know the answer," Eris responded. Felix showed a bitter smile and kept the rest of the questions to himself. He realized that any move the three rulers had created regarding him must be related to the tablet. "Don't sell yourself too short." Eris tried to uplift him. "The moment you stepped into the Eternal Kingdom, nothing was predicted by the tablet besides Asna's core landing in the three rulers' hands eventually. This means you have genuinely given them a operate for their money. Be proud of it." She chuckled. Unfortunately, Felix didn't find it funny as the moment he heard the last part. His expression turned frigid and menacing all of a sudden. "Asna's core landing in their hands? Over my dead body," he uttered coldly. While the idea of his entire life being led by a set of instructions created him feel sick to his stomach, he would never allow this prediction to occur. He had gone through so much bullshit to protect Asna's core and rescue her from the three rulers. He denied to fail near the finish line even when all of the tablet's predictions flipped out to be true. "First, you have to go through me," Eris uttered calmly. "Maybe I am the one who will be handing her core to them." "Not in this lifetime," Felix sneered. "It's best not to underestimate me." Eris smiled as she pushed her glasses up her nose bridge. "I might have chosen your side, but I have no interest in pulling back in our battle. If you can't even afford to defeat me at my peak, you don't deserve to stand before Ares or the three rulers. I will make sure you are pleasantly satisfied with my prowess." Felix uttered one word at a time with a suppressed tone. "I do hope so. I am betting everything in you to show me the full truth." Eris replied solemnly. Felix recognized the pressing hunger for the truth from her eyes, making him understand at last how Eris was able to live with her decision to hand off her core. She couldn't care less about remaining at the top of the pyramid if a chance to find out the truth about the universe presented itself. "The full truth? Does it have relation to me being the consciousness of the universe?" Felix narrowed his eyes. "I have seen the memories. Most of the Unigens were rejecting that idea. So, how come are you 99% sure?" "They were uncertain because you were a human, young and weak." Eris replied calmly as she sized him up. "Haven't you seen yourself lately? You have ascended 5 times and can do it 2 more times, and probably even 3 times if you find a way to bypass the heart's dilemma. You are in control of more than 24 laws, and I am certain your strength should be closing up on the 100 million mark after all of those ascensions. You can control peculiar black celestial flames that no one else could, and can even use celestial white flames too. You are the closest thing to a celestial in terms of potential, and I am certain you will become one with time. Celestials can't be grown, but only birthed. This means you were born with the potential to become one. So, tell me, do you still believe yourself to be of a mere mortal birth?" Eris shook her head. "If you were, you wouldn't have made it this far." With all of those things brought up and highlighted, there was no way for Felix or the tenants to lie to themselves anymore. Whether Felix was the universe's consciousness might be debatable, but it would be foolish to deny it completely. "I am afraid to say that she has a point," Lord Marduk remarked. "I may not have joined you from the very start of your journey and can't comment on all of your struggles. However, the fact you have climbed this far is beyond a miracle." "It's true," Lord Loki supported. "Even if we put another mortal in your position and he went through your struggles, he won't make it this far. He has to have the secret sauce, and I am certain it has relations to celestials." In other words, no one disparaged Felix's achievements or the insanely hard work he put into his journey to climb this far. However, if it wasn't for the many unexplainable phenomena related to him, he would have failed a long time ago. The best example was the celestial white/black flames. If he wasn't able to control them, he would have never beaten Hephaestus or emerged alive from the spirit realm. If it wasn't for Asna merging with his soul, he wouldn't have had the potential to become a primogenitor or a unijin. The list goes on about many cheats at his disposal concerning celestial matters. This made Felix understand that no matter how hard he tried to reject or close an eye on the truth, he was associated with the celestials one way or another. Before he could open his mouth and bring out this matter, Eris shared with a knowing look, "You are thinking that you can be a celestial like the three rulers instead of the consciousness of the universe." Felix nodded in silence. There was a huge difference between a celestial and the consciousness of the universe. Even Asna was still considered a mere celestial pre-awakening. No one knew for sure if she would turn into the consciousness of the universe after awakening or just a more powerful celestial. This is what the majority of the Unijins and probably even the three rulers believe too, Eris remarked calmly. But not me. I have been working tirelessly to find out the truth while they were waiting for it to show up on its own. After I have seen your reaction to the stone of reality, I am more positive than ever about my theory. What is it? Felix narrowed his eyes. Instead of answering, Eris closed up her book and uttered with a faint smile, "There is no point in telling you if you lose before me since it will invalidate it." Eris stood up slowly. Her entire demeanor and aura changed to a murderous executioner. Then she said, "If you want to know, prove me right. I guess you're right. Nothing will matter if I die under your hands." Felix stood up as well. He had heard and seen more than enough to make him understand that his true identity was an enigma for even the three rulers. If he wanted to know more and actually find proof for all of those speculations, there was only one path forward. "How do you desire to play this?" Felix inquired indifferently. "All out with law's abuse or not?" "Do as you observe fit," Eris replied calmly. "Say less." Without further ado, Felix cancelled his clone and switched his focus to his main body. He was still standing in front of the gate, having no interest in throwing a low ball at Eris by ambushing her. She created it clear that she still didn't trust his capabilities to take down the three rulers and assist her discover the truth. He would prove her correct if he failed to take her down without sneak attacks. "You got this," Thor assured him with a stern tone. The rest of the tenants provided encouraging remarks as well as they watched him take a deep breath, focusing his powers to make a crucial wish. "I wish for immunity from the bindings of chaos and order, just for 5 seconds." The air around him glistened as his wish took hold, creating an invisible skin-tight protective bubble that nullified the chaotic fluctuations and ordered patterns affecting the area. "Felix, we have no more void creatures to sacrifice for wishes," Candace warned him after switching focus to her main consciousness, finding out that their entire armies were devoured. "I understand." Felix narrowed his eyes coldly. 5 seconds is enough to decide the victor. Without an ounce of hesitation, Felix extended his palm forward and commanded, "Manifest, the all-devouring gravitational puppet." A new massive black sigil manifested high above with many intricate and complex inscriptions on it. From the heart of the sigil, a gigantic puppet emerged. It had elongated limbs and a hauntingly empty face, except for the gaping maw at its center. At the depth of this maw, a small black hole formed, stirring ominously. This was the same puppet Felix had used before to store the soul explosion energy of Zeus and Poseidon before releasing it at the Eternal Kingdom. The only difference was the addition of the small black hole, as Felix had used Uranus gravity laws to merge with the puppet, giving birth to a new, more powerful monstrosity. As soon as it fully materialized, the puppet extended its arms, reaching toward the celestial anomalies and the chaotic landscape around it. The black hole in its stomach acted as a singularity of insatiable hunger, beginning to pull at the very fabric of the floor's reality, causing the floating sea of liquid fire to distort, stretching towards the puppet as if drawn by an invisible thread. Even the split star began to crumble at its edges, failing to fight against the powerful pull inside the puppet's stomach. The bizarre, non-spherical celestial bodies were not spared either, drifting closer, their orbits decaying under the unyielding pull of the black hole. "It's not budging, No wonder the upper Unigens failed to retrieve it, Felix murmured as he watched the stone of reality remain affixed in its position even under the constant pull of a technique capable of devouring soul explosions in an instant. Whatever, I will deal with it later. Soon, Felix switched his focus back to the emptied massive area of the floor, leaving nothing behind but a piece of void and the stone of reality. Now, there are no more chaotic elements to be used against me, and I have devoured all types of energies on the floor. Felix narrowed his eyes coldly as he gazed at the slowly floating Eris in his direction. When Eris observed what he did, she didn't seem bothered or fazed. She kept moving forward until a decent distance was between them. Then, she opened her book and uttered calmly, "By the laws of order, restore the floor back to its original condition." The moment her declaration resounded with the authority of the cosmos, the puppet began to shudder, its form contorting unnaturally as if struggling against the very nature of its creation. Then, before anyone could react, the puppet started to hurl everything it had consumed without Felix's orders. The chaotic elements it had absorbed were forcefully expelled and launched back onto the floor. "Stop!" Felix attempted to countermand with his own commands, trying desperately to regain control, but Eris's commands overpowered his. Her authority was absolute. This was the true terror of the laws of order. It represented the order of the universe, which had control and balance over all of its laws. In other words, its authority supersedes all of the other laws, regardless of their owners. As expected, it isn't going to be easy. Still, Felix wasn't disappointed as he had already anticipated this much. Recognizing Eris's superior control, Felix quickly moved to Plan B of his strategy. "Implode!" He ordered the puppet, directing it to self-destruct near Eris in a last-ditch effort to disrupt her composure. This time, the puppet listened to Felix's command since it had no relation to the laws of order. Eris could affect anything that disturbed the order of matter, but she could not use it to gain control over other Unigens' powers whenever she desired. Realizing that the explosion was inevitable, Eris didn't bother to stop it. She waved her hand and shielded herself with a barrier empowered with radiant/resplendent divinity. Boom! However, as soon as the implosion occurred, Felix didn't wait for it to fail at dealing any damage to Eris. He raised his hands, summoning one of his latest, most powerful symbolic techniques. A massive, dark, colorful sigil manifested right in the center of the explosion. It had more complicated inscriptions than the all-devouring gravitational puppet. The moment Eris read the writings on the sigil, she instantly figured out what kind of laws were mixed in to create it. Gluttony, radiation, plasma, antimatter, and void laws. She raised an eyebrow in surprise. What kind of technique is this? She was soon about to find out as the boar at the center of the sigil opened its mouth wide and began to suck in the explosion's energy like there was no tomorrow. In almost no time, the entire released energy was absorbed before it could even reach Eris or Felix. Without any delay, Felix aimed the symbolic sigil at Eris and shouted, "Death Ray!" An ominous, terrifying dark ray with a colorful hue burst forth from the sigil with an uncanny speed. As it streaked across the battlefield, it cut through anything before it like a blade, its path illuminated by a creepy, sinister trail. Eris seemed unfazed as she observed the approaching demise with an unreadable expression. However, even she realized that her powerful barrier would struggle immensely against its destructiveness. It would stop because it was empowered with divinities, but it would require a massive quantity to achieve it. Still, instead of avoiding it, she decided to take it on by invoking another ability. Chaotic Reversal. With a graceful motion, she manifested a translucent chaotic mirror in front of the death ray. The instant it went through it, the death ray halted abruptly and twisted at a 90-degree angle, redirecting towards the stone of reality positioned above them. Before Felix could react to her impeccably laid free counter, the redirected death ray collided with the stone of reality. The ancient stone convulsed violently under the assault but suffered from absolutely no damage whatsoever. However, it did not welcome the thought of being touched in the slightest. Instantly, its surface began to react, widening the pre-existing cracks. Then, it released a thick miasma like a flood breaking through a dam. The atmosphere around the stone thickened as the miasma spilled into the environment, rushing everywhere. The moment it gripped the residual energy from the death ray, it triggered a series of surreal transformations within the miasma itself. What began as a formless fog soon morphed into bizarre, illogical objects and phenomena. Skyscrapers, towering and architecturally impossible, commenced to rise from the miasma, their structures twisted and looping in ways that defied physical laws. Broken stars materialized next, their cores still burning with a cold fire. There was even the emergence of black holes. Instead of sucking in the matter, it expelled the miasma at unprecedented speed, helping it cover more ground. "I advise you not to come into contact with the miasma," Eris warned in good faith as she pulled away from the peculiar mist. It was clear that the miasma could alter the reality of anything interacting with it. Since the stone of reality's authority was higher than Unigen's, if it gripped them, their fate would not be pleasant in the slightest. "Worry about yourself." Not needing a warning, Felix chased after her with his phasing ability, not wanting to waste the duration of his immunities. Seeing that she was being chased, Eris turned around and waved her hand gracefully, releasing a chaotic wave in his direction. Felix charged through it with narrowed eyes, his immunites helping him remain unharmed. "Immunities, huh?" Eris replied calmly. "How many seconds do you have left?" "Enough." Before Felix's voice could reach her ears, he manifested next to her and tried to pierce her with an invisible vibrational sword. It might not seem like much, but this sword had its frequency tuned to disturb any frequency it gripped at the lowest level possible. One could say it was a downgraded version of matter execution. With an unbothered expression, Eris allowed the sword to pierce through her chest. Before Felix could celebrate, Eris gazed at him straight in the eyes and shared indifferently. "It's good that you haven't used matter execution. Such attacks are useless against me." Felix's expression turned for the worse after realizing that his sword failed to disturb her frequency. No matter how hard he tried, her frequency was like a solid wall. "Have you ever wondered why Uranus doesn't dare to fight me? Most vibrational attacks rely on disturbing the order of matter, atmosphere, or even the strings. But how can you disturb the embodiment of order?" She uttered coldly as she tapped into her chaotic laws and caught the vibrational sword with her own bare hand. Before Felix could react or release the sword, Eris snapped her finger and expanded an invisible sphere from her book around them. "Shit!" The moment Felix sensed its existence, he tried to run away by phasing out. However, he found out to be under the same experience he put Uranus. The sphere was disturbing the frequencies around him, making it impossible to match his frequency with another plane. Since it was affecting the frequencies in the area and not him, his immunities were useless against it. But unlike Uranus, he had other options. Godspeed. His entire body was suddenly set ablaze in energized golden lightning for a nanosecond, and then he turned into a lightning bolt and bounced away. Eris didn't try to give a chase, knowing that he was the one strapped for time. The moment his immunities expire, the real fun would begin for her. Felix knew that it would get X10 more difficult to handle her without his immunities. After all, upper celestial Unigens were never meant to kill each other. His success with Uranus relied on the tower's authority to make it happen, and he could not repeat the same dance here. As for having Asna's core devour hers, the moment Asna's core would try to pull her core out, Eris would easily snap the connection with her twisted laws. He needed a good setting to ensure that wouldn't happen, but he knew it would be impossible to achieve it without abusing his laws. "No, I refuse." Felix hardened his expression. "Abusing my laws is the last option." Felix didn't want to rely on abusing his laws after every inconvenience. After all, the three rulers' strength was too overwhelming without them needing to abuse their celestial powers. How could he take the three of them while chained up? "I understand Eris' test now," Elder Kraken remarked with a solemn tone. "She is playing it slow, wanting to see what can Felix do without abusing his laws." "Indeed. It's not looking well." Thor frowned. He has prepared many strategies, but her laws are just too overwhelming at breaking them down. This is enough to tell you that quantity isn't always best with laws. Chaos breaks things apart while order restores them. With her authority superseding over unigens, those two qualities are enough to deal with any threat. Lady Sphinx commentated as she watched Felix split into 7 versions of himself, speeding across the entire floor and assaulting her from every possible direction. However, regardless of what attack he used and what law he tapped into, nothing was good enough to touch or make her even flinch. She is genuinely league apart from other unigens. Candace murmured with a tint of awe. If she is this omnipotent, how frightening is Ares? Thor gulped audibly. Time is ticking. Eris waved her finger left and right as she watched Felix's 7 clones inhaling roughly. They surrounded her from 7 sides, and each one had a few sigils and symbols above their heads. Yet, none of them proved to be useful against her. That's because she had utilized a new defensive technique called the Law of Retribution. This created a zone where a strict set of rules were imposed, ensuring that any attack would have a proper countermeasure. With the addition of the order cancellation technique and divinities, it was nearly impossible to penetrate through her defenses. If you want to win, you know exactly what to do, Lilith reminded with a faint playful smirk. No, it might end horribly for both of us. Felix knitted his eyebrows in disapproval after being reminded of another option he had left. An option with no relation to law abuse, but it was just as deadly. I have taught you how to enter and leave it. Lilith encouraged him with a seductive voice. If you don't go for it, you might as well abuse your laws right now. I can't believe I am agreeing with her, but she is right. Jormungandr advised with a stern tone. You don't have time to think about a new strategy. Also, you barely have enough celestial energy for a single attack. Felix remained silent, his 7 brains working overtime to find a new path, an opening in her defenses, but no matter how hard he tried or what combination of laws he used, nothing came back positive. Without abusing his laws, Eris was simply untouchable. Unless, she is currently untouchable because she is tapping into her order embodiment, giving her the authority to supersede all laws. Felix narrowed his eyes coldly. Unless I did the same, I can't contest against her without abusing my laws. Damn it! I hate when that which is right. Felix's expression turned for the worse after realizing that Lilith had taught him the next stage of sin's control to witness him using it against Eris. If it's the only way to victory, so be it. Many years ago, within the void inside the echoing tower, we have come up with a good plan to deal with either Uranus or Eris inside the 20th floor. But, after taking one of them down, what am I supposed to do against the other? Felix had a deep frown as he sat at the central table with his council. He understood that the 20th floor was going to do the bulk of the fight for him due to the Stone of Reality's absolute authority. But he wouldn't have the same advantage when dealing with the remaining Unijin. Whether it was Eris or Uranus, none of them would be easy to take down on other floors. How about you use your evil energy again to gain control over the Stone of Reality? Fenrir suggested with a cold face. If you succeeded, the entire tower would be under your authority. Instead of answering him, Felix and the others turned to Lilith, who was sunbathing in her usual spot. Don't waste your time. I tried it and failed. Lilith answered lazily. As expected. Felix wasn't too surprised. He knew that if evil energy had such an authority to overtake the Stone of Reality, Lilith would have already used it against Asna's core. Such celestial treasures were immune to evil energy, since it was merely the personification of Lilith's wickedness born into energy. This was Felix's theory about its origin. Just like she was able to detach her sin's embodiments, she could detach her evilness and turn it into energy. The only reason he could control his evilness was probably due to this separation. After all, evil entities knew nothing about boundaries and had no issues with massacring the entire universe just for their own amusement. But Felix never had such a thought. Well, I really don't see a way for you to succeed in trapping one of them on the other floors unless you abused your laws. Elder Kraken shook his head. Even then, It's doubtful if it will work when they can also abuse their laws. This was the dilemma Felix was facing. He knew it was a big risk to abuse his laws. After all, if he failed, he would be chained up on the first floor. While he could establish the connection to the 20th floor easily with a wish through manipulating the fluctuations of the first floor's portal, it was still a massive risk. Dealing with upper celestial unigens is too complicated. Candace sighed in frustration. The rest of the tenants fell in deep silence, each one putting their minds into brewing the best possible strategy to help Felix. At least 15 brains were functioning on this, and yet, no one managed to devise a decent plan that didn't involve abusing the laws. When Lilith saw how everyone was left stumped for answers, a faint smirk emerged on her lustrous violet lips. There is another stage unexplored to being a uni-jinn. Lilith broke the silence. Her voice was neutral, but had a hidden tint of seduction in it. Felix spotted it immediately, which made him alert. He contracted his eyes and asked, "What do you mean? How can there be another level? If there was, I should have seen it by now." Indeed, Felix had fought quite a few unigens, and he had yet to notice any of them use something he hadn't anticipated. That's because not every unijin can tap into it. Lilith removed her sunglasses and manifested next to them with one leg above the other. Then she continued, "Only I, Eris, Ares, Hades, and Kronos can use it." "Wait, not even Uranus has it?" Felix raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Just because a unijin is part of the upper celestial council doesn't mean we share the same strengths," she replied. Felix nodded, understanding that each upper celestial unigens had their own peculiar powers and weaknesses. "What is it then?" "We call it a level up, but in reality it is a specific power-up for a price." Lilith showed a faint sinister smile and said, "Why do you think I am feared across all realms and have even made the 3 rulers suffer a bit?" Most of the tenants leaned closer, their heartbeats accelerating at the realization that Lilith was finally about to spill the tea about the true strength of the Paragon of Sins. When they heard about Lilith almost ruining the 3 rulers' plans, which forced them to banish her outside of the kingdom, they assumed that her strength should be over the top. But after Felix became the Paragon of Sins, he was struggling to deal with each unijin, and that's when he had the help of other laws and new powerful techniques. So, this made them always wonder if Felix was just bad at being the Paragon of Sins, or if this was the limitation of the 7 sins laws and Lilith had just gotten lucky. "First, you have to understand something." Lilith entered her lecture mode. "Unijins are the embodiment of the universe's laws. In other words, having control over a law implies tapping into the universe's authority." "Yes, I already know this." "Then, do you know this?" Lilith showed a devious smile as she hurled a bombshell at them. "The 7 sins are not mere laws representing the 7 sins of living forms, but the 7 desires of the universe itself." "Huh? You joking, right? The universe's desires? It can't be." It would be a downplay to describe Felix and the tenants' reaction as a mere shock. They were legit at a loss for words, thinking that she was messing with them. Who could blame them? The general consensus was that the 7 sins were laws based on living creatures and their desires instead of the universe itself. "All laws are based on the universe itself without exception," Lilith remarked with a faint smirk. "Being the Paragon of Sins implies you are the embodiment of the universe's 7 desires and its evil side. What does this tell you?" "It can't be." Felix's eyes began widening slowly as he realized the significance of his next stage up. "It is," Lilith chuckled. "As the universe's embodiment of its 7 desires, you can supersede the authority of all laws since nothing could win against the corrupting desire of sins." Hearing her confirmation of his assumption, Felix's heartbeats accelerated to the limit in agitation. He understood that the universe operated under a complex system of laws, gravity, time, space, all types of energies, and whatnot. But what are these laws, if not manifestations of balance and order? And what was sin, if not the natural counter to such order? When Lilith saw that a few were still not caught up, she clarified with a faint smile. "The 7 sins? Pride, envy, wrath, sloth, greed, gluttony, and lust. Each challenged the universe's balance in unique ways. Pride defies submission, envy disrupts contentment, wrath counters peace, and so forth. The tenants nodded slowly, their minds racing as they connected the dots Lilith laid out before them. By fully embracing these sins, by becoming their embodiment, you don't just wield their individual powers, Lilith explained with a growing zeal. You embody the antithesis to the cosmic order. You become a being that can not only challenge but potentially override the fundamental laws that bind all things. Felix felt a surge of exhilaration, realizing that he was indeed not tapping into the full potential of his seven sins laws. The symbols and sin-symbolic techniques are mere tools to tap into the universe's authority at a limited capacity, such as the equal trade symbol. Lady Sphinx added her own understanding on the matter with an intrigued voice. What Lilith suggested is for you to become the true embodiment of those sins, embracing their gifts and faults. You mean if he became their embodiments, he wouldn't even need symbols or techniques to activate his powers? Doesn't this mean he will remove the limitations on his laws? Candace covered her mouth in shock at such an insane power-up. When it was put like this, most of the tenants had the same reaction, realizing the real reason for the universe putting limitations on some unigens. Lilith had to use the symbols to activate her powers. Eris had to use the tome of order and chaos. Hades, Kronos, and Ares were unknown, but for them to be able to tap into this level up as well implied that they had their limitations too. Those limitations were imposed to give us the ability to use our laws but at the same time maintain our freedom of thought. The price was lowering the full extent of our reach with our laws due to how overwhelming and authoritative they were. Lilith continued, without those limitations, we will become the final form of our law's personality/power-wise. No wonder the universe hasn't placed any other limitations on the rest of the unigens. Even if they became their law's true embodiment, nothing much would change, since the upper celestials would override their law's authority. Elder Kraken said, even Uranus wouldn't be able to stand up against Lilith, Eris, Ares, Kronos, and Hades if they were to embody their laws to their full extent like him truly. It wasn't anything about the Unijin, but the laws themselves. Wait a second. If all laws are embodiments of the universe, does this mean Hades is the universe's soul or consciousness? Felix suddenly frowned after spotting a hole in her narrative. In his eyes, if Hades was the embodiment of the universe's consciousness, he could override all other law embodiments if he wasn't punished with chains. Well, he is believed to be either the embodiment of the universe's soul vessel or at least its spiritual control over the spiritual matters in its realm. But he isn't its consciousness itself. Lilith remarked calmly, that's something entirely different. I see. Felix nodded in understanding. He already knew that souls weren't the same as consciousness. Souls were shaped as spherical vessels with the consciousness lake within them. The consciousness lake, ocean, or whatnot was the true consciousness of the living creatures. That's why it was possible to possess someone by getting rid of his consciousness and keeping his soul intact as long as there was perfect synchronization. Thus, it made the majority sense for Hades to be either the embodiment of the universe's soul vessel or its spiritual control instead of being its consciousness. If there is a soul vessel, doesn't this mean that the universe does indeed possess a consciousness? Lord Loki raised an eyebrow in surprise, feeling like this was enough for confirmation of this theory. Everyone believes this, but it won't be fully confirmed unless the universe's consciousness appears for real. Lilith answered. In other words, it was merely another lead that supported their theory. The only way to truly confirm it was if either Asna became the universe's consciousness after awakening or the universe manifested its own consciousness somehow. Back to the main point, to supersede the laws of the universe, you must not just use the sins. You must integrate them, let them transform you, and through you, reshape the universe on your desires. Lilith coughed softly. There is a catch, though. Lay it on me. Felix narrowed his eyes, knowing that such a power-up could never come without a massive cost. Otherwise, Lilith would have told him about it a long time ago and not waited until he was desperate for solutions. Once you enter the true embodiment state, it will be extremely difficult to pull yourself from it. In the worst-case scenario, the new embodiment would be your personality forever, and you would lose your free will to act outside the boundaries of the chosen law embodiment. She said in one breath, softening her voice as much as possible to dilute such an outlandish side effect. The tenant's expressions had already turned bad, realizing the dangers of such power up being worse than the celestial chains. What is this crap? Absolutely not. You must not go for this. Cyclope warned with a solemn tone. It's more or less a death sentence to your life if you enter the true embodiment state using those wicked laws. He is right. Lady Sphinx supported. Abusing your laws could come at a physical cost, but at least you maintain control. What are you trying to pull here, you witch? Thor narrowed his eyes coldly at Lilith. I am not trying to pull anything. Lilith shrugged her shoulders. You wanted a new way to deal with your enemies, and I told you about it. This is not a new method. It's a death sentence. No one approved it. It was an understandable stance considering that Felix might never be the same again. Taking after a personality based on a sin. Whether it was pride, greed, gluttony, sloth, lust, envy, or wrath. All of those identities would have major defects to them since they were based on sins. Wait. Let's hear her out. Felix halted their protest with one hand and asked calmly, what's the way to cope with the aftermath? Since Lilith had made it clear she entered that state to cope with the three rulers and managed to pull out of it, there must be a way to avoid being stuck in that state forever. It's simple, but not easy. Lilith switched to a more serious tone and disclosed, the only way out of that state is to fight for control by using a wisp unaffected by the true embodiment state. If you succeeded, you will regain your free will, but if you failed, well, I don't really need to tell you the outcome. Back to the present. If it's the only way to victory, so be it. Felix narrowed his eyes coldly. I will be forced to tap into this state sooner or later, might as well risk it here and now. When Felix and the tenants were told about the true embodiment state, it made them understand that it was an extremely dangerous procedure that might ruin Felix's life forever. However, Felix was still going for it if it meant avoiding law abuse. In his eyes, he must master this state before meeting with the three rulers. Otherwise, he would always be a mere unijin before a true celestial. The only reason he hesitated before to go for it was due to his friends, masters, and the tenants. He understood that even in his true embodiment state, he would seek to eliminate the three rulers and rescue Asna. But it would not end well for the tenants, as the moment one of them said the wrong thing or weirdly looked at him, it would be their end. He would have no control over it. Go for it and don't look back. Thor smiled. Whatever happens, happens. Haha, we are here for the journey, not to hold you back. I don't care what happens to me as long as the three rulers and their lackeys can suffer once in their lifetime. Ancestral dragon Ymir laughed boastfully while joining them from a spiritual mirror connected with Felix's wisp in the ancestral sacred grounds. It would be a shame if we missed witnessing the end of your journey, the climax of this epic adventure, and learning the truths about the secrets of the universe. However, it would be even more detestable to be the ones holding you back from reaching your full potential. Jormungandr said with a strict tone, we have shared all our knowledge with you, and we consider our purpose fulfilled. Do not dwell on the past and go for it. Whether it was his masters or the other tenants, all of them supported Felix with their whole hearts and life if it had to be. Thus, regardless of what happened to them after Felix's transformation, none of them would have any regrets. In their eyes, it was already a blessing to be part of this miraculous adventure. Hearing their encouragement, a faint appreciative smile broke on Felix's face. No more words were needed as he straightaway committed to his decision. He narrowed his eyes at Eris and snapped his finger, making his clones merge back into one. When Eris saw this, she couldn't help but show a little knowing smile. About time, she said calmly. I was waiting for you to grow the courage to do it. I was wavering, confused, wanting to have it all, but no more. The moment he finished, Felix closed his eyes, reaching for the detached sin of pride in his lion dragonic tail. With a deliberate intention, he called to it, summoning it forth with great desire. The sin pride responded, causing a surge of overwhelming energy to rush and fill every crevice of his being, eager to reclaim its rightful place within him. As the sin of pride reattached itself, Felix no longer fought against the overwhelming feeling of pride and arrogance attempting to take over his entity. Instead, he encouraged it, helped it, and allowed it to consume his mind and body, not permitting him to have a single thought unrelated to his pride. This launched a magnificent transformation. Felix's wavy long hair, once a crimson red, gleamed and lightened into a brilliant golden hue, reflecting his newfound majesty. His eyes followed, turning a piercing shade of gold that seemed to glow with their own inner light. His entire demeanor shifted, his posture straightened, his shoulders squared, and his expression hardened into one of regal authority. This majestic transformation did not stop there. An undeniable aura of supremacy radiated from him, a compelling force of will that commanded recognition and obedience by anyone, anything, and all. Whoosh! This aura suddenly exploded outward, touching everything in its vicinity. It whispered of absolute power, of the sovereign right to command not just armies or nations, but the very laws of existence. When Felix opened his eyes, they were the eyes of a monarch. It wasn't of a mere mortal or even a unijin, but of the universe itself. His regal gaze swept across the first floor, causing every creature, celestial object, energy, or even law to feel the irresistible authority of his presence. It was as if all life and even death itself should bow before him and acknowledge his supremacy. When Felix's golden eyes locked onto the stone of reality, the celestial objects and other levitating forms scattered across the first floor, he declared expressionlessly, "Let there be no doubt, nothing shall rise above me." The moment the words left his lips, they were not merely spoken. They were a mandate from a sovereign to his subjects, a creator to his creation, a god to his worshippers. From Felix, a powerful golden shockwave erupted, flowing upwards with irresistible force, striking the floating celestial bodies and entities, convulsing under the impact. Rumble! Rumble! Thud! One by one, they began to lose their buoyancy, falling from the sky like dead flies, unable to resist the pull of Felix's overwhelming command. Whether it was stars, black holes, moons, planets, floating oceans, or buildings, everything that was a mere inch above his head fell into the void under him. The surprising part? Even the stone of reality listened to the command, not resisting it even once. K-thumb. K-A-T-H-U-B. It thumped violently before being plucked from its position by the sheer force of Felix's command. Then, it tumbled end over end while releasing massive quantities of miasma. As it was falling in the background behind him, Felix lowered his head slowly. This entire scene abandoned the tenants stunned and in disbelief. Their eyes broadened to the boundary as they gazed at the whole sky of the first floor being cleared up, leaving only Eris and Felix standing face to face. Just as Candace was about to make a dazed comment, Lady Sphinx placed her hand on her mouth, silencing her instantly. Candace felt chills course down her spine after realizing that she almost killed herself. While Felix looked the same appearance-wise besides the change of eyes/hair color, she knew that the moment any one of them spoke without permission could up executed. Before the regalness of the universe's pride, one could only lower his head and remain quiet to ensure their safety. Thus, the tenants kept their thoughts to themselves and gazed at Felix, focusing back on Eris with an indifferent expression. He neither spoke nor did anything. He just kept staring at her with a deadpan gaze for less than 2 seconds, each second accompanied by a thundering heartbeat of the stone of reality. The moment the stone of reality quietened down, Felix cracked his stiffened neck and spoke nonchalantly. "As an apology for using immunities, you are allowed to make the first move." "How polite. I guess I will take you in your favor." Eris grinned as she opened her tome. "By the way, I have been anticipating for you." "Of course you were. Who doesn't?" Felix replied expressionlessly. Eris chuckled at his comment momentarily before her entire demeanor instantly turned frigid. With a subtle motion of her hands, she cast a new technique called pattern recognition on Felix, causing unseen forces to tug at his movements and guiding him into committing to the highly predictable and familiar sequence of attacks. It was a clever manipulation, using Felix's own combat strategies against him by forcing him into a repetitive loop of actions that she could easily anticipate and counter. That's exactly what occurred as the moment Felix launched his new assault. Eris predicted his emerging openings and tried to take advantage of them. She had already prepared a spear of chaos that would transform matter randomly and hurled it at the exact location, where Felix would appear next. However, Felix's expression remained cool and unreadable, his golden eyes still locked onto hers. "You genuinely think you can order me around? Me?" Felix's voice cut through the tension, his tone laced with a cold amusement. Before Eris could respond, Felix raised his hand smoothly and commanded with chilling authority, "Halt!" Instantly, his body stopped all motion, freezing in place and breaking the cycle Eris had crafted, causing the spear of chaos to miss him by a wide margin. "I am the embodiment of pride," Felix uttered indifferently. "Nothing can order me around and no one can reject my orders." With that bold statement, Felix pointed his finger at Eris and ordered coldly, "Kneel and accept your defeat." His command rang with a visible golden imperial pulse rushing towards Eris, forcing her into evading it at all costs. She understood that if she was touched by it, her pride would be consumed instantly, forcing her to abide by his orders. Seeing that she was putting distance between them, Felix didn't bother to chase after her. He remained in his spot and uttered calmly, "I thought this was supposed to be a test of trust. Are you going to make it interesting or keep running away?" Eris ignored his taunt and flipped a page from her tome, placing down her reality-bending dimensional cube in his location. She knew that Felix would be too proud to move and avoid it. As expected, Felix sensed the creation of the dimensional prison around him, and yet, he kept gazing at it indifferently. The moment it was created, Eris joined inside with him and closed her book. Then, she stared into his eyes and said calmly, "This is why pride is a sin. Too much will cause your downfall." The tenant's expressions turned for the worst at this development, never expecting that Felix would allow himself to get caught just because it was beneath him to dodge. Now he was trapped with Eris in her own world, her own reality, where she was the goddess and controller of all laws. That's what everyone thought, but not Lilith. A faint mocking smirk emerged on her lips as she continued sunbathing, not bothering to even watch the rest of the battle, already anticipating the final outcome. Meanwhile, Felix, who should be frightened to have his laws removed, didn't seem too bothered. His eyes roamed across his new reality nonchalantly before landing on Eris' face. "It seems you are mistaken about one thing." He uttered one word at a time with a cold gaze. "I am not the one trapped with you. You are the one trapped with me." The moment he finished, he extended his hands above his head and made a gesture of placing a crown gently on it. Immediately after, the air above him flickered with a gathering golden radiance. Then, a magnificent crown materialized, floating majestically above Felix's head. As the crown settled above him, a wave of golden energy rippled outward, the ground itself seeming to acknowledge his supremacy. "I command this ground, these laws, this reality. Everything is mine," Felix proclaimed, his voice booming across the dimension with an authority that was both imperial and inevitable. "How shameless! Attempting to steal control from me in my own reality." Eris' expression turned stern as she attempted to strip the laws of pride from her reality. "Without pride, you are nothing." The order had affected everything in her reality, but when it reached Felix, it fell flat in its face as the crown of sovereignty shimmered gloriously, protecting its owner's authority. "I can't override his authority even here?" Eris raised an eyebrow in surprise. She always knew that the Seven Sins laws were immensely powerful at their peak potential, but she never thought she would lose against them in her domain. No wonder Eris managed to pull a fast one on the three rulers. Eris' smile widened a bit. "Now I am seeing hope." Eris always wanted to explore Lilith's laws closely, but she was too secretive about her powers, showing only what she wanted them to see. Thus, She was almost as ignorant about the strength of the 7 sins as any other person. That's why she was waiting for Felix to enter his true embodiment state, wanting to see how he would perform at his peak. After all, if she took his side, their enemies would be the 3 rulers, and she wanted to make sure that he had what it got to deal with them. At this moment, she wasn't disappointed. If this is just the embodiment of the pride sin, I can't imagine what will happen if he embodies the true laws of all 7 sins at once, she thought. But first, he has to exit the embodiment state. Eris knew that entering the true embodiment state was the easiest part. Even though she could enter the true embodiment state of order and chaos whenever she desired, but she refused to risk losing her autonomy. Also, she wasn't sure if it was even possible to supersede his authority even if she went for it. The universe's pride was just too overbearing. I guess there is only one way to deal with him now. Knowing she was left without many options, Eris reopened her tome again and flipped the pages until she reached the middle. Then, she gently held a paper as she gazed at Felix deeply in his eyes. This is my last action. If you survive this, you can have my core and full support. Can have? Felix tilted his head with genuine confusion. You think I am desperate for your core? For your help? Eris, I don't need you. I don't need anyone. You should feel honored to be recognized under me. There is no we. There is only I. The tenants were left stunned and speechless, feeling like if his haughtiness carried on, this might end differently than any of them anticipated. Let's see how you fare against my matter transformation technique. Eris merely chuckled in response and immediately ripped the page apart. The moment the page disintegrated into light particles, a brilliant, chaotic beam raced across the dimension aimed directly at Felix. As always, Felix couldn't bother to dodge, having an inner self-belief that he was untouchable, unbreakable, and that nothing could hurt him no matter what. He tanked the chaotic energy directly, striking him squarely in the chest. Felix glanced below at the chaotic energy, attempting to seek into every nook and cranny with him. He could feel that it was desiring to transform him into a different entity entirely. If you thought it would be easier to deal with it, you are gravely mistaken, Eris uttered calmly. For this exact technique, I had to abuse my law. Scram. Before Eris could finish her sentence, Felix merely gave a cold gaze at the chaotic energy attempting to invade his body, and it got expelled as fast as it had gotten in. Watching this shocking sight, Eris' eyes widened a bit, not expecting that even abusing her laws would fail to break through his defenses. How? She asked, genuinely confused. The assault she used would have been able to turn even Uranus into a piece of dead stone, as she believed that no amount of authority could supersede chaos. After all, it was the element of randomness in the universe. How? What explanation do you need besides knowing that it's me? Felix replied indifferently. I see. Eris chuckled faintly, realizing that Felix's absolute belief of being unaffected by anything in the universe would help him survive through anything. The only way to harm him was to break apart his self-belief. I know now how to deal with you, but it's already too late, Eris remarked as a couple of chains manifested out of nowhere and tightened their grasp on her. While the assault had failed, the universe couldn't care less. It punished the action itself instead of the aftermath caused by it. As Eris said, if it was any other Unijin, they would not have been standing before her after getting hit by matter transformation technique. Felix manifested a golden throne and sat on it with one leg above the other, with the crown of sovereignty donning his head. He truly resembled the sole emperor of this universe. Then, he queried expressionlessly, "Do you accept defeat?" "I have observed enough." Eris smiled. "Yes. Good. Now kneel and swear your allegiance to me," he commanded with a drop-dead serious expression. Eris knitted her eyebrows in displeasure. "What if I don't?" "You don't want to know," Felix replied coldly. Most of the tenants had their expressions turned for the worse at the realization that Felix's proud persona was going to ruin his chances to recruit Eris. This was also one of the reasons Felix was hesitant at the start to enter the true embodiment state, knowing that whichever state he entered, its extremities might make the situation worse. All the tenants turned to Lady Sphinx and gave her head nods with solemn expressions. Understanding what they wanted, Lady Sphinx appeared next to Felix's mediating wisp in the plaza. Then, she woke him up with a single message. "It's time." Felix's eyes snapped wide open the moment he heard her voice. With a serious expression, he lifted his head and gazed at what was happening outside. When Felix's pride persona caught his gaze, he gave one last warning to Eris. "I have to deal with a lingering pest. When I am finished with him, I hope you will have made the right choice." Eris remained silent, knowing that the moment of truth was here. If Felix could reclaim control from his overbearing pride persona, then she would have no more misgivings. If he failed, well, she would be left with no choice but to leave this place. Even while chained up, she still had a way to escape unharmed. This was the reason she never thoroughly feared either Felix or his pride persona. Can he do it, though? Eris thought to herself with a deep frown. I understand he has chosen pride embodiment due to its overwhelming authority, but it is also one of the hardest personas to deal with. How will he regain control from someone with the most overbearing superiority complex in the universe? While it seemed almost impossible, Felix wouldn't have chosen the pride sin if he hadn't already prepared a great countermeasure to regain control. The moment Felix's pride persona manifested in the consciousness space, he found only Felix standing in front of him. The rest of the tenants were told to not even use their senses to pry on them, in hopes of not agitating him and getting themselves expelled. Felix's pride persona felt their fading presence in their houses, but he ignored them. He couldn't be bothered with some small fry. He turned to Felix and looked down at him with a disdainful grimace, radiating superiority. I feel sick just by looking at you, he uttered coldly. How can I be in the same breath with a weak, cowardly, soft, little creature like you? Yes, yes, yes. I genuinely feel the same. For a lowly unijin as me to share the same body as your highness is an absolute honor. Truly. Felix immediately bowed his head down with a sheepish weak smile, lowering his status before his pride persona. At least you have some common sense to know you're superior. Felix's pride persona softened his tone a bit, seemingly pleased with Felix's instant allegiance. Of course, how wouldn't I know? Felix spoke with a starstruck look. The very first chance I had, I called you over to take control, knowing that your imperial presence alone is enough to deal with anything. The other 6 embodiments have nothing against you. Humph, you damn right they don't. Felix's pride persona sneered at the mention of his brothers and sister. I feel delighted to know that your greatness will now lead us against the tyranny of the 3 rulers. Felix smiled widely in delight. Of course, there is still Apollo, Ares, rescuing Asna, and other missions to deal with first, but I am certain your highness can deal with it swiftly and easily. Felix's pride persona frowned in displeasure. You think someone of my status will go running around for such mundane errands? Absolutely not. My apologies. I have overstepped my bounds. Felix immediately bowed his head in shame. I deal with only matters of utmost importance worthy of my presence. Felix's pride persona uttered indifferently. Holding on to control in every instance is beneath me. Then, allow this lowly one to take away such an unworthy burden off your shoulders. Felix requested with a sincere voice. Is that so? Felix's pride persona chuckled softly, a sound that echoed ominously around them, making Felix flinch. You play to my sensibilities, he responded with a cold tone. But make no mistake, I see through your tactics. You flatter to deceive, to regain what you've lost. Unfazed, Felix dropped his act at once. His act of submission was nowhere to be seen. Although his tactics were seen through, he still stuck by it, however, without the act. Perhaps, he admitted. But consider this, a true leader knows when to lead and when to entrust others. What glory is there in overseeing the ordinary? Does not a king risk his crown by toiling in the dirt with commoners? The pride persona paused, contemplating Felix's words. His expression softened slightly. It is indeed more fitting for me to step back and intervene only in moments worthy of my attention. Prove to me, then, that you can handle the lesser challenges without sullying my legacy. With a graceful, almost theatrical gesture, the pride persona reached out, interacting Felix's forehead. I relinquish this, for now, he declared regally. Do not disappoint me, and cease being such a loser. As the persona faded into the background of Felix's mind, Felix felt the full weight of his personality return, along with control over his body. He opened his eyes to the real world, the sensations of battle rushing back to him along a slight sting from the pride persona's parting words. You have done it? So quickly? How? Eris raised an eyebrow in surprise after seeing the change in Felix's entire demeanor and aura. First, I apologize for what he has said. Felix sighed in relief. I knew he would be extreme in his interactions, but not this much. Don't mind it. Eris wasn't bothered. Tell me how you convinced him to hand you control back? Did you stroke his ego? That's the only solution I am seeing. Exactly. Felix nodded in agreement. I knew that fighting over control with him would do nothing but get me erased and everyone killed. Since pride was the dominant emotion within him to the point it forced him to make horrible decisions just not to wound it, I knew that stroking his ego would do the trick. He just can't resist it whether he figured out my tactics or not. Great work. Eris sighed bitterly. If only it was that simple for me too. Chaos and order, huh? Felix knew exactly what she was talking about. His 7 sins were powerful at their true embodiments, but due to their extremities, there was some leeway to gain back control. However, it was different for Eris. If she chose a true chaos embodiment state, she would lose control, and due to its extremely chaotic nature, there was no possible way to regain her control unless her chaotic embodiment decided on it at a whim. As for order embodiment, it was disciplined, boring, cold, calculating. Nothing could pursue her to hand over control. Eris would rather keep her balanced personality and free will than go for this risky level up unless she was left with no other choice. Since her battle with Felix was more of a test than a battle of life and death, she had no reason to go for it. Well, I hope this is enough to win you over? Felix's gaze turned solemn. Now, can you tell me the whole truth? At the moment, Felix couldn't care less about Eris' defeat, her core, or even the stone of reality. All he wanted to know was the reality of his identity. As I uttered before, it's not the truth, it's a theory. Eris shared calmly. The only method to truly confirm it is through interacting the stone of reality. Touch the stone of reality? Felix frowned. He wasn't thrilled by the thought of getting close to that abnormality. His reaction was valid when Lilith had failed to touch it while Uranus almost died from it. Although it looked like the stone of reality was weirdly responsive and obedient to him, it still didn't lower his vigilance. I know you have some misgivings about its dangers, Eris shared calmly, but it's truly the only way to confirm my theory. Don't worry, I am quite positive nothing bad will happen to you. How about you tell me about your theory first? Felix's eyelids twitched. Then, I will consider if it is worth it to risk my life for it. I do you one better. Eris pierced through her chest with an arm and pulled out her Unijin core from it. It was quite peculiar as half of it was covered in chaotic colors while the other half had orderly lines and symbols written on it. Under Felix's and the tenant's surprised looks, she sent the core towards Felix, allowing him to hold it in his palms. You can absorb my core as promised, Eris said calmly. In this way, if something bad were to happen, both of us would suffer the consequence. Felix was left holding the core speechlessly. Everyone knew that Eris planned on handing over her core if she were defeated, but to see her doing it for real without a change of expression was a different story. Are you truly sure about this? Felix couldn't help but double down on her maddening choice. Certainties are for the weak-minded and cowards, Eris stated indifferently. I walk on the path of truth, filled with cliffs gazing at the abyss. Without taking leaps of faith, I wouldn't have come this far. Upon hearing this, everyone's expressions displayed varying degrees of respect and amazement at Eris's approach to life. She made it clear that no matter what the final outcome, as long as she was on the path of truth, she would have no regrets. Now, are you going to touch it or not? Eris removed the dimensional prison and said, weren't you intending to obtain it in the first place? How were you planning to do it originally? I don't know. Felix rubbed his chin embarrassedly. I left it for my future self to handle after I take care of you and Uranus. It was expected since he truly had no information about the Stone of Reality besides the things Lilith had told him. Although he knew that the upper celestials had failed to retrieve it, this didn't make him give up on the thought straight away. After all, it never hurt to try. You can stop thinking too much about it. Eris shared. There was nothing I haven't tried with the upper celestials, and yet, here we are. I see. Felix contemplated it for a few moments before deciding to do what she said. He realized that not many options were available even if he decided to play it slow. Thus, he might as well test her theory. Of course, he had no intention of touching it with his main consciousness. He manifested a perfect clone through his wrath sin and sent it toward the Stone of Reality. Make sure to navigate through the miasma, Eris advised as she joined the central table with the rest of the tenants. She fit in so well that no one realized she was sitting with them until she opened her mouth. I am trying, but there is just so much the deeper I go. Felix frowned. Uranus almost got killed because of it. Eris shared. The closer you are to the stone, the more potent it is. When he was merely a few steps away from the heart, a single drop landed on his arm and changed its properties instantly. If it wasn't for Ares' quick reflex, slicing Uranus' arm apart, he would have been sent to the universe's heart. So, that's what happened to him? Felix raised an eyebrow. No wonder he is terrified of the first floor. But wait, can the Stone of Reality really affect Unijin cores? Thor knitted his eyebrows in bafflement. Its authority is matching with the universe when it's dormant. What do you think? Eris responded calmly. How bizarre. Felix asked with a serious tone. Why do you think that is? We have witnessed it fight against the universe when I made a wish. It lost, but still, it did put up a decent fight. I expected as much. Eris wasn't surprised. If my theory is correct, you will find out when you touch it. So, just focus on that. Say less. Felix narrowed his eyes in concentration as he glided past the spreading miasma. When he started going through more concentrated areas, where it was nearly impossible to move without being touched, he started using his abilities. The miasma mist couldn't be affected negatively by any elemental ability, such as getting pulled or pushed away. That's why the all-devouring puppet hadn't been able to absorb it too. However, it consumed itself the moment it touched an object or interacted with some type of energy. Thus, Felix kept feeding it with abilities from multiple energies, causing it to get consumed bit by bit until his path was cleared. He kept doing this for a couple of minutes, taking it as slow as possible. When he finally arrived at the Stone of Reality, he summoned a protective barrier. The barrier sprang to life around him akin to a translucent cocoon. It was not merely a shield but a dynamic entity that interacted with the miasma by feeding it continuously. This should do the trick. Confident in his protection, Felix turned his focus to the Stone of Reality, gazing at its deep crevices and flesh-like veins running across its surface. Here we go. A bit hesitant, Felix extended his hand towards it, his fingers brushing against its cool and smooth surface. The moment contact was made, the Stone of Reality thumped out loud simultaneously with Felix's heart. Kotham! Kotham! It's just like the first time you stepped inside the floor. Elder Kraken raised an eyebrow in surprise. Do you really have a connection to it? Felix wasn't able to answer as the instant he touched the Stone of Reality. His consciousness was drawn in instantly. When he opened his eyes, he found himself floating on an empty inky canvas with nothing in sight besides a tiny bright in the distance. Where am I? Felix knitted his eyebrows in confusion. This is the instant everything begins. Lilith responded with a faint smile. Make sure to watch closely. Wait, is this before the birth of the universe? Felix and the tenants were left stunned at the notion of viewing the birth of the universe with their own eyes. Does that mean that little bright dot is the central singularity? Lord Loki commented as he gazed at the bright small sphere. You call it central singularity in modern science, but in reality, it is the universe's heart. Eris shared calmly. You kidding, right? It can't be. If it's the universe's heart, how can it exist after the initial Big Bang? The tenants found it difficult to believe. They knew that the universe's birth came from the Big Bang, causing agitating gases and matter, elementary particles that would shape the building blocks of stars, galaxies, and planets, to erupt into existence. I never shared that didn't happen. Eris persisted calmly. The universe did come from an explosion of dense heated energy. But, have you ever wondered what was that energy? The instant she phrased it like this, it clicked in everyone's minds at once, making them blurt it out loud. Celestial energy. Eris neither confirmed nor denied it. She pointed at the universe's heart and said, "Watch and you will understand." Felix went closer to the universe's heart and saw that it was getting smaller and denser, seemingly attempting to reach a point of no return, a point of singularity in this infinite expanse of nothingness. Then, without any warning, the singularity erupted. A blinding flash tore through the fabric of the nascent cosmos as massive quantities of celestial energy were expelled in all directions. Felix and the rest covered their faces reflexively but realized that the light was harmless and they could still see through it. Thus, with awed and disbelieving looks, they gazed at the explosion of creation, playing the very first notes of reality's grand score. How magnificent! Not in my wildest dreams did I think I would witness the birth of the universe. Look at it go! Each tenant had a different reaction to the incredible sight, but all of them shared an awed expression. Meanwhile, Felix touched the expanding milky thick white celestial energy, coursing his hands gently through it. He felt like he was moving it through thick hot jelly, making his heart accelerate in exhilaration. This much celestial energy, holy, the things I can do with it. Felix was still struggling to even obtain bits of celestial energy in its gas state. Even the three rulers barely had enough to create a sphere of condensed gooey celestial energy. To see this much get expelled into the infinite expanse at the speed of light made it hard for Felix not to get greedy for some. Soon, time started accelerating immensely, causing eons to pass by in mere moments. Felix and the rest observed how the celestial energy cooled and coalesced, stretching across the expanding universe. But nothing happened next. The celestial energy continued expanding everywhere, but did not turn into anything. This surprised Felix and the tenants. I thought laws were supposed to appear by now. Where are the subatomics, atoms, matter? Candace tilted her head in confusion, her reaction shared by the rest. If my theory is correct, then we are about to witness the birth of that exact process. Eris replied with a focused gaze at the universe's heart. When they heard this, they realized that even Eris was ignorant about the full truth of the universe's birth. Thus, no one bothered her with questions and affixed their eyes on the universe's heart, gazing at it with great curiosity and a bit of nervous excitement. Kotham! Suddenly, the now enlarged universe's heart made a thumping noise within the infinite pool of white celestial energy. Before anyone could react, the universe's heart began to fluctuate with an intensity that none had ever witnessed. Then, a vortex of pure celestial energy emerged around it, drawing in massive quantities of the released celestial energy. It kept pulling in increasingly until a tall, featureless humanoid being was formed amidst the storm. Felix and the tenants' eyes widened to limit in shock, their heartbeats accelerating in agitation and fear at the freaky sight before them. Yet, the scariest and freakiest part had yet to come. With the birth of the form and the universe's heart at its center, 6 more hearts formed around it. Each heart was distinct, uniquely shaped, and throbbing with its own rhythm, yet harmoniously aligned with the beats of the universe's heart. Felix and the tenants instantly recognized 2 hearts, a white spherical core and a heart in the shape of a white stone. Is that Asna's core and the stone of reality? Thor murmured, daze plastered all over his face. They are. With a faint relieved smile, Eris approved. It seems my theory was correct after all. How can this be? Felix was left stunned, having no idea how to react. What about those other hearts? And is this the universe's consciousness? Lord Loki inquired with a solemn tone. His usual playfulness was nowhere to be seen. It's not the universe's consciousness. It's him, Eris said as she pointed at Felix, making him shudder all of a sudden. Just as Felix opened his mouth, wanting to deny it, Eris carried on calmly. Now, I can share with you my theory. After putting my focus on little Paragon's journey, I understood that many things came up in his path for a reason. They weren't coincidences, but opportunities planted in his path. When Asna was added to the picture, plus his perfect synchronization with her soul, his ability to use her core, integrating with Kraken's bloodline for his internal mutation, obtaining the sealing hall to capture Lilith's clone, and the list goes on. Even the birth of the primogenitors was planned not as an entertainment. It was a mere small part of it. The three rulers went for it because the tablet told them to do so. It never shared the reason or its purpose, but now I am certain it was to set up the stage for little Paragon's journey. Without the primogenitors, even if he possessed Asna's core, he can do nothing with it in his infancy mortal stage. The primogenitor's birth was a must to share their elemental control at a much wider rate, allowing for even humans to use their powers through integrating with beasts. In his case, he went straight for the source, allowing him to obtain the only mutation that mattered in the grand scheme of things. Kraken's internal mutation that allowed him to host 7 hearts simultaneously. The more Eris spoke, the clearer a picture was painted in the primogenitor's minds, making them realize that this made more sense than being born for the sake of entertainment. How could the three rulers waste celestial energy, their powers, and their efforts to create them just for entertainment? Their entire goal was the other side, and they would do everything to make it happen. It made absolutely no sense to deviate from their goal for some entertainment. It became clear to me that he was being guided to become something unique, something only he could be. Eris paused as she gazed at Felix's narrowed pupils. It's none other than the rebirth of the universe's consciousness. Felix and the tenants remained silent, but the look in their eyes betrayed their true emotions, already predicting where she was going. Before the shock of finding out about their true purpose was absorbed, Eris pointed her finger at the humanoid entity and hit them with another bombshell. Now, to the core of my theory. It's highly believed that the cosmos is built on 5 pillars. 3 celestial languages, the laws, and the elements. This was the accepted and most logical consensus. Eris shook her finger. But now, I am certain it's built on 7 pillars and you are gazing at them right this instant. When she said this, everyone's eyes focused on the 7 hearts within the entity, knowing that she was addressing them. There is Asna's heart, symbolizing the laws of the universe. There are also the cores of the 3 rulers, which represent the 3 celestial languages enabling communication with these laws/elements. Additionally, there is the heart of reality, which I believe contributed to shaping the universe's reality and unifying these laws to create a logical reality. As for the heart of the universe, it was the central piece that gave birth to them and bound them together. It can be said to be the main heart, the ringleader. Eris added, unbothered by the stupefied looks she was receiving. That's why the cosmos managed to win against the stone of reality during your wish in the void. It was the universe's heart deciding while the secondary heart was fighting off its authority, but failing to do so. It all makes sense now. I see it. I truly see your brilliance. Lady Sphinx commentated with an appreciative tone after her mind eventually connected all the dots and understood the genius of Eris to figure out the truth on her own. Also, why she believed Felix to be the universe's consciousness. But not everyone was as quick-witted as her. What about the 7th heart? You mentioned only 6. Candace addressed the obvious with a confused tone. Isn't apparent by now? Eris remarked with a faint smile as she eyed Felix's chest. It's my human heart. Felix murmured under his breath while touching his chest. Wait! How? How is that even possible? Lord Loki exclaimed in shock. It really doesn't make much sense. Thor frowned. How can what we are seeing now is Felix's human heart? His current human heart state isn't the same as the one in the scene. Eris nodded in approval for a moment before adding, however, the only pillar left untouched is the pillar of elements and elemental energy. Tell me, is there any race in the cosmos with the possibility to unlock affinities with all elements in the universe and control them besides humans? Of course, you may say that any human can do the same, and I would agree. But, Eris pointed at Felix and said, he is different, he is the chosen one. He is the only one with the potential to reach the state where he can advance his human heart into its celestial counterpart and turn it into the seventh piece. How will he do it? I have some theories, but I am not sure yet. However, I am more than certain that my hypothesis is correct and that the little paragon was born to walk on this path of rebirth. A path only he can walk on, a path where the end is to become the universe's consciousness and regain its owner. The greatest evidence is right in front of your eyes, Eris concluded as she manifested a spiritual image of Felix's internal heart system and their placements. This, when the tenants gazed at it, chills coursed down their spines after seeing that it perfectly matched with the internal system of the featureless being before them. The chilling evidence was right there before their eyes. They could deny it all they wanted, but nothing would change. The internal systems were perfectly accurate with each other. Since Felix was the only entity in the entire universe with the humanoid version of the Kraken's internal system, it removed any possibility of it being a coincidence. This was it. This was the truth. The undeniable truth. Felix's knees suddenly buckled as he felt the universe's weight fall on his shoulders, grappled by the implications of such truth. All this time, I have been the universe? Are you screwing with me? Is this some unholy joke I don't understand? Me, the universe's consciousness? What does that make Asna? The three rulers? The primogenitors? The unigens? Is everyone just a small piece of me? The more Felix thought about it, the harder it got for him to accept. As much as the tenants were shocked, none could truly comprehend what Felix was going through. To find yourself to be the origin of all creation and destruction, life and death, was enough to break anyone's mind apart. The worst part? This revelation made him question if he was the progenitor of the trauma going on in his life for the sake of restoring his powers and authority. Did he create the prophecy tablet that led the three rulers to assist him on a path to rebirth? If so, didn't that indicate he actively made Asna's life hell, forcing her to be born and imprisoned at a young age? The sealing hall that was given to me by Lord Zervin. It was in a spatial earring with my soul's mark, yet it was given to him millions of years before I was born. Did I arrange for someone to hand it to him? Felix murmured with a soulless look. All the unexplainable mysteries were starting to make sense. It was created based on the tablet's instructions, and if I am its creator, doesn't that mean I actively participated in Asna's imprisonment for my selfish motives? Also, if Asna is born out of one of my hearts just like the three rulers, did I fall in love with a piece of myself? No, 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 no. The more Felix thought about it, the faster his reality crumbled, making him feel sicker and sicker in his stomach. Everything was so fucked up that he had no idea what to think, to feel, and how to behave. I know it's tough, but don't take it the wrong way, Lady Sphinx remarked with a comforting tone. You might have the potential to become the universe's embodiment, but at the moment, you are a human, a unijin, a person with an identity just like anyone else. You are Felix Maxwell, and none of this change it. She added solemnly, as for the rest, none of it is confirmed as we still have no clue what happened to this featureless entity. She is right, Thor jumped in. For all we know, it could be someone else working in the shadows to restore the universe's consciousness. After all, why were the universe's 7 hearts divided, with some gaining consciousness while others did not? It's too early to start making such a heavy speculation, Fenrir supported with a cold expression. The universe's consciousness possessed absolute omnipotence. I can't see a way for it to go through this trouble for the sake of a rebirth when there is nothing strong enough to kill it in the first place within its territory. Indeed, I am starting to feel that the Unigen's theory of an outer god causing trouble is making more sense. Lord Loki nodded strongly. Think about it. What if the universe was invaded at its early creation stage and its consciousness fought hard to rebel against it, causing its hearts to separate and even wounded like the stone of reality? After the invasion failed, the universe consciousness closed our universe and went absent once and for all. Isn't this the same thing they said? Lord Shiva frowned. Where are you going with this? I am getting to it. Lord Loki leaned closer and suggested with a serious tone. What if the outer gods realized that the only way to open up our universe is through bringing back its consciousness to life? They were the ones who created the prophecy tablet and allured the three rulers to follow its instructions to achieve their dream of reaching the other side. But in reality, they would be doing nothing but opening the gates of hell on us. When Felix heard this, life was restored in his eyes. It does make more sense. The universe's consciousness won't go through all of this trouble for no apparent reason, he remarked, his voice picking up some soul in it. The shock of being the consciousness of the universe was nowhere as damaging as being the one responsible for the trauma of his loved ones. If it was true, then his entire life was nothing but a planned cons original orchestrated by himself. Everyone suddenly turned to Eris seeking approval for their theory, but all they got was a shrug of a shoulder. I won't lie to you, I have no idea if there was an outsider interference or not. All I know is that something drastic must have happened before the birth of the three rulers. This is the truth that I am seeking. Eris narrowed her eyes. Why did the universe lose its consciousness? Why is it attempting its rebirth? Who is behind the tablet? What's on the other side? Those are the questions brewing in my mind, and there is only one way to truly figure them out. What way is th? Before Thor could finish his question, everyone's attention was suddenly drawn to the shapeless cosmic being. Asna's heart surfaced outside of the being's chest and started to meticulously sort and refine the celestial energy released across the entire universe. It transformed into distinct subatomic particles, atoms, electrons, oxygen, hydrogen, carbon, gravity, electromagnetism, and strong and weak nuclear forces, etc. From those subatomic materials and principles, it created the laws as we know it. Following closely, the heart of reality surfaced with a singular purpose, gathering those nascent laws and crafting them into a coherent logical system. This heart was the architect, building the structure upon which all other things would rely. It laid down the laws of thermodynamics, ensuring energy conservation and entropy. It defined the laws of motion and made all the laws in the universe coexist in a balanced state. This caused the celestial bodies to enter their eternal dance across the cosmos. Felix and the others watched all of this happen right before their own eyes. Before they could discuss it, the heart of elements made its move after the framework of laws was established. It breathed life into the laws by formulating a mirroring set of elements. In addition, it filled the universe with neutral energy, making it possible to be converted into elemental energy. This energy became the foundation for the universe's lifeforms, since celestial energy was a potent but fleeting type of energy compared to the sustainability of elemental energy. Once the physical and legal architectures were in place, the three celestial hearts, universal, divine, and runic codex made their move. They acted as the scribes of the universe, each one inscribing one of the three universal languages onto the fabric of the laws and elements. These languages allowed beings across the cosmos to interact with, understand, and manipulate the fundamental energies and laws with three different methods. Without them, not a single entity besides the Unigen's three rulers and the elementals could control the laws/elements in the universe. Their existence was in a sense less important than the other cores, since the universe would continue operating as normal without them. However, it would not have the same vigorous life in it. After the seven hearts finished their work, a coherent universe was born from nothing but celestial energy. A universe built on 7 pillars, making it a masterpiece of order and functionality, a realm where every particle and every force was interconnected. Felix and the tenants felt a deep connection to the cosmos after witnessing how its birth process happened, finally completing the puzzle. How marvelous! After celestial energy was transformed into the universe we know it today, it was exhausted almost entirely. Jormungandr admired after noticing that the only leftover celestial energy was encompassed around the featureless being. It was like everything was calculated to the last letter. It's truly crafted by a mastermind. It's simply impossible for such perfect creation to have no creator, Thor remarked, his gaze focused on the entity before him. Just as the rest were about to join the discussion, Felix's vision started to turn darker and darker. This made him understand that the stone of reality was kicking him out of its memories. Knowing that he might not return here again, Felix tried to catch one last glimpse of the shapeless being. When his gaze landed on him, Felix suddenly felt chills course down his spine after seeing a tiny line emerge on the lower half of the shapeless being. A curved line in the shape of a smile. While it had no eyes, Felix felt, no, he was certain that entity was gazing straight into his soul, making him feel a special type of connection he had only with Asna. Is that really me? This was the last thought coursing down his mind as he got kicked out back to the first floor. The moment Felix opened his eyes, he was shocked to find that the stone of reality was nowhere to be seen. Even the miasma was gone. The only thing left behind was the celestial abnormalities spread out across the entire floor, seemingly unaffected by the disappearance of the heart. Before the tenants could react to this scene, Felix felt a chill course down his spine after finding out that one of his dormant hearts was completely replaced with the stone of reality. It even turned into a heart made out of flesh with veins and blood coursing through it like it was always there. The most shocking part? This happened to his main body instead of the clone touching the stone of reality. I guess there are no more questions about your identity, Eris said with a faint chuckle. I guess not. Felix rubbed his eyelids with a bitter smile as he sat down on a piece of cracked ground. He lifted his head and gazed at the stone of reality's original position, not bothering to even question how it happened. What else was there to question? The stone of reality had rejected all the upper celestials from touching it. Meanwhile, it became an integral part of Felix without his consent, integrating with him so seamlessly that he felt nothing when it happened. Little one, mind telling me how did you capture the stone of reality? Suddenly, Felix's guard peaked to the limit after his ears picked up on an unfamiliar friendly voice, echoing across the first floor. In less than a nanosecond, Felix extended his senses to the limit, his eyes sweeping across every object and entity until they landed on a massive white tree. It was standing against the distorted sky, its roots stretching upwards while its branches burrowed into the ground, a clear defiance of nature's order. Yet, Felix's eyes were affixed on a single being, who was leaning casually against this reversed tree. With a wheat straw between his lips, he seemed utterly at ease, one leg crossed over the other, his arms folded as he observed Felix with curious eyes. Ares, Felix uttered with a hardened expression while entering a battle stance, preparing for a real death match. Unlike Eris, he never had any interactions with Ares before, and from everything he heard about him, he wasn't to be fucked with whether prepared or unprepared. How the fuck did he get in here? I thought it was impossible to enter the tower when the entrance was closed, Thor exclaimed in shock and dread. This question coursed through everyone's minds and made them feel chills course down their spine at the thought of Ares managing to enter the first floor without Felix picking up on him. He even left his main consciousness on guard duty in case something happened to his clone. From the expression on your face, it appears that you are puzzled by my method of entry. How about this? I will explain my approach, and you can share how you captured the heart. Ares spoke casually like he was talking to a good friend of him. Felix, I want you to listen to me closely. Put my core in Asna's core and permit me to continue using my powers. Then, find a way to escape using the stone of reality. Ares' entire changed to a cold one. I will slow him down. The tenants were left utterly stunned, not expecting in the slightest for the powerful and fearless Ares to make such requests. She was literally asking Felix to run away even when he had just shown her what he could do in his true embodiment state. Her reaction shocked even Felix, leaving him with mixed emotions. He didn't know if he should be angry at her for underestimating his strength after everything he had shown, or if he should be heavily concerned about his safety. After all, there was no way Eris would react like this unless for a good reason. "I suggest you listen to her," Lilith supported with a sober tone. "You are not ready yet to deal with him." When even Lilith backed her up, it made the tenant's heart skip a beat, realizing that maybe, just maybe, Ares was on a whole different spectrum than the rest of the Unigens. "I will do it, but not before I get my answers." Felix put his wisp on the job and refocused back on Ares. "How about an introduction first?" Felix narrowed his eyes. "Ah, how impolite of me." Ares removed the wheat blade from his mouth and introduced himself. "Ares, the guardian of beginning and end, of life and death, and finality and infinity." He hadn't said much, but at the same time he said a lot. Life and death. I thought he only commanded the laws of finality and infinity. Candace was stunned. All of them were already informed about Ares' laws being infinity and finality. It wasn't really a big secret. However, they weren't told about his exact powers and what these laws implied. Think about it, the laws of infinity and finality are not merely guidelines to the universe's workings. They are the very embodiment of its most primal forces, life and death. To comprehend them is to grasp the clever paradox at the heart of existence. Infinite cycles, infinite outcomes, infinite beginnings and ends. Eris continued for her. Consider a star in the void. It births from dust and gas, living in burning glory, and then dies in a spectacular blaze, only to return to the cosmos as dust once more. This cycle, observed on a cosmic scale, reflects the infinite nature of life and death themselves. Since the universe laws are mostly based on stars and other celestial objects, then it based death and life laws as part of the infinity laws instead of being independent. Just like sound is part of vibrations and charm is part of lust laws. In other words, Ares wasn't just the guardian of infinity and finality. He was the guardian of life and death as well. Eris narrowed her eyes coldly, making him the most powerful and dangerous uni-jinn in the universe. Upon hearing this, Candace couldn't help but draw in a cold breath in dread, gazing at Ares akin to staring at the Grim Reaper himself. She now understood that Ares had the power to end the life of any uni-jinn he desired with a snap of a finger. All it took appeared a command to end their life cycle and it would be over for them. Naturally, it would be through abusing his laws. But still, because the infinity and finality laws represent the very birth and end of the universe itself, they possess massive authority over the rest of the laws. The fact Eris was fearful of Ares implied his laws superseded hers, making them the most authoritative set of laws in the universe. Felix had listened to all of this and still had no intentions of running away without getting to understand Ares' motives. He knew that for a being like him, it was near impossible for the three rulers to have any control over him, unlike Uranus. Felix Maxwell, a mortal, a primogenitor, a uni-jinn, and now on the path to become a uni-jinn overlord. Felix introduced calmly, without a hint of intimidation in his face. Uni-jinn overlord. Ares rubbed his chin in intrigue. After watching your journey in the quantum realm, I have to admit, I can see you pulling it off. You were watching me? How? Felix narrowed his eyes dangerously, feeling like his privacy appeared invaded. There was nothing he hated more than being spied on while having no clue about it. Well, of course, I appeared sent on a mission to bring you back with little Asna's core. Ares replied in a relaxed state. As for the how, isn't it obvious? Before Felix could think too much about it, Ares answered the question on his own. All existence is part of the Sasra cycle. As the ruler of this cycle, I can see all, hear all, and feel all through anyone, everyone, and anything I choose. Whether one appeared alive or as a spirit, a mortal or a uni-jinn, everyone is part me. You can come up with your own explanation on how that helped me enter the first floor. Ares finished with a faint smile. I hope that clarifies your doubts. Now, where were we? Ah, yes. His expression suddenly turned rigid. How did you make the stone of reality submit to you?